Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. We are at Carmel City Hall, and I'm calling this regular meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council to order at 4:31 p.m. Roll call. City Clerk, could you please take the roll call?
Sure. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Booter?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Here.
Councilmember Dramoff? Here. Mayor Byrne?
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. Welcome to everyone joining us today, both in person and remotely. Thank you to those who spent 5 hours with us yesterday, and to everyone here today investing your time and attention to help manage our city. This meeting is being held in a hybrid format. You can participate live through Zoom, watch the live stream if you don't wish to speak, or view the recording later on the city's YouTube page. Mayor Pro Tem Delves, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will now cover our extraordinary business items. We have encouraged our two speakers today to keep their comments brief to help keep our meeting moving along. For those of you who weren't here last night, we had at least an hour and a half discussion about how to make our meetings more efficient and shorter. And that discussion didn't help us any last night, but we're hoping it will in the future. So, I know that just before we get started, Councilperson Dramoff has some things she has to deal with. So if we have to go till 9:30, she's going to have to break. And I've agreed to excuse her, but I believe we're going to be done long before then. I have a positive attitude about it. So item A is the Carmel High School report out. Do we have a speaker here tonight? All right.
We're going to do the presentation first. Thank you.
Why don't you introduce yourself while the slides are getting ready?
Hi, my name is Ruby Iranmanesh. I'm a sophomore at Carmel High School, and I'm going to be talking about the club that I founded called Carmel Youth Aid Club. So before I begin, Carmel Youth Aid Club is a community service club that gives Carmel High School students the opportunity to volunteer around the CSD district at events and also volunteer around our community.
Go to the arrow button.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what our club does. As stated just now, we volunteer at events around the CSD school district and community. So last year, since my mom, she's very involved in activities going on around the district, I noticed that the schools were struggling with finding parent volunteers for some of the events. And so I just thought, why don't we ask high schoolers to volunteer? I know tons of students who would love to volunteer, love to help out, and need community service hours. So I decided to start a club where our main objective would be to get students involved and to help schools avoid having the issue of no volunteers who want to help around with the events. And then we also help students reach their community service hour graduation requirement. At Carmel High School, you need 60 hours by the time you graduate, 60 community service hours. And as a high school student, when you're involved in clubs and sports and classes, it may be hard to find the time to volunteer and to get those hour requirements. So Carmel Youth Aid Club gives students the opportunity to be part of a flexible club where all you have to do is sign up for an event, go to the event, and you can get those hours, you can help out, and you can give back to the district. And lastly, my club helps high school students interact with younger kids. When I was a student at Carmel Middle School and Carmel River School, At our events, I never really saw high schoolers helping out, even though I looked up to a lot of the older kids. And so now with Carmel Youth Aid Club, older students are able to sort of be a mentor and a leader to these younger kids at after-school programs, activities, and events. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, and very well presented.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Juliet Norman. I'm the Carmel High School ASB president, and I'll be doing the normal Carmel High School update. Today, I would like to focus on some of the amazing collaborations that are going on between our school and the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. First, the Carmel Chamber of Commerce has established a summer intern program for us. High school students are being placed with local businesses, community events, nonprofits, and tourism initiatives to gain hands-on experience in the workplace. The City Council is also giving students the ability to gain real-world experience in the area of planning and development. The city has opened up volunteer opportunities for students to contribute to research for the city affordable housing initiatives. The city's Sunset Center is also supporting our school district by graciously opening its doors to our student musicians. The Sunset Center hosts 3 concerts for the district each spring. The concerts by the choir and orchestra programs took place recently, and the band program is performing tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. At these concerts, students have the opportunity to perform in an incredible venue with amazing acoustics on the same stage that has been shared by so many world-renowned artists and musicians. This month, the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council and city officials will also be working with students from the high school to teach them about community issues in preparation for a mock city council meeting, which will take place right here in City Hall on April 23rd. This is an amazing experience where students get to step into the roles of city council members, administrators, and even the mayor. It has been going on for a few years now, and it has inspired kids to become more informed and involved in local government and to even pursue careers in public service. The final collaboration I would like to mention is between the Carmel Public Library Foundation and the school. Through their partnership for public service, they are hosting a visit from University of Washington's Professor Jevin West to speak about AI and media misinformation. This is an extremely timely topic that people of all ages are concerned about. He will also be addressing what we as a community can do about it. He will be speaking on April 3rd at the Carmel High School Performing Arts Center at 6:30. The event is free, but seats are limited, so go to carmelpubliclibraryfoundation.org to register for your seat. We are very grateful for all these great opportunities and more that the city provides for us as students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I promise I'll be getting back to you shortly about the mock city council meeting. All right, item B is the nonprofit spotlight. Tonight we'll hear from an amazing local resident, Brian Steckler, who volunteers his time around the world helping provide technology during major disasters like the Indonesian tsunami and the Maui fires. But he's also volunteering here in Carmel, building beautiful wood structures, the most recent one being an authentic rebuild of our first Murphy House milk shrine. Brian will be giving a brief overview of a nonprofit he started a year ago here in Monterey County to assist veterans. Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Council, thank you for having me an opportunity to talk about a great program that we have called Project Healing Waters. Used to be called Project Healing Waters for fly fishing. They dropped the fly fishing, and now we just do fly fishing for our veterans and our active service members. Thank you. Is this better?
Yeah, there you go.
And thank you for coming also, audience. Okay, thank you. So Project Healing Waters is a national organization that started 20 years ago to help our disabled vets initially heal from their wartime injuries and illnesses. It's evolved over time to accept any vets that are in need of healing, not just disabled veterans, and active duty military personnel. In fact, we just had a couple of active duty personnel from the Naval Postgraduate School join us this year. One of them has been on 10 deployments. So you can imagine why they may need some help. Let me go to the first slide. So the 5 W's, I'm not sure if you can read it in the back very well, but basically it's the Monterey County Project Healing Waters Program is our official name. Part of this national organization of about 6,500 volunteers and 6,500 veterans in 180 chapters around the country that help our veterans and active service members heal. We cover Monterey County, but we're also the closest program to there's a program in Los Angeles, there's a program in San Francisco, so we're kind of serving the Tri-County area here. We began only a year ago out in Carmel Valley Village. The mayor was there. We had a casting clinic for veterans. I thought there would be maybe 3 or 4 veterans there. Ended up being about 15 or 20 veterans there. I figured we'd have maybe 8 or 10 veterans for the year. We had 30. So you can see the demand for help for our veterans is at a peak right now, and we're here to help. We're really doing it because we need to support our veterans. We need to give back to the community, and we've had an extremely generous community that has helped us along the way. There we go. So just a couple of testimonials. On the left here is Wilson. He's suffering from PTSD from his Vietnam War days, and he sees fly fishing as a way to reconnect with his roots, with his peers, and it's really helping him a lot. Laura is a Coast Guard officer, retired. She's got some physical issues. She brings a chair with her out to the river to fly fish, and we help her deal with fly fishing with that handicap. And then Regina is an Army veteran with a service dog who comes along with us on our trips. And that's her catching her first fish on the right up there last weekend at a little lake called Kelly Lake in Watsonville. Ways to help. We always could use gear donations, fly fishing gear, camping gear, modern camping gear, not old Coleman stoves, right? And we always could use financial support. I have some flyers here. I'll leave at the desk here if that's okay. People can pick up and help us out that way if they would like to. We also like you to refer new veterans to us and new active duty personnel who might need help with fly fishing as a way to do that. And we need volunteers. So the high school, I think I need to have a meeting with the high school about volunteering high school students to help us. Our first event of the year is in April 13th out in Carmel Valley Village. Again, a casting clinic and a barbecue. And anybody in the audience is welcome to go. Anybody in the city council is welcome to come. April 13th from 12 to 4. And I guess I neglected to give the first April Fool's Day joke, but I promised the mayor that I wouldn't be more than 5 minutes, and I'm not sure. I think I'm right at 5 minutes now. So I want to finally thank 4 individuals or organizations for helping us get started last year when we kicked this off, and that's the RW Family Foundation in San Jose, Carmel Gives, one of the local citizens named Bob Kavner, and the Monterey Peninsula Engineering all supported us this year or last year, and we really appreciate that. And that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions, I'm happy to entertain those.
Are you a 503?
Yes, 501c3, yes we are. Mm-hmm. Any others?
You can use your family foundations as the RW Family Foundation did, or your donor advised funds are a great way to donate. All right.
They are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all that you're doing for the vets.
Thank you. Here's some flyers.
We'll now move to public comments. During regular city council meetings, public comments are held both for general comments of municipal and jurisdictional concern and for items listed on the agenda. We'll now be taking general comments. We'll first hear from those present in person, followed by Zoom participants who put up their hands. While stating your name is optional, it helps us accurately reflect your participation in the meeting minutes. Remote or in-person participants who do not comply with the requirements of the Brown Act will be muted. How many people are planning on making a comment tonight? So we have about 10. All right, so why don't you go ahead and line up? And if you could, keep your comments brief so we can keep the meeting moving along. We've got several important subjects that we need to get to, so shorter is better right here. Hi, Cindy.
Mayor Byrne, members of the council and city staff, my name is Cindy Lloyd. I Zoomed your meeting last night, and it was a really spirited discussion. One of the things that will come out of it, if I have to shorten my comments, which I will try to do, I will not be greeting you all anymore. I will just come up. I've taken a cue from Nancy Toomey, who last night came up to the podium and said, Nancy Toomey. So here I am, Cindy Lloyd. The only other thing I have to say is that in the discussion about who should be speaking and when they should be speaking and in which order, it was suggested that perhaps the residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea should be first. There is a legal definition of the area surrounding Carmel-by-the-Sea called the sphere of influence. I was born and raised in Carmel-by-the-Sea. I love Carmel-by-the-Sea. It is my hometown. But due to circumstances beyond my control, about 30 years ago, I moved to Carmel Woods. I love Carmel Woods. I love having a big garden. I love having a view of the ocean. But I am a Carmelite through and through. So I would like those of us who live in the sphere of influence to have the same kind of recognition that those of us who were born and raised in Carmel have, and the people who now live here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look at that, 1 minute, 41
Excellent.
seconds.
I love it. I love it. We'll keep working on that. Next, who would like to speak? Anyone? I thought we had 10 people.
I think they're on topics.
Oh. How many people are here for a general comment at the beginning here? So, okay, 2. The rest of you want to speak on something else.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Hi, Hugo.
Good afternoon,
How are you?
Member of City Council. My name is Hugo Farlito. I'm here just to quickly support what the gentleman who has this foundation for veterans. I was dental director of a clinic that I helped establish in a marina called Dentistry for Vets, and I can tell you the needs are broad. Whatever we can do to support our veterans, I really would appreciate you doing that. Thank you very much.
That's another great organization. Do we have any other general comments? Donna, you want to come up?
Thank you. My name's Donna Jett. I'm just here to tell everyone, advise everyone, we're having Earth Day, April the 26th in Devondorf Park. I assume it'll be in the Friday letter. I think it's 10 to 3. So come out and support Earth Day. It's a wonderful thing that the city does for these events. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? General comments? Wow, it worked. No hands raised. Oh my goodness, I'm going to have to move quickly here. I got to get back to my notes. All right. It's now time for announcements from the dais. City Administrator, do you have any announcements?
Yes, sir. Real quickly, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you to Mrs. Jett. She's been baking for the City Council. We've had some late meetings, so if anybody has a baking addiction and wants to contribute to sustaining the council during council meetings, we're always willing to accept your donations. And then I got a call about an hour ago from a resident, Mrs. Harrington, who lives down the street, and we've known each other for years. Apparently, there's someone walking around claiming to be from the U.S. Census Bureau. Typically, when federal agencies or state agencies come into town and do canvassing, they contact our police department, and they've not done so. So just be wary. She did the right thing by calling the police department, non-emergency first, and then calling me. But again, just a word. If you're ever concerned about someone in the neighborhood, please do call the non-emergency number and ask them if we've heard anything from an agency or anybody canvassing in town. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
That's all?
I can add to that. We were just canvassed today. They're not doing a general canvassing, they're just picking out certain people. So it's okay.
Yeah, Mrs. Harrington said the guy was reviewing like 38 houses today. So again, we've not heard anything. So just be cognizant, Carmelites, please.
Yeah, between that and all the online things that are going on, really be careful, please. All right, City Attorney, do you have any announcements?
Well, we had a couple closed sessions last night, but there was no reportable action.
All right, and I'll bring it back to the council for announcements. None from Jeff? None from Hans?
I've got one.
Okay, good.
Thanks, Mayor. The Tor House will be having its annual garden party on Sunday, May 4th. It's in the afternoon from 2 to 5 p.m., and there's a lot of activities going on. And if you would like to get tickets or more information, visit the website at torhouse.org. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm glad you're enjoying your time on that board. I'm going to talk about regen in a second. I'm getting a little hoarse. Guess we had a long meeting last night. So I've got an interesting story about a really motivated resident in Carmel that I've gotten to know. While campaigning at the post office, I met a resident named Michael Kovac. He shared some great ideas with me. Afterward, we discussed improvements for the post office. Under the guidance of the postmaster, Michael has now fixed the HVAC system. If you've noticed how cold it is in the post office, if you have, it's not anymore. Previously, the ducts were disconnected and were pumping hot air into the attic and outside. He recently led a project to replace outdated exterior lighting, and I happened to be there as the electrician was installing it one Saturday. He's now working to repair the exterior doors and is planning on painting the interior walls a pleasant color. He also addressed unauthorized weekend tree cutting by arranging to have Public Works post approved permits online, and has a list of about 10 other projects he's talking about with me. At 80 years old, Michael, who actually ran for mayor in Carmel at one point, also volunteers twice weekly teaching self-defense at the Carmel Youth Center. Thank you, Michael, for being such an action-oriented role model. It's pretty amazing. And he's just getting started. I'm telling you, this guy is on fire. He was going to be here to stand up and take a bow, but he had a back operation last week, but he'll be back soon. So next, one of the things that we get to do, and I'm glad that Karen's here, one of the things we get to do as council members is to join boards in the area. And I never really understood what that meant because I haven't been on the council before. But it's serious, you know, and I'm on the board of Regen, which I picked because I love trash and I love the whole concept of what they do out there. So I replaced Karen, who had a wonderful send-off at a recent board meeting. And it was really great to see. And she has been really a spectacular asset for Regen, and they miss her. I can tell you because we had a couple more board meetings and they bring her name up often. Since I'm new to all this, I just like to say it's pretty incredible that 9 electeds are really overseeing this amazing $52 million business with 150 talented employees. In addition to being a state-of-the-art landfill operation, it's an electricity provider and soon a natural gas supplier, runs a major composting operation, manages a lot for Green Waste Fleet, a massive recycling operation, and has the veterans running the Last Chance Mercantile. To help make the business more sustainable, we recently voted to approve a 4% increase in their fees, which will likely be showing up an increased cost for you. I'll fill you in on some important decisions we'll be making regarding the future of this important facility in future meetings. So we'll now move on to orders of business. Tonight we have 3 items. And just as the meeting was started, I was informed that if everybody is willing to do this, and I know that it's tough sometimes because we've got a lot of CPLF people here, Jamie here has been working really long hours, and she has a presentation that she tells me is 3 slides. So this could be 5 minutes, and I doubt if anybody has a public comment. We're not even voting. She just has to present it to us so that we can start thinking about fee increases, perhaps. So if everybody's okay with it, I would just love to be able to have Jamie go back to her family and leave. But she promises this is 5 minutes or so. Everybody okay with it? I'm going to ask the audience because last night we got a little bit of a lecture on this. Okay, everybody's okay with Jamie going home. All right, Jamie, you want to get up? It worked, Jamie. You get to go home.
Right on. So I'm working on the budget. So this is a brief presentation for the council. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, the City Council receives the proposed fee schedule. These are services provided by the city directly to individuals, and as such, the city is allowed to recover some of the cost of delivering those services. So we bring this to if I can get it up, I'll keep going. So we bring it into you tonight to receive, and then it comes back again in May for you to adopt. So
speaking of
there we go. So we're bringing it to you tonight as you receive it, and then we bring it back again in May for adoption. So if we take a look at it, basically what's the background on this? The city is legally allowed to recover reasonably borne costs of services provided to identifiable customers or users. The costs are based on a fee study, which we last did in fiscal year 23-24. The fees are updated for CPI between studies, and we'll be doing a study next year. So what we're doing this year is we're updating it for this year's CPI of 2.4% based on our San Francisco measurement area. So that's the background for this, and tonight's, again, the purpose is to receive this report and staff report that was in the package. The only major changes are that we put community activities and library fees onto this list, so there's all one big list altogether. Makes it easier for people to find all the fees. But it hadn't been updated for CPI in a while. So this will be first time in a number of years that there's been a CPI adjustment to the community activity fees. So the library fees are immaterial. We left those as they are. Also, this fee schedule clarifies that the ambulance fees that we charge are tied to those published by the County of Monterey, just like the fire fees that we charge are tied to those published by the City of Monterey. The recommendation is that the staff continues to fulfill. The staff recommends the continuation of full cost recovery for the charges for services. So we've done the study. It says these are the costs. We want to keep going on recovering those costs that the fee study said we're incurring. The recommendation is that we adopt these fees as proposed at the May 5 City Council meeting, and then the new fees will become effective 60 days after that adoption, which is July 4, so it's just in time to get it going for our new fiscal year. So you've got a big list of fees in the package that you took a look at, and what you'll see in there is where they were before, and then a 2.4% CPI adjusted. And if it's real small, you'll see no change at all because we round down. So that's the item.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Any questions from the council? Yes, Jeff.
Are these fees that are listed here, are these fully burdened fees? When you have the column of current fees, are those fully burdened fees or are they last year's fees? Because last year we made some changes to the forestry fees, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah,
So which is printed in the packet?
Those are last year's fees, sir, and then we added the 2.4% cost consumer price index increase.
So when you bring this fee schedule back in May, could you add a column and show us what the fully burdened or whatever? I think you know what I think you know.
Yeah, so what you're saying is last year the City Council decided to discount some fees
some of them
because they wanted to encourage people to participate in that area. And so what you want to see is what was that original price if it hadn't been discounted? Because yes, this continues the discount. We figured this year we'd continue the discount and then next year we do a new study. So yeah,
I think it
we'll
would be
bring
nice
it
to have this council's fingerprints on the discount. So maybe next month when you bring it back, you could have a column that you list what the real or actual fees are.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Any other questions? Any public comments? Any comments online?
There's no hands raised.
Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back for discussion.
I'm fine accepting this as it is, recognizing we'll have a full conversation on fees in May, so I don't want to project that I agree with the fees at this point, but I think as a matter of process, it's fine to accept them because that's the process you have to do, but we'll have a conversation in May.
Yeah, certainly, and if there's any questions or anything else that we need to do in preparation for that adoption at the next meeting, we want to get that out.
Okay, very good. Anybody else?
I was going to provide a comment on the tree fees, but if we're going to discuss it next month, I can wait.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I was happy that our last council decided to lower these because the idea is to encourage people to maintain their trees, and if we keep the price more reasonable, we're hoping that more people would do it, and it benefits everybody. So it's good that the tree removal for a dead tree is $205, but then just to prune a tree, it's $268. So I was wondering, and this is something we can certainly discuss later, if maybe the council would like to reduce that a bit. That would be my only suggestion.
I'd go along with that.
Okay.
All right. Hans?
Yeah, I got a quick comment. My question was sort of a comment, really. It relates to the fixed price nature of some of the fees. There's some fees that are fixed price, and then as you get into some of the more complicated stuff, it goes into sort of an hourly rate for staff, which started to spark my interest because clearly you have the capacity to track the amount of time that staff is spending on a given project. And so, I understand the benefits of having the fixed fee, right? Like it can be paid in advance, there aren't any surprises, there's like predictability. But it also sort of distorts behavior. I'll give you an example. I want to swap out a light fixture above my front door, and that would cost me a $725 track one design study fee. Pretty significant. And so, so then what do I do? Then it distorts my behavior, and I say, okay, well, I'm not only going to swap out my light fixture, I'm going to, change my shutters, and I'm going to paint my garage door, and I'm going to add in all these other things, right, so that I can buy down the cost of that fee. So I'm not paying $725 every time I change the light fixture. And it also has sort of a fairness question to it, because there are some track one design studies that are pretty complex, and then there's me just trying to change my light fixture. And so one thing I would, I guess, have us think about is if we already have a system where we can track the amount of staff time on something, could it be possible? My guess is it's probably 20 minutes for somebody to look at my light fixture, and that would probably be a lot less money than the $725. So just something for us to noodle on.
Yeah, and we're only supposed to recover our costs, so
right.
Good point. All right, so I think we're going to have an interesting discussion at the next meeting.
Sounds good.
Great comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate it, Jamie. You can head out now. All right, now we're going to go back to item 1. Let me get organized here.
Did you want me to start?
I've got it. I'm very excited to bring up item 1, which covers the draft agreements with the Carmel Public Library Foundation for the Harrison Memorial Library Centennial Restoration Project, and with architects Moore, Rubel, Udell. While it states that 2 motions are possible here tonight, the architects agreement still requires review by the Carmel Library Board of Trustees, so we'll be bringing that approval back very soon. Thanks to our city attorney, CPLF attorney Brian Call, and the CPLF board for their diligent work on this project. Brian will now summarize recent contract modifications. Brian?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Can we get my slide up? Okay. Thank you. Are you going to have control? That's fine. I'll just say next slide to you. All right, so with regards to this project, as the mayor's indicated, we were able, thankfully, to come to agreement on the terms that are before you tonight on this very exciting project. By way of background, the Harrison Memorial Library was opened in 1928, and this is the centennial project that we're talking about, so the goal would be to complete it by 2028. The library is a city department and adheres to all city procedures, and it is governed by the Harrison Memorial Board of Trustees that's appointed by the council. The Board of Trustees does approve the annual operating budget and enforce library policies and has oversight over both facilities. Next slide. With regard to background on the funding sources, there's 3 funding sources for the library. There's the City of Carmel, there's the Friends of the Harrison Memorial Library, and there's also the Carmel-by-the-Sea Public Library Foundation. That was established in 1990, and that provides for the majority of the library's operating budget and special projects from time to time. Next slide. So the foundation was established in 1989. Its mission is to keep the library open, relevant, and thriving. Over time, and in collaboration with the city and the Board of Trustees, the foundation has engaged in a number of projects, including the Gathering Place project, which provides a free meeting space for the community. That was at a cost estimated at approximately $400,000. And also there was the Park Branch Lobby renovation project. That cost is estimated about $40,000, and that was with some contributions from the Rotary Club. Next slide. So the foundation is currently proposing to fund the project known as the Harrison Memorial Library Centennial Restoration Project. I'm just going to call it the project, so I don't have to say all that each time. The project is intended to provide seismic, accessibility, technology, and systems upgrades for the Harrison Memorial Library. It is staff's understanding that the estimated project costs, including the architectural services and construction costs, will be in the range of $15 to $20 million. So there are 3 contracts that are going to be necessary for this project. They're all involving the city. One is with the foundation, the second one is with the architect, and the third one is between the city and the construction contractor. Next slide, please. So these are the prior council actions, including the January 8th, 2024 action by the council in which resolution number 2024-02 was adopted by the city to affirm the city's public-private partnership with the foundation. And then there were further direction in July and August. You can see on the slide that included bringing an agreement back between the city and the foundation, and also the authorization to release the RFP for the architectural services. Next slide. Further actions, on August 8th, the RFP was issued and the city received 6 proposals in response. The city has not yet entered into a contract with any of the proposers, and I'll have some more information on that in a moment. And then on February 4th of this year, a staff report was presented to the council for a discussion of the draft agreement as it was drafted at that time. At that meeting, the council gave direction regarding some proposed revisions to the draft agreement that were to be discussed with the foundation. Next slide. So since February 4th, as directed by the council, there have been discussions with the foundation regarding the draft agreement. The proposed draft agreement is attachment 2 to the staff report, and this agreement does include provisions regarding contract administration, approval processes, funding for the services of the architect, and funding for the construction contractor, as well as other terms. Importantly, the draft agreement does address the issues that were presented in the previous draft that was provided to the council at its meeting on February 4th of 2025. Next slide. Some further developments recently. March 20th of 2025, there was a special meeting of the Library Board of Trustees. They provided some comments with regards to the draft agreement, and they voted unanimously to forward the draft agreement on to the City Council. There was a question raised at that meeting by the Board of Trustees with respect to the relocation of the library, which could be necessary during the construction. And there was a mention that there was a committee of the board that has not yet determined a location or the cost. And as is pointed out in this slide, in section 11.1 of the draft agreement does provide that the project costs will include relocation costs for an alternative library if it's necessary for relocation. Next slide. There is one change to the draft agreement since it was posted with the agenda packet. Small change to section 12 dealing with insurance. The way it read in the packet was that the city would name the foundation as an additional insured if the city's liability provider would agree to do that. So I contacted the city's liability provider. They were able to get back to me late Friday, I believe, and informed me that we could add to the agreement the language that you see underlined, that the city shall maintain general liability insurance at $2 million per occurrence for the duration of the project. So that, in the final version, that's the language that will appear in section 12. Next slide. I want to give you an update. You heard the mayor mentioned the architectural firm of Moore, Rubel, and Udell. That draft agreement with the Moore firm was prepared in consultation with the foundation. It has been sent to the Moore firm for review, and I've received a response from Mr. Udall that it is being reviewed at this time, and they will be getting back to us, and certainly we'll be sharing that with the foundation for their review as well. And then once the draft agreement is in final form, it'll be submitted to the library board for review and comment, and thereafter to the city council for action. Next slide. So the recommendation tonight is to adopt Resolution 2025-003, approving the draft agreement between the city and the foundation regarding the project, and to authorize the mayor to execute the agreement. And go to the next slide. And I'm available to respond to questions if there are any.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Do we have any questions from the council?
Question, and Brian, my apologies for not asking you this before the meeting.
Sure.
In section 2 of the contract, under relationship of the parties and approval rights, 2.1 and 2.2 read the same.
Well, thank you for pointing that out.
Again, apologies for not.
Not a problem. I know that I don't want to say as an excuse, by way of explanation, there were many, many drafts that went back and forth, and I think probably in the redlining process when we accepted changes at some point, we ended up with that duplication. But thank you for pointing that out, and we'll certainly correct that in the final.
In addition to many drafts, he was on a short time frame from the council.
My fear is not that it's duplicated. My fear is that something has been left out. So nothing's been left out. We're just going to delete 2.2.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll check with Mr. Call. I see him in the background, and let you know if there was something left out. But if it was, as you can see from the heading, this is the statement with regards to the relationship of the parties.
Yeah.
And I can check, but I don't recall there being any.
I think there's a cross-reference that mentions 2.1 and 2.2. So there might be some substance that got cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that section hasn't been modified, I don't think, for a while. So it could have been there a while. Good catch, Jeff. Okay. Any other questions?
I got one there.
Yes.
On section 2.3, and this might actually be something we need to discuss, but it was, we were going to have a project executive committee, and now it's been changed to an ad hoc committee, and I was wondering if you could explain if there was a reason why that was changed, and certainly I think that's something we need to discuss as a council.
Yes, yeah, I can do that. The project executive committee, as it was in the agreement back in February, was going to consist of 2 city representatives, 2 foundation representatives, and a 5th individual who was going to be appointed by the 2 city representatives and the 2 foundation representatives. The city would have then comprised 40% of that committee, and based on the legal analysis that I did, the city would have then been delegating the authority to that committee to take these actions. So the reason for the change to provide it to be an ad hoc committee is to resolve that delegation of authority issue.
I seem to recall something, maybe I'm incorrect, but I thought the 5th person was going to represent the city, and then therefore the city would have the majority on that.
No, that is not the correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're talking about forming a whole new ad hoc to, I'm concerned, and we can get into the policy discussion, but we've eliminated ad hocs and the thought of just creating another one now. Because previously this didn't necessarily have to be council people. This could have been a staff member, if I understood it correctly, right?
You're right. That is what the prior draft said. This would be an ad hoc committee. It would include 2 representatives from the council, which is what you would have on the ad hoc committee, and then the foundation would also designate their representatives as well. And their purpose is to communicate on the issues that are listed in Section 2.
Okay, well, we'll have the discussion once we
I think an important point on this, because I had the same concern, is that these are short duration committees. New ones will be formed at each phase of the project. So it's not a committee that just lives on for the entire project. Correct, Brian?
Well, my expectation would be that it would be the same ad hoc committee would address the issues during the course of the project. Not that we would have separate ad hoc committees for each issue.
But they could change as the project goes through.
Well, I think that to avoid there being a majority of the council weighing in on it, because, for example, if you had council members A and B on an ad hoc committee, and then you later changed it to A and C, then you've got 3 members of that ad hoc committee. Typically, in my experience, is when you have an ad hoc committee, you form it. Those are the 2 members that remain on the ad hoc committee during the duration of their assignment.
All right. I think that changed a little bit from when I was last discussing it. All right. Yeah, okay. Anybody else? Hans? He must have something. Okay, so no questions, okay. All right, so now we're going to take it for public comments. I'm sure we have some people from the public that would like to say something. Hi, Marcy.
Good evening, Mayor Byrne, members of the City Council, and the esteemed community members. My name's Marcy Moe, and I'm president of the Carmel Public Library Foundation. I stand before you tonight to express my sincere gratitude for your engagement, for thoughtful discussion, and dedication to the future of the Harrison Memorial Library. Before I go into my comments, I did want to let you know that Alexandra Fallon, our executive director, had a family medical emergency out of town, and she is not able to be with us here in person. She is listening on the phone, though. At the last council meeting, you raised important considerations regarding the agreement between the foundation and the city for the library's renovation. We took those concerns seriously. Over the past several weeks, as Brian said, our foundation has worked diligently with him to address each of the issues presented, and we appreciate the collaborative effort that has led to the updated agreement before you this evening. Now the time has come to move forward. The Harrison Memorial Library is not just a building, it's a cornerstone of our community, a place of learning, history, and connection. The planned renovations will preserve its historic charm while ensuring it remains a vibrant resource for generations to come. Importantly, the Carmel Public Library Foundation has committed to raising the necessary funds for this renovation. This agreement represents a unique opportunity for the city to ensure the proper care and restoration of its historic building without bearing the financial burden. By approving this agreement, you are enabling the preservation of a critical piece of our heritage at no direct cost to the city's budget. In recognition of the importance of this project, the Carmel Public Libraries Foundation's Board of Directors unanimously approved this agreement. And, as Brian mentioned, the Board of Trustees unanimously voted to support the agreement. Their collective endorsement underscores the significance of this endeavor and the shared commitment to preserving this vital community resource. On behalf of the Carmel Public Library Foundation and the countless residents who rely on this institution, I urge you, please, to vote in favor of the agreement. Thank you for your leadership, your commitment to our library, and your dedication to the cultural and educational future of Carmel. We look forward to the continuing partnership and making the Harris Memorial Library an even greater asset to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else want to make a public comment about the library contract?
Good evening. My name is Pam Nyman. I'm very happy to be in front of you again in support of this library project. I've been on the board of the library for about 4 years, starting with a lobby project over at the Park Center. And I'm just here to say I hope each and every one of you support it and vote yes tonight. That would make us very excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Susan Prest. I just want to thank you all. This is a different meeting. It sounds different than the one that I attended last time. I'd particularly like to thank the city attorney for working so hard with the attorney for the foundation board. I've been with the foundation board 3 or 4 years now, and I love this. This is a great public-private partnership, and it's good government at work. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Councilman, my name is Ben Heinrich. I wanted to be here and give my public support and thank you for all the work that you have done. I was a past president of the Carmel Library Foundation, so I feel like I'm representing a lot of past presidents that can't be here. I'm excited because this is going to be a community-wide effort, and it's going to coincide with the 100-year celebration in 2028. And your approval for me is also a positive confirmation of the partnership that has been going on in the city between the foundation, the city of Carmel, and the trustees. It also represents a commitment from my generation to future generations. And it will continue to inspire many future generations here in the city of Carmel. So I thank you for all your good efforts.
Thank you, Ben.
Good evening. My name is Ken Cranstone. I'm the current treasurer of the Carmel Public Library Foundation Board. I would just like to say thank you all for coming here tonight and for all the effort that you put in ratifying this contract to the point where it is right now. I'd just like to put my enthusiastic support behind the approval of the contract as it is, and would encourage everyone here to vote yes. Love the new clock. I think it's a great reminder. And as we look forward to the Centennial Restoration Project, it's also mindful just to know that there's a clock that we're all ticking towards too, and kind of in the encouragement of the green light that I have now and for moving things along. I think this is a good opportunity to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. And I guess if this goes forward, you're going to be a busy guy.
I will.
I'm Eric Dyer, local architect. Hello, Mayor and council people. I just wanted to say how appreciative I am of the Carmel Public Library Foundation and city staff, and especially the attorneys involved, to really take the county or the council's directive from last time, which I heard, which is let's get to yes. I think Councilman Delves appropriately said that, and I'm just very impressed with the work that's been done and that you've gotten to that point. And again, as part of the Architectural Selection Committee, I can say from my perspective that Moore, Rubel, Udell is the right choice for this project and the right choice for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First, I also want to say thank you for all of your hard and diligent work, and I know this has been a couple of years in the making, and this is an important project. My name is Cynthia McCoy. I'm a former president of Carmel Public Library Foundation, and I am currently on the Finance Committee, and I am here in support of the project. And this is a golden opportunity to revitalize the almost 100-year-old library, which is, as we know, a cultural icon and centerpiece of Carmel community, and do it in a way that honors the architectural and unique design elements while addressing the critical need to refortify the library and make it physically accessible for every person who would like to enter the library and enjoy it. And so obviously the library is aging every day, and it's not accessible now and cannot serve the whole community. So I'm looking forward to that day when that is also possible. And the stars seem to have aligned with the right people in place at the right time to coordinate and oversee the project. I mean, it's really simply amazing. I look at all the work that's been done, who's involved, the professionalism, the transparency, the inclusion of many voices, which I know will continue to go forward to make this a really successful project. And Ben alluded to the collaboration that has really been a wonderful model. So it's exciting to see this move forward. And this project is not only combined with the right people, but it is aligned with some very generous seed donors who are already behind the vision of helping the library thrive for the next generations. And this is the chance and golden moment to pay forward the gift given to Carmel 100 years ago and to the community. And it's a chance to pay it forward for the next 100 years. And I say, if not now, when? So let's do it. I encourage you to vote yes, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Valera Lyles. I'm an art historian. I have served on the Carmel Library Foundation, and I'm currently serving since its inception as a non-Catholic on the Mission Foundation, which has restored the Carmel Mission, a national monument, to the tune of $15 million so far. And I think the Carmel Library is an equally beloved monument that we should all support. I thank you for helping us bring this into fruition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gail Sheridan. I'm a member of the Library Foundation Board. And I like this agreement because I think it gives us an opportunity to clarify roles and responsibilities, and that should give us efficiency at decision-making and project management. And there can be a lot of things that gum up the works on these kinds of projects. And I think if we have a tool that can help us save time, we know that time is money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Lloyd. Thank you very much for this presentation. In your very first statement in the background, there is some recognition of the history of the library in terms of its design. In between M.J. Murphy, who built it, and Bernard Maybeck, who advised it, there is somebody who designed it, and that person was Michael Murphy. It would be really wonderful if at some point that could be recognized and codified in writing that M.J. Murphy designed the library. He was not an architect, he was a builder. So thank you very much. This is a wonderful project. And as a little girl at Sunset School, we walked hand in hand, 2 by 2, from Sunset School up to the library. And we started our library introduction when we were probably 6 years old. And I'm now 83, so it's been a while. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Give you another 30 seconds.
There's no hands raised on Zoom.
All right. I'm going to bring it back to the council for discussion. Anyone have comments?
Maybe I should start. After the last meeting, despite my suggestion that we get to yes, I didn't really leave that meeting feeling like we'd succeeded in getting to yes, because we hadn't. I think we ended up negotiating a contract in public. I didn't like that. I'm not sure how else we could have done it, but I thought it was unfortunate. And with that feeling, I kind of dug in to a deep dive on both versions of the document the next day, and I really tried to understand what the real essence of the disagreements were, and then took that up with Brian. And Brian, thank you so much for listening and reacting and engaging with Mr. Call and addressing several things. I want to maybe get the 4 points out. First one is kind of the governance of this project, and really these projects. I was originally very supportive of the structure of having an oversight committee of 2 each and then 1 appointed. And Alessandra, I made the point, and Brian and I just didn't agree, that if we can appoint the 3rd person, that is essentially an extension of us, and therefore I don't think we've delegated authority. I thought that would have worked. But we agreed to disagree, so we tried to go in a different direction. I think where we are is fine because of the other improvements to the contract. That basically there are many points in this project where we have the opportunity to make go or no-go decisions. And that's thanks to these guys on my left who kind of introduced the topic of more granularity, particularly in the construction. So we're not going to have one construction phase. We're going to have as many as we can, so that you have as many points to go and stop and make sure you don't break the library and not put it back together again and before you break it again. So I think it's good project management. I think it is also good oversight. So essentially, they represent themselves, we represent ourselves, and together we make all those go, no-go decisions based on, I think, good decision criteria. Making that an ad hoc on our point, on our position, that was my suggestion actually, because what that does is it guarantees to them and to us and to future city councils that this matter is of elevated importance and a high enough level of importance that 2 of us will agree to be part of the oversight of the project, and that it won't get delegated to staff. It won't get assigned to someone that's not essentially representing the city. So that's where it came from. And I thought it was a good improvement. I really think this whole contract can be a model for doing this again when the Carmel Police Station Foundation arrives and wants to donate money for a police station. Just a thought out there. The second thing that we were disagreeing on was essentially the payment process. And some of it was, whose checkbook is the money in? And the foundation people were pretty adamant that they really need to keep the money in their checkbook, because that's really a deal breaker for donors. That donors to a foundation, to a project like this, are not, I'll just say it, trusting enough of government to just simply let their money go into the government checkbook. And again, I think Brian listened and cleverly came back with an approach that includes the fact that our finance director will review all invoices, and that once she says pay it, they get paid, and that they've agreed that that's the trigger. So it's basically a city person, a city staff person has the ability to say pay this or not, and once that's been done in writing, the foundation has agreed to pay it. Now, if they don't pay it, okay, that's a breach of contract. That's a different path, but why we won't go there. The third was on indemnity, and that's where the foundation was asking us to indemnify them against third parties, all third parties. And my view was, well, if you keep the checkbook and you have the money, I can't really indemnify you against a contractor, because ultimately, even though they will transfer money into the city's account for us to pay that contractor, if that money, for whatever reason, doesn't get to the city for us to pay the contractor, that contractor is going to come after us. And if we've indemnified the foundation, then the contractor cannot go actually after the foundation where the money is. And so they generously agreed to a carve-out in the indemnity clause, which is in here, that said, yes, we will indemnify the foundation against all third parties except essentially subcontractors and contractors to this party. And so we are, yes, indemnifying them against all other third parties, but I think that's fair, completely fair. So those were kind of the three, I think, big stumbling blocks we had, and I think we got there. So I think we got to yes. See what the rest of you think.
The other aspect was that the architect is going to certify that the actual construction was done to the correct spec, and that will trigger the payment instead of the foundation themselves making that decision.
Thanks for that. Yep, that was another, I think, huge improvement.
Yeah. Excellent work by the council. You know, the three of you did an amazing job of bringing up some really good solutions from the last meeting, and it's a good thing. Alessandra, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. I actually have 3 points, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we addressed the ad hoc issue. I had a question on page 14 of the contract. That's an item that was put in by the CPLF. It was not something that the city worked on. But the first sentence is, the Harrison Memorial Library is designed by Bernard Maybeck. And that is not correct. So I would like to see that changed. And I just want to discuss a little bit of the history. There was an excellent presentation at the Board of Trustees meeting in February. And parts of that have been included in the agenda packet. And I certainly encourage everyone to read that and become familiar with that, and I will just try to be very brief about the item. But it's very important that we get this historically correct, and for so many years, close to 100, it's, you know, the myth and the legend has continued, and I'd like to be here to get the facts right and to enter it into the record. What you see here right now is a house that M.J. Murphy designed in 1926 in Pebble Beach. It's for an artist called C. Chapel Judson. It's on 1456 Riata Road, and This was the year before he designed the Harrison Memorial Library in 1927, and it's just striking the similarities that you see in the buildings. If you go further into the details, M.J. Murphy, once they had a committee of 8 different architects submitted plans, and M.J. Murphy was chosen, and then Bernard Maybeck from San Francisco, who was a prominent architect, was chosen to be the consulting architect, and that was his role. But the design of the building and the construction of the building was M.J. Murphy. So I think it's really important that we get that correct. So I would like to see that corrected on page 14 of the contract, and then furthermore, inspired by what Cindy suggested, I would like to include, when we make a motion for this approval, that we also have a bronze plaque that will go somewhere in the library once this project is done, and that it will say that the Harrison Memorial Library is designed and constructed by builder M.J. Murphy with consulting architect Bernard Maybeck. So once and for all in the history of this building, we can get the facts correct. I think that would matter a lot to the residents of this town, and we need to get this straight. So that would be my request for approval.
It's almost like you write history books or something.
Jeff? I'll open it up for you to make a comment.
Yeah, look, I think it's a dramatically different document than the document we saw 2 months ago, and I think significantly improved. I wanted to thank the CPLF board. There's obviously a lot of you here tonight for going back with an opening mind and kind of taking the feedback and agreeing to make some of those pretty significant changes. I think it lays the foundation for a true balanced partnership and a successful partnership. And I just want to reiterate how excited I am about the project. Like, I share your excitement about this. I've been impressed working with the CPLF president, the president of the foundation board, and their chief executive. The attention to detail that I'm seeing, and even the architect that's been selected, I think it's going to make for a great project. And it's going to be a project that's going to make the library accessible to all. And I think in a community where we've said it a bunch of times now, the median age is 65, I think that's pretty important. And so I also wanted to thank the donors for making this possible, both those who have already pledged and those who will pledge, and also particularly Ms. Smith. I just continue to be blown away by the idea that we're going to privately raise $15 million to renovate our library. It really is an incredible testament to this community. And your generosity is going to ensure that this library remains a central hub for the community for generations to come. So thank you. Thank you for bearing with us. Democracy is messy. I guess I disagree with Bob a little bit. Like, I don't think there's any other way to do it aside from doing the people's business in public, and that's democracy in action. I think we wound up with a better outcome for it, and I'm proud of it, and I'm excited to get to work with you guys.
Well said. Jeff?
My comments basically mirror Hans's. I wanted to thank Marcy and Alexander Fallon and all of the board members for working with us and listening to the concerns that we raised at the meeting 2 months ago, and taking them to heart. And as Hans said, coming back with a significantly different contract, I think, that addresses both the concerns that we had here and your concerns. So thank you very much for doing that. I will definitely vote to approve this contract. I have a couple of comments on things that have been mentioned up on the dais. I'm especially grateful for the dissolution of the project executive committee. I'm glad to see that monster gone. To Alessandra's point and sort of Bob's point about the ad hoc committee, I'm of sort of mixed mind about it. As you can imagine that, based on my comments a couple months ago, I would have preferred, from my own selfish perspective, I would have preferred to have seen staff members on the committee, because I think they're the professionals, not the politicians. But I can live with two of us. I can live with two of us taking on that role and that responsibility. So whatever the council decides, I would be generally fine with. So thank you again, Mr. Call, and thank you again to the Bryans for putting all the work in.
Thank you, Jeff. Before I have Marcy, I'm going to let Marcy, I found out last night that I have the ability to have Marcy come up and make a comment at this point. I want to thank Brandon and Chip. They haven't been mentioned yet, but we had a lot of interesting meetings down in the basement in this building, and with Brian and both Brians there a couple times, and Brandon, we had some times where we had to get the letter out to the architect, and we were rushing it to the post office, and Marcy was taking it, or Alex was taking it to get signed, and we came back, and Brandon went through all that with me. So I really appreciate the two of you sticking in there to get this thing to the finish line. So Marcy, you want to come up and say something?
I just wanted to address Alessandra's comments. This agreement is really about a funding model between the city and the foundation, and it's not the time to address the plaque issue. The Board of Trustees saw the presentation that you're talking about and committed to do the research, and I think you can take it from me and Alex that we both are committed to making sure that the history is accurate, but I just don't think it's appropriate to say we're going to put a plaque somewhere when we still need to do the right kind of research and make those decisions. That's what I just wanted to make sure.
With all due respect, Marcy, this has been researched for so many years. It's really a settled fact. I'm actually troubled that you would actually question this. We have Doug Schmitz, who's written a letter, Robin Eichelman. We have historians. We have Kent Seavey's historic report. I'm actually troubled that you're questioning it and challenging it and continuing to...
I'm not actually challenging it. I'm just suggesting that it's not the time for, this agreement is not about plaques. It's about a funding model. That's all I'm saying.
Well, there's an inaccuracy on page 14.
If you want to take out, who it was designed by, that's fine.
So the good news is that the design is going to require mutual approval by the council and the CPLF. So if we say, hey, we demand that there's a plaque, we're going to have that opportunity. I do take your point, though. Memorializing, signing a document that has a historical inaccuracy, is problematic.
So Marcy, are you okay with taking it out?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Brian, is that a problem?
I'm trying to identify where in the agreement.
Can you help us out?
Councilmember.
I don't have it with me, but
It's
it was on page 14.
Page 14. I'm not sure where it's referenced, Councilor. Do you remember?
Yeah,
where
it's page 23 of the packet.
Well,
it's absolute page.
The agreement I'm looking at's 11 pages long. So.
Well, there are actually exhibits.
Oh, the exhibit
after pages.
Here you go, Councilor.
Okay, I'm looking at the exhibit now.
Thank you.
Okay, so perhaps what you could do is you could approve the agreement with the understanding that the Exhibit A would be reviewed to see whether there's any language there that might need to be modified.
Yes, and the correct way to modify it would be designed and constructed by M.J. Murphy with consulting architect Bernard Maybeck, and building was constructed and finished in 1928.
Or just take it out?
Yeah, just take it out.
I say take it out. Okay, let's just take it out. We're going to have a lot of time to as we work through the project to take a look at things like that, I think. So let's just take it out.
Well, we would need the consent from the foundation right now. The agreement does recite in the body of the agreement that Exhibit A is being attached, so we'd probably, before we unilaterally make that decision, want to see what the position of the foundation would be with respect to removing the exhibit. Yeah, I'm looking now at section 4.3, which is on page 4, and it says the guidelines attached.
Either way, we're going to have a problem, because if we change it at all based on your logic, we have to take it back to the foundation.
Well, the foundation's here.
Can you represent the foundation, Marcy? we have about a third, at least a half the board here. Okay, Marcy says it's okay.
My suggestion would be perhaps we give Mr. Call just a minute to consult with his client and see whether there's an issue. Either the choices are either to remove the exhibit or to change it if it's needed.
Well, I don't think you can, there's other stuff in the exhibit other than that one sentence. So if we're going to go down the path of removing something, if that's the path we're going to go down, I'm not saying that that is, but if that's the path we're going to go down, then we should remove the phrase, not the entire exhibit. There's other stuff in
or
here.
we leave it in. This is sort of late in the game to be bringing this up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
At this point, given what I'm hearing, I think we leave it in. The discussion about how to display this and memorialize it over time can be done at a later time. But I think to stop right now and have to go back and have a board meeting and do all this, I'm not going to go for that. Sorry, Alessandro.
Well, I do think it's important that we get this right after all these years.
We could have done this. We've had at least 30 days with the final contract in our hands to take a look at this, and it's been sent out to all of us.
It was Alessandro. I was actually at the trustees meeting when that it was the grandniece, I think, of Mr. Murphy. It was a great presentation. It was very personal, very emotional, very factual, and she had amazing documentation. This house is pretty good evidence. And it's remarkable. A good friend of mine owned that house, so I've actually been in it. I actually think that the matter of a plaque is really more in the space of the trustees anyway, than us. And I think, they did. So I was, because I was there, I know they were very interested in it. So I would put it back to them, I think.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the facts are right.
No, bless you.
It matters a lot to me as somebody who studied our history and just getting it right for the relatives of MJ Murphy.
It does matter to the Murphy family.
Okay, it's on the record, and I'll make sure that Nova clearly annotates that in the minutes of this meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your historical accuracy. All right. Any other comments before we look for a motion?
Okay, I could ask the city clerk to put the recommendation back on the PowerPoint.
While Nova's bringing up the thing, I wanted to say that I share Alessandra's concerns.
Okay.
I am, we should fix it. I mean, I agree with Alessandra that we should fix it. And I don't know if this is, it's unfortunate that this is happening right now. But I'm, if we're going to vote for the contract, just have it be on record that I'm as troubled as Alessandra is by these 5 words, by these 4 words in the contract.
So noted. Brian, you ready?
I'm ready. It's your turn.
Okay. So can I get a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-033, approving the draft agreement between the city and the foundation regarding the project, and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Did you want to condition it?
Is it?
Was there any desire to condition it?
There's
on
no
the review
condition.
of attachment A?
No, there's no condition. We've just agreed offline to resolve this in terms of how this will be documented in the future at a later time.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Buder?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, now we get to another interesting item. Item 2 is to receive staff presentation regarding street addresses. This is a discussion item only, and no action by City Council is proposed at this meeting. This was a presentation that was to be presented in September of last year, but it was deferred in lieu of putting the subject on an advisory vote this November. We are giving our staff analyst, Emily Garay, and city attorney a chance to present their extensive research on this subject, and they will be looking to council for direction. I might add that Bob, Mayor Pro Tem Delves, I should say, and I are going to sort of tag team this particular item, and I'm going to be turning this over to him once Emily and city attorney have finished their presentations.
Actually, can I give a few words?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me let Bob kick this off.
Let's clear the room here first. Hey, can we clear the room, please? You want to bang your...
Yeah.
Thanks. So Dale and I, we agreed to tag team this a little bit. The reason is I approached Dale and staff recently out of concern that once I read the staff report, and more importantly after I saw the presentation first thing this morning, that maybe we were a little ahead of ourselves in that part of the staff report and part of the potential presentation for this evening was to talk about an implementation plan for addresses. And really where that came from was some direction that I think we gave, or at least I gave, at the priorities workshop, that we should see the presentation that Emily did not get to present to the previous city council meeting in June. But when I realized that part of the impact or effect of having that full presentation would be that we're seeing an implementation plan for addresses. We're not there, right? This item, when it was last considered in September by the previous city council, I mean, it ended, right? It ended with, it ended the process. It ended the ad hoc, I guess, but basically it said we're going to put this to a vote. And this city council has only really weighed in on the topic one time. That was at the priorities workshop 5 weeks ago, when we agreed that ownership of the issue should be on us, and that we wanted the opportunity to sort of put our own footprint on the issue. But I think it was just really important that optics matter, right? And so that we should begin our process pretty much exactly where the previous, I'm pointing to you, Karen, but where the previous city council left off. So we had some good meetings this morning, and we really didn't change a lot. It was just a conversation that I think what we really need is a bit more of a step back, and to get us kind of on the same page. So to the public, we're a new city council. Dale and Hans and I are all new, and we're not part of the city council in September when this was last considered. And I know my only real knowledge of it all was just as a citizen watching. And so I haven't really paid attention at the level of a city councilor to essentially what is the state of our knowledge on the topic. And I think it's important to refresh for all of us what questions have been asked and answered, so that we have sort of a common footing, and that whatever we decide to move forward for, we do so from a position of strength and strong footing. So I know the audience is full of people that are hoping we do something tonight. Well, we aren't going to anyway, because that's not what the agenda topic is asking for. But I think you have to bear with us and let us get educated. For those of us who haven't been through it before. I hope that you'll understand, if you've been watching the City Council since December, that this is a really strong group of people. We're a group that are not afraid of hard decisions. In fact, I think are almost eager to make them and clear the decks for more. But that we're also data-driven, we're thorough, we're process-oriented, and we need to make, and we'll only make well-informed decisions, and we need to inform ourselves. So just to set this up for you guys a little bit, we're going to get a lot of historical perspective from Emily and Brian, and then we have that. My suggestion is we do questions from us to them, but I think it might also be interesting for us to expand that a little bit and put out there some questions that you have that have not been answered. Because I know that's kind of where I'm at, is I have a whole slew of questions that I would like answers to that I know I need information on before I can make an informed decision. And I'm suggesting we do that perhaps before we go to public comment, only because I think it gives the public a little bit of a sense of what some of us are thinking about where we're going. And if you're not comfortable with it, fine. But I just wanted to maybe plant that seed, so as you're listening to history, you might be thinking about the next step of unasked questions. Then I think we need to receive public comment, and then I think we should have a city deliberation, and just to again plant the seed that should focus on, do we wish to proceed with a 2025 vote in November? What more would you like to know, and what type of public process would you like to see? Are you open to working with an AHA-like citizen-led group? Because I've already had several volunteers contact me on the topic. And then when would you like to reconvene to, so at what pace would you like to move? So, that's
great.
Okay. All right. Emily, thanks.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Emily Garay. I'm the Administrative Analyst for the Administration Department. This evening's presentation is going to cover an overview of staff's research, questions, and answers that we have so far. That'll be part one of the presentation. And part two of the presentation will be the City Attorney's legal analysis for Council consideration and discussion. So the purpose of this portion of the presentation is to highlight the major benchmarks of staff's research into exploring street addresses. So the history overview here, we'll be going all the way back to 2022. There is a white paper that does go into the history of street addresses that I submitted to the previous City Council back in 2022. That is available on our city website. If you'd like more history, you can definitely go and download that. This will pick up from 2022 when this was placed on the City Council strategic priorities. So this overview will cover how we got here, City Council's direction to staff to direct their research, and a general overview of what we know and questions remaining, essentially what we don't know. Here you'll see a sort of timeline of street address exploration by staff. So it was during this time that all this the research that I'll be presenting today was done. So you can see it begins in March 2022 when this was placed on the City Council Strategic Priorities Workshop. It certainly wasn't the first time it's been considered in the city, but it was the most recent in history, and here we are in 2025. So street address concerns. This is the part where we ask, how did we get here? How did this become a topic for the Council strategic priorities? So this topic was added again in March 2022, and it was placed on the list, to my knowledge, based on Council discussions at the time, and also community members' concerns about street addresses, or essentially the absence of street addresses in the city at that time, and including matters of public safety, meaning emergency situations, findability that included GPS when family and friends are visiting, package deliveries, general findability of a particular building or a particular house, requirements for financial and governmental institutions that included banks, the Secretary of State, which regulates businesses, incorporation of LLCs, LLPs, reservations for names, etc. Ease of access to utilities by community members and residents, either existing or new. Sometimes that's connected to Xfinity, PG&E, CalAm, AT&T, etc. And in addition to that, something that was a concern, maybe not as a result, but as a part of the topic as a whole, naturally followed the regard for Carmel-by-the-Sea's unique traditions and charm. So that included the local post office, at-home mail delivery, concerns about mailbox installations, and concerns about that. So that's where staff centered the research. So at council's direction, staff identified critical elements and questions for research relating to the possible impacts of street address implementation in the city. In addition to that, staff researched different address systems or more of location solutions, and if that would be viable, and requirements for financial and governmental institutions that included verifiable addresses, verifiable physical address, which is a standard now for a lot of banks, other financial institutions. So critical questions that staff identified and critical questions that staff has worked to answer throughout the process are, what are the requirements for a verifiable physical address? What does that mean? And how would staff go about pursuing that? And will street addresses implementation force mail delivery in the village? Will individual or cluster, sometimes called gang boxes, for street postal mailboxes be required for mail delivery? Will street address implementation force the closure of the downtown post office? Will residents and community members be able to keep using their current PO box? And what are the requirements for it to be findable on GPS? So throughout staff's research, naturally, the research evolved as staff gained further knowledge and focused questions more. And these questions began to look more like, what will an address system look like for Carmel-by-the-Sea if that's something that the city would decide to pursue? And what are the requirements for a recognized or official address system that could be integrated into modern GPS and databases for findability and physical address verification? So that's when staff figured out there's, in general, before findability was lumped in, being physically found somewhere and findable as in a database. So sometimes folks were talking about these two different things using the same term, and staff found out that you could find solutions for one and not the other. So next we have address systems and options. This covers more of additional research that staff did based on council direction and definitely on community input from emails, from input at other city council meetings. Folks suggested we look up Google Plus codes, we look up What 3 Words app. Staff looked into both of those, presented that to council. It was not something staff was asked to pursue at that time. And again, both of these options, the problem was they were able to solve the findable as in on a map, a coordinate, somehow for somebody to get to you. It didn't solve being in a database for a verifiable physical address at that time. So for standard address assignment, they're also, again, from the public, really great questions. I got emails, I got phone calls, concerns with a lot of research done that possibly Monterey County would be responsible for assigning addresses to the city. So staff researched that, got in direct connection with Monterey County, a nice long phone call. We looked at maps together. We picked random APNs within the bounds of the city and clearly says jurisdiction of the city, picked APNs right outside of the boundary and it's a jurisdiction of the county. So they confirmed the city's planning department would be responsible for any development or assigning of house numbers, building numbers, street address system in general. And lastly, the overview of this research will cover staff's work with the ad hoc committee and the findings that came from that. So central questions to the ad hoc committee was, will street address implementation trigger at-home mail delivery? Can a hybrid system be implemented? Can the city definitively say that the downtown post office will not close? Does California Fire Code compliance require the city to have street addresses? And 5, how does street address implementation enhance public safety for Carmel-by-the-Sea? So for question 1, the question was, will street address implementation trigger at-home mail delivery? And the answer to that is no. Street address implementation in the city of Carmel will not in itself trigger at-home mail delivery. We've spoken with the District 3 address management systems manager, and we've spoken with the local postmaster, and they both assured us for different reasons at different levels in the agency why that's not something that they would plan. It's not something that they foresee. And again, so if street address implementation trigger at-home mail delivery, and this the answers that we got from this came from a letter that a former council member on the ad hoc committee at that time wrote to the post office. We mailed it, and the questions were literally, will the local post office be required to close? And or will the city's mail delivery system change? Is the USPS the deciding authority for street address system incorporation into street address management systems that are used for governmental address verification purposes? And question 3 was, if the city develops and implements a street address system approved by USPS, will USPS be the authority that relays that new address system for GPS findability, in addition, again, to being in the database that other institutions pull from? And the answers to them, you can see the letter. Their answers were in blue. And here you have the answers to the right. So the answers to question 1 was the local post office will not close. Mail delivery system will remain as is. The answer to question 2 was yes, USPS is the authority for street address systems. Other entities and mailers use our mailing products to determine valid addresses. The answer to question 3 was USPS does not relay the new address for GPS findability, as we do not have any products with that data linked. We are the authority for address verification. So when I spoke to the AMS manager again, what she explained was, they don't actively go out and proactively relay any information. Their job essentially is to be a data hub, and everybody comes and takes their data out. Again, she said, we don't send anything out. People will eventually come, or companies, utilities will come into our database, pull from there. And one of the major questions was, can a hybrid system be implemented? That was again brought up by the community. And yes, a hybrid system can be implemented, and it already is. We are currently in a hybrid system in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. So the city service and modes of delivery explains how the USPS's processes and operations manual explains that there are a combination of methods that they prefer and they use for different residential business sections of a community. And the section of most interest to staff was centralized delivery, which is clearly and stated various times throughout the manual is the preferred mode of delivery. And that's actually the mode of delivery that the city has right now. So when folks go down to the post office, check their PO box, that's a centralized delivery system. And again, that's the preferred method for USPS, and in their processes and their operations, it's efficient, it's streamlined, it's more convenient for them. So curbside, sidewalk delivery, and door modes are not available as new delivery points. So that it's actually, if not that staff or the city would ever pursue it, but if even wanting to have door-to-door delivery or at-home mail delivery is highly unlikely. USPS, again, that's not their preferred method. It's not in their manual. It's not efficient. And they do say in, quote, very rare exceptions will that happen. And usually they're referring to new community, new development. So USPS will keep existing delivery infrastructure of centralized delivery in the city and continue delivering to PO boxes. So again, that's what USPS told us. They have an existing delivery infrastructure already set up. And in their operations, it would disturb that to consider anything else. So in our research as well, in speaking with the AMS manager for California District 3, who's been a direct line of communication for staff, we've been able to get answers to essentially any questions we've had. They've been very helpful. So the convention's document for addressing, which is also available on the city website, explains what city style addressing is, what primary address number means, the logical, grammatical order of an address and those elements. And it's specifically states to avoid non-specific addresses such as corner location addresses, and gives examples, and you can see a couple of the examples that they provide and are listed throughout the document. So here we come to the question if the city can definitively say that the downtown post office will not close or will never close. So in response to staff's questions, USPS officials and the local postmaster have stated there's, again, no plan or desire to close the downtown post office, but the city certainly cannot definitively state that the downtown post office will never close, as the city and staff recognizes that it is operated by an independent federal agency in a privately held building. So does California Fire Code compliance require the city to have street addresses? And you'll hear more about this from the city attorney. So yes, in order to be in compliance under the California Fire Code, the city shall have street addresses and street address numbers with visible house numbers, building numbers that are visible from the street. And there's a longer explanation that, again, can also be found on the city website. So how does street address implementation enhance public safety for the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea? So it enhances emergency response personnel's ability to render aid as soon as possible. Again, that goes to the idea of findability. Again, there's the convenience of having your Amazon package delivered on time into the right house. And then there's the convenience of being findable in an emergency. The California Fire Code and Building Code, adopted by the city, are codes that set foundational safety standards in the state of California. So in a previous meeting, staff met with Chief Tomasi, Chief Miller from the fire department, city attorney, city administrator, assistant city administrator, and we discussed emergency response times and dispatch, discussed possibilities of in an event with mutual aid. Again, we have excellent emergency response teams in the city, whether it's fire or PD, that know the city, the layout very well. But again, in a situation of mutual aid, you have folks coming from all over that may not be as familiar, that likely will not be as familiar with the current addressing system and mapping of the city as if you will. And so calls for emergency services through these agencies, which are Monterey Fire, Cal Fire, American Medical Response, which are the AMR ambulance vans that you see, and the Monterey County Office of Emergency Services, which has changed its name to Department of Emergency Management. Again, those calls go through those agencies that are dispatched through Monterey County dispatchers. And so the current directional addresses and emergency response, again, Monterey Fire, they train, and through volumes of calls and regularity of responses, it increases Monterey Fire's ability to recognize the city descriptive addresses and be able to arrive to the right building, to the right house, again, from experience of being in the city. So other emergency response agencies, again, AMR, Cal Fire, they may not have a full grasp of the city's addressing system. Again, this is thinking in a situation of a mutual aid sort of event. They have more intermittent dispatching in response to calls in the city. Again, may not be as familiar. So currently, AMR, if these numbers are still current, respond to about 15 to 20% of medical emergencies in the city. So there has been a known possibility of delay or slow response by medical and ambulance personnel. Again, it's a hindrance to public safety at that point. Emergency notification systems in Monterey County are address-based. Alerts in the city are only sent by zip code, so if an alert is sent to 93921, it goes to the entire 1 square mile. Other cities have the ability to use neighborhood-specific alerts. Again, the situation we spoke about is, if you have a situation in one specific neighborhood, you don't necessarily want or need to alarm the entire city. That's where that ability to have that geolocation, geo-targeting, texting, or calls would enhance public safety. So the current system creates challenges to zoning in, again, on area specific emergencies or alerts, such as missing adult alerts. So again, as I've explained, and I briefly touched on, you have times where you don't get your package, your neighbor brings it to you anyway, which is great. But you have inconveniences and public health and safety issues. So extended wait times for financial institution verification processes is one of those situations where it's inconvenient, takes up a lot of time, could take up a lot of time. Lost or undeliverable packages, utility setup delays or confusion, especially if folks are new to the city or just moved, may not be familiar that they could be, assigned a meter 2 blocks over. At this point is where the concern, and we've heard from the community, is that inconveniences may rise to the level of a public health and safety issue when they fall into the realm of prescribed medication delivery or delivery of essential medical equipment. And so considerations of things that I would say staff doesn't know. These are questions that are, still need to be answered, how to go about it, and if staff is directed to move forward, these are tough questions that would have to be answered, which is how would the city handle reconciliation or remediation from the current directional system to a standardized system? And in that, the reference is to Xfinity, whatever they have, whatever maps they have, whatever setup they have. If addresses were to be implemented in the city, standardized addresses, how would that reconciliation look? A timeline, and how that would happen and how folks would be notified. So reaching second property owners, we've seen in different situations, can be a little tricky in the city. And certainly staff may need to adapt as the process develops. Development of a street address system, if staff is directed to move with that, would begin with a community engagement plan and implementation plan for the City Council's consideration, discussion, and direction. And an overview of something that would look like a street address system program for the city would certainly be a multi-phase approach that would include extensive community engagement. That would be phase 1. Phase 2 would be implementation. These 2 phases would work alongside each other with a timeline crossing over between community engagement and developing of an address system for the city. So it would be a combination of community engagement and administrative and technical development by city staff. That could be, community engagement would ask for input on which systems work, what would work best for the city. Administrative and technical would be planning department, certainly looking at a map and trying to develop a system. And that would be designed to integrate public input and participation. So this is the end of part 1 of the presentation, and the city attorney will take over for part 2 of the presentation.
Can we get the next slide, please? All right, so I'm going to provide a legal analysis on street addresses here. The next slide. So the requirements for street addresses are found in 3 state codes. They're all in the California Code of Regulations. There's the building code, the residential code, and the fire code, and all the sections are cited there on the slide and in the staff report as well. Next slide. These are the requirements for street identification. The first one is that the address identification shall be legible and placed in a position that is visible from the street or road fronting the property. 2, address identification characters shall contrast with their background. 3, address numbers shall be Arabic numbers, should read or alphabetical letters. 4, numbers shall not be spelled out. Each character shall not be less than 4 inches high with a minimum stroke width of the numbers you see there. Where required by the fire code official, address identification shall be provided in additional approved locations. 6, where access is by means of a private road, there will be additional efforts that are required there, including a monument or a pole or another sign. And then finally, the address identification shall be maintained. Next slide. So the International Code Council, referred to as the ICC, they propose model building codes, and every 3 years, the California Building Standards Commission reviews those codes, undertakes a rulemaking process, and they amend those codes codes for specific California issues, and those end up in Title 24. And in 2018, the ICC issued a commentary with regards to address identifications, which reads, "The ability of fire, police, and other emergency response personnel to identify both new and existing buildings is greatly aided by the proper placement of address identification. The size and color criteria are intended to aid visibility from the street." Next slide. Now, pursuant to the California Health and Safety Code, a city may establish a more restrictive building code standard reasonably necessary because of local climatic, geological, or topographical conditions. You see on the slide here, the city of Fremont, they adopted an ordinance to require that apartment buildings of a certain size be retrofitted with automatic fire sprinklers, and they cited in that ordinance various conditions in that city, including the proximity of an earthquake, fault, high fire hazard, and certain topographical features of the city. So that's an example of a city that took action to have a more restrictive fire code or building code relating to the specific conditions. Next slide. So here's the city's code currently, and it is found in the City Municipal Code, Section 1555-100, subsection 16, and the way it reads is address identification. Buildings and parcels shall be identified by a description of parcel location relative to the nearest cross street intersection as determined by the Community Planning and Building Department. This section, the way that these codes end up in the city's code is that an ordinance is adopted, and then that ordinance ends up codified in the city's code. Here, that ordinance was Ordinance 2018-3, and that is the ordinance that was codified in the code section. And the findings in that ordinance, which is an attachment to the staff report, do not appear to relate to the issue of address identification, and they do not show how this amendment is more restrictive than the building code or that are reasonably necessary for local climatic, geological, or topographical conditions. Therefore, it's my conclusion that the city code is in conflict with the state codes, and that are all three codes, the building, residential, and fire code, because state law requires address identification with the 7 requirements, and the city's code does not include those requirements. Next slide. So one of the ways that the city, if the direction from the council is to proceed with addresses identification as described in the building codes, then the city would need to adopt an ordinance which would amend this section 1555-100 to delete the reference to the parcels being identified relative to the nearest cross street. Next slide. I was asked to provide an analysis of the issue of public vote that is set forth in the staff report. There's 3 types of public votes. There's what's called an initiative, a referendum, or an advisory vote. The corresponding elections code sections are there on the slide. Next slide. So the city's options are to adopt an ordinance. There is a sample ordinance that was a draft ordinance that's included as attachment 5 in the packet. That's one option. Another option is a public vote, and that could happen at an initiative or a referendum process, but those are not legally viable options, in my opinion, due to the fact that the state law would preempt them. Another option is an advisory vote, where a question would be proposed to the voters that would read something like, should the City Council of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea adopt an ordinance for address identifications as described in the code? And the third option would be some other option that would be directed by the city. That should be singular City Council. Next slide. So that is the legal analysis. There's certainly more details in the staff report. I've tried to hit the high points here, and I'm available to answer questions.
So again, my suggestion was we kind of get the questions trained and then also try to tee up a conversation, not a conversation, but in question format, what questions are unanswered. Brian, I could start with a question on, you make the statement that a referendum or an initiative is not possible. Why is it not possible?
Because the state law would preempt any ordinance that would be inconsistent with state law. So that's why the use of an initiative, if the initiative proposed an ordinance that would say that the city would proceed to a system other than street addresses, then that would be inconsistent with state law, and therefore, if it's in conflict with the state law, it is preempted by the state law.
So, I'm just following you. What I hear you saying is, your opinion is that our current directional, is directional the term that you use for our current system?
I would use that term.
Our current directional addresses actually are in violation of state law.
Yes.
Building code, fire code, and another code. And because they're in violation, you can't have an election on something that's in violation.
Well, certainly an initiative process or a referendum would be, in my view, preempted. There is another process for a public vote, which is the advisory vote, and the advisory vote is not binding on the council, and the council could consider that in making whatever future decisions they wish to on the subject.
So an advisory vote is sort of a survey.
Yeah, it's a survey with a ballot.
With a ballot, at the ballot. It could be anything like,
Only registered voters.
of only registered voters. Okay, I'm happy to have some unanswered questions, but why don't we do questions based on the content first? Oh, I'm sorry, I had one more, Emily. You mentioned a hybrid system. I don't understand what a hybrid system is.
So a hybrid system is what the city currently has, meaning there's mail delivery to the city, but it's to a centralized location, so that's the post office. So that would be the PO boxes. So that's a hybrid system. Again, there's delivery to the city, but not to a cluster box, not to a mailbox. It's to a centralized location. So that's what makes it a hybrid, that there's the delivery, you have a retail post office, you have a lobby, you have somewhere that you receive mail, but it's not delivered to you. Residents go pick it up, or community members, anybody with a PO box.
Nothing to do with directional versus regular home addresses?
No. And in the USPS Post Operations Manual, you will see frequently a reference to directional addresses. In the USPS's definition of directional, literally it only means northeast, southwest. So if you, just in case anybody saw that, directional literally means northwest, southwest for USPS purposes.
Sounds like a dangerous term because it's confused.
Yeah.
Questions? I have two questions for Brian. One is, does this current council have the right to overturn the decision of the last council to have the November 2025 advisory vote?
Yes.
So we're not bound
Correct.
to do that, and we could potentially decide to do a November 2026 vote if we chose to make that motion tonight, or we would need to have a new meeting and
Tonight is an information item, as it's been identified in the agenda, so if there was a desire to do that, my advice would be to bring it back at a future council meeting with further discussion and motions.
Okay, and then my second question is, with the last council, we had 2 of the 3 members in the majority who, as part of their decision-making process, told the public that they wouldn't post their addresses, they wanted to keep their house names, and so some people are under the impression that it would be optional. So is that the case, or does that requirement number 7 that you just read to us, that address identification shall be maintained, does that mean that it has to be posted by everybody?
I think that would be more of an enforcement issue, and that would fall with the fire marshal. I don't see the city taking enforcement action against individuals who chose not to put their street number at the front, but that's a policy decision.
So is that reading the item number 7, address identification shall be maintained, meaning that it has to be posted.
Well, that's what it says.
I mean, that's your understanding of that.
And that might be what, if the fire marshal were to take some, would make contact with the individual who chose not to post the address, that could be a conversation they would have.
Okay, thank you.
I believe there's a representative from the fire department here. Am I right on that?
Our Assistant Chief Pat Moore, I mean, if you have that question for Chief Moore, but I'm not sure. Councilmember, would you like the chief to answer it, or are we good?
I think the question is, if we had a regular address system and some people chose not to display it, are you going to go door to door and give them a ticket or have a serious chat with them? We're not going to respond to a fire at your house?
Right. No. So as our inspectors, we do inspect a lot of properties and we do enforce the fire code. But obviously, it's a policy decision on your behalf on what we, how we do it and how we enforce that. But yes, we would try to enforce it to the best of our ability. Yes.
Have you ever done it?
No, because all of our other
not here, but anywhere.
Anywhere. But yes, we have. So we do have inspection policies where we go out and do inspect properties, we follow up, and within the city of Monterey, we do have enforcement ability to enforce codes. Yes.
And do you enforce having their number displayed on their house?
Yeah, that is one of the things, but we don't typically do residential inspections unless they are defensible space inspections. And
okay.
Yeah, so we will enforce those.
It's possible.
Yes,
it's
possible.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one question for Brian and one question for Emily. The sort of technical question for the city attorney is, in your staff report, and this confused me all the way since back in September, so I'm glad I have a chance to ask. The staff report says that because Carmel-by-the-Sea has more than 1,000 registered voters, it can't be a, quote, mailed ballot election and an advisory vote. And my question is, what does that mean? Does that mean that it can't be an exclusively mailed ballot election? Like, would it be a normal election where some people could come to the polls if they want and ballots would be mailed to everyone and you would sort of decide how to cast your ballot? Or is this saying that everyone has to come to the polls in person?
My understanding is that a mailed ballot election is one where you don't have an option of going to the polls and voting. It's strictly by mail.
Okay, so you're saying it would be like a normal election?
Yes.
Okay. It just can't be an only by mail.
That's right.
Got it. And then my other question is for Emily. And, I think one of my frustrations is that, the council hasn't pushed staff or residents, to kind of work out some of the options for what an AMS compatible address system might look like. And the Four Seasons, right? And my impression is that the staff has kind of essentially been pencils down on this since September for sort of lack of council direction. Like, would you agree with that characterization that you did a bunch of work through September of 2024 and that since then it's been a little bit crickets on this front?
Not exactly. I wouldn't say crickets. I'd say a little quiet. But I've met and worked with the mayor as well. I have reached out again since September to the AMS manager. I have asked questions. I've sent different options of descriptive addresses or geographic addresses and asked if do any of the variations of this work. And I wrote them ways that I know. Sometimes they're written differently depending sometimes on your PG&E bill. Instead of Santa Fe 3 northeast of 5th, they put a slash, or sometimes they spelled out. So I sent different options to the AMS manager. And I said, do any of these work? Or can you please let me know if a variation of this works? And we've exchanged, I would say, about 3 to 4 times. So, again, it's not crickets, certainly not, as much, boots on the ground work on it, but a little bit, definitely, so not entirely crickets.
I can vouch for that. We hit a dead end. We tried. We really tried hard.
We gave a lot of different options.
The one thing that Emily's continued to do, Mr. Booter, is when we get new residents or residents are having difficulty, she's been really great. She's been the conduit for people that have trouble not setting up an address, but working with the utility or passport office. So she's been a great advocate for the residents.
Jeff?
No, I don't have any questions.
I'm good. Yeah. He's running.
Sorry?
Do you want to go to the public?
Yeah, you want to do it?
You want to run it?
No, you do it.
Okay. All right. I'd like to kick off public comment on this subject by thanking everyone who sent in correspondence about this subject, and we got a lot, and that's good. We appreciate you taking the time to clearly tell us how you feel, and it saves valuable time at these meetings to send in writing. I'm now going to open this for public comment, and like what the police station report out in January, I'm hoping that we can keep comments brief today. I can guarantee you that this council is well versed on this subject, and Emily just covered the details of it again in a comprehensive manner. We will not be making a decision on what address system we will have tonight, but may discuss and recommend a process and determine next steps. You will have a chance to present your case at a future meeting, which will likely be dedicated to this subject and or in writing at any time. Could I have a show of hands on who would like to make a comment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna hold it to 2 minutes or less, please. If you just want to say I want the directional address system to stay, it's okay to say that, and likewise for the regular address system that we're looking at.
Mr. Mayor, consistent with our discussion last night, I actually asked Nova to give us a list of all the people that have provided written comments.
That's good.
And just so that, in the spirit of acknowledgement, since the first, so it was the first one was in the last week or so.
Yeah.
Comments from Chuck Najarian, Carolyn Tickner, Michael and Betty Marudo, Kevin Urquhart, Richard Luther, Ole Peterson, Jenny Mascular, Wanda Vollmer, Ann Lundstein, Nancy Toomey, Elaine Cummings, and then since January 1st, Colleen Logan, H.B. Underwood, Shauna Walker, Maria Roos, Rick Walter, Kevin Roos, Donna Morgan, Nancy Toomey, Susan Dure, Frank Van Diggelen, Jana and Doug Schilling, and Cheryl Lipschitz, Carolyn Tickner, Jim Lerdahl, Kirk and Nicole Schrader, Marcia and John Nagel, Sharon Sieber, Jeff Johnson, Connie and Kenneth Hess, Barbara Hardy, Patricia Brantster, Dorothy Phillips, Karen Ferlito, Betty Koulis, Kim and Jim Funk, Brody Keast, and Elaine Cummings. So, that's a lot. And we were urged last night to read all public comments. I don't think we should do that. No. But I just make the point, these guys are conscientious. You send us stuff, we read it. And a lot of times you send it to the city clerk, and we don't really have the ability to say thank you or acknowledge receipt. But I think if you send it directly to us at times, I know when I get something direct in the mail, I at least say thank you. So thank you.
So what he's saying is we've all read those and we understand it and we're paying attention. So that being said, let's line up and we're going to have a maximum of 2 minutes. And if you can say it in 10 seconds or 30 seconds, please do. We have several other time issues that are going to take some time after this particular item.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening,
City Council. Mayor, thank you for having the courage to put this out on the agenda. The previous mayor did not. But let me just say that I was going to read you a transcript of what happened today when I tried to get out of coverage. The conversation started at 2:20. It ended up at 3:15 with finally saying, I'm so very sorry. We cannot give you insurance because you don't have a street address where your cars are parked. We have no ability to verify that you live at 93921. She said, but let me check to see if I put a number before the 12th Avenue. And she was gone for about 10 minutes and came back and said, no, I'm sorry. And by the way, what do you do if you have a fire? I said, I guess we just have to describe it to you. So I was going to bore you with that, but I won't bore you with that transcript. But I'm going to say to you, state law. What are we doing? Why are we wasting time? It's a state law. If people don't want to put addresses on their street because they'd rather play with their dogs, fine with me. But I want a street address. If other people don't want it, that's fine. But I want a street address. It's the state law. It is the state law. We either abide by the state law or we don't abide by the state law. If we don't abide by the state law, you're eventually going to have to. So please, you got other issues to take care of. This is a simple one. It's the state law.
All right. Thank you, Hugo. Next. You can hold your applause to the end. When we're all finished.
Thank you
with
for this opportunity to inform the new council people and our new mayor that I'm one of the many people who support regular street addresses, but I won't take any more time. I will write you instead.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Hi. I have a question for you. Does it mean that if we want to put it on the ballot in 2026 that we cannot? That we can vote? You know, we can vote on how we feel.
Thank you for asking your question. When I was referring to the initiative process, I was referring to the concept of state preemption. So if the initiative process effort was to retain your directional addresses, then that would be preempted by state law. However, if members of the public wanted to pursue an initiative to change the city's code from directional addresses to street addresses, that would be consistent with state law, and that would be possible.
So you would have to agree to have I'm confused. I don't
We can only
understand.
vote to have regular addresses, like 133 San Antonio. We cannot vote to keep our existing directional system, because if we did, it would just, state law would supersede it, because the state law says you can't do that.
Okay.
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 Well, it sounds like you're still in a quandary, so let me try again. So if I could ask you, are you in favor of the current system, or maybe you don't want to disclose?
I'm in favor of the system that's been here for the 30 years I've lived here.
Oh, the current system?
Yes.
Okay. So as a result of that, there isn't really an initiative process that could require the city to retain the current system, because to do so would be inconsistent with state law and it'd be preempted. If there were an initiative that would seek an ordinance that would change the city's code to the fire code, that would not be preempted, and that would be possible.
Okay. That you could vote and have a choice.
Yes.
You'd have to change.
In any case, any of these votes, whatever we're voting for, is just an advisement to the council. It doesn't have any direct effect. So if the council still didn't want to do it, we wouldn't have to.
Well,
It's like a survey.
Let me supplement that. What you just said, Mayor, is true on an advisory vote, but if it was an initiative process...
That's not what we're doing.
Well, I'm just saying, she asked the question about the initiative,
Right.
so I'm just trying to respond to her
That's
question.
a whole different thing.
Yeah, well, it was interesting because last night on the news, you know, they listed what it would cost to put it on a special ballot, what it would cost if we waited till 2026, that it would cost like $10,000 as opposed to the $50,000. So I'm not sure why we wouldn't be able to vote on it. I don't quite understand that.
If I may, there's also the concept of an advisory vote, Judy. So it's a non-binding vote. So I think what the city attorney is saying is we could have an advisory vote, kind of a survey, and in that would allow you to vote and say, hey, I want to keep the current system without running afoul of state law.
I think he's saying you couldn't do that, actually.
An advisory vote?
I don't think we can vote for something that's against state law.
Well, here's the consequence. You could have an advisory vote, and if an advisory vote would be allowed, and the advisory vote would either be yes, to keep your current system or not to keep your current system and change the street addresses. Then the question would be, what are your options after the advisory vote has been received? If the advisory vote was in favor of changing to street addresses, then you could adopt an ordinance that would change the street addresses. On the other hand, if the advisory vote was to retain your current system, then there would need to, and since the current system is, I mean, in my view, inconsistent with state law, there are some options here, including requesting from your state representatives some legislation to create an exception for Carmel to not have street addresses. So there is a path. I can't predict what the outcome of that would be,
Right.
but under the law, that is a potential.
Okay.
And all of that is in the staff report.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's hold answers until after all the questions.
Linda Calafiore,
comment.
resident. Before I start my formal comments, I also, like Hugo, had something happen today with a 95-year-old neighbor across the street from me. Her niece caretaker is trying to set up, the most important thing is she lost her driving privileges. She's 95. Her niece, who lives 2 hours away, is trying to set up delivery services for her, and she sent something that I'm not going to read you in total, but of a couple agencies that she's not been successful in getting delivery for food and medicines to her aunt because she doesn't have an address.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I maybe can short circuit. Thank you.
Oh, that was just a prelude to my comments.
Maybe I can short circuit a lot of these kind of comments. We have hundreds of examples like this already, I think, all of us, but I mean, we're happy to sit here and listen to more and more
Okay,
of
well,
them.
I was just
we
asked to
understand there are
present
problems.
that. Those are not my comments.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
Many residents have begged and pleaded for our village to have assigned legal addresses for the health, safety, and convenience of their everyday needs in life. Isn't our job to address these concerns? Our police and fire officials support the address effort, and most importantly, legal addresses are required by law by some financial and government institutions, as well as our fire department. You have heard these concerns many times before. It should not be necessary to keep begging and pleading to do something about this issue on a permanent basis. Our residents, both full and part-time, deserve our attention and empathy. I would also venture to say it is immoral to dismiss these concerns. Those opposed to legal addresses say it is not our village character or that those calling for addresses are new. Many who want legal addresses have years of residency, myself 20 years. You should not have to be born here to be considered part of our community. And what about our part-time residents? They deserve protection and conveniences too. And as for village character, that issue was dismissed after beach fires were determined to negatively affect our residents, regardless of the impact on village character. Frankly, we are becoming a running joke because we don't have addresses. Why is this in any way good for our village character when we have to explain again and again why we don't have addresses so that we can get services or transact business? This brings us to the role of our local government. If we need a survey for every decision...
Thank you, Linda. Your time is up.
We don't need a city council to debate any issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Hi, Donna.
I'm not going to bore you. I'm Donna Jett with the horror stories. I've told them to all of you, and I'm annoyed at the council for kicking it down the road again. We were one vote away last time, and why that report wasn't given to the last council and to the rest of us. But it's back in your guys' lap. You were voted to make this decision. You keep saying it's a hard decision, it's a hard decision. Well, you can make that decision. There's 5 of you. And 4 of you, I think, would listen. I know 1 won't. That's obvious that one council person won't listen or change. But there's 4 of you. You only need 3. Why have an election is illegal and costs money. Why have an election and an advisory? Make a decision. What kind of horror stories you need? I mean, we could all send them. I can't get food delivered. I have to give them a day, an address, and a morning or an afternoon. I can't have a nurse come to my house. Blue Cross wants to send a healthcare worker. I told her I'd have to meet her at the post office. That's the only place there's an address. the list goes on, and you guys and women do not do anything. And it's illegal to put it on the ballot and a waste of money. You need to make a decision to bring it to council and vote on it.
As soon as the comments are over, we'll have a discussion and start talking about it.
Good evening, Kevin Roos. I want to thank the mayor and council members for rating addresses a priority for the council this year. I look forward to quick progress on this long overdue implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, Carrie White. So I have an address, I have a mailbox, and I have street delivery. So part of what we heard tonight is false. We might have a hybrid system, but we do have street delivery. Carmel has annexed several sections of this town, and we have mailboxes. And it's expensive, I'm sure, but we have it. So I think everybody in this room should first and foremost imagine Carmel without the post office. And once you wrap your head around that, then I think we could move forward with addresses. Think about what town in the United States do you know of that has a street address and a post office that offers post office boxes for free? That's not going to happen. I mean, that's just, to me, a crazy thought. As far as findability, if everybody doesn't put their number on their house and we do away with the old system, how are people going to find you? Plumbers, electricians, right? You give your address and 90% of the people don't have a number. That's a findability problem. We also have a wonderful judge in this town who's very brilliant, and he has met with me, and he has said, in his opinion, what we are doing is not precluded from the fire code. So with all due respect to our city attorney, I think we're going to need a third party to figure out, A, are we breaking the law? If we're not breaking the law, then I vote that we have a vote in November of 2026 when it's 8,000 instead of 60. But I think first we have to determine if we're breaking the law. We are relying on one person's opinion and interpretation, which I think is unfair. So why don't we go to the lengths, first of all, figure out if we're really breaking the law. That would be my opinion. So I just can't imagine this town without a post office. I think it's so sad. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie.
I'm Joe DiNucci. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to start by saying, in my 2-minute allotment, most critically, no one in this city has to change anything in the way they live if the city assigns or the county assigns house numbers. No one has to change anything. If the city creates a simple house number for every house, such as 905 Dolores Street, and feed it into the database that supports the GPS systems, the residents' delivery problems will disappear. People who are opposed to house numbers do not need to use it for anything. They don't need a new anything. They can call 911 and say, by the way, there's a prowler outside my house, or my husband is having a stroke. Please come quickly to either Dolores, 5th house southeast of 9th Avenue, or instead say, please come to 905 Dolores. It's their choice. The point is, the issues some of us are having can be solved simply at low cost. And the people who don't want a house number do not have to change a thing. The number will be no more significant to them than the house's parcel number on the county tax rolls. I also believe that solving this problem is a simple and empathetic way will eliminate a divisive issue that has become toxic because of how we had defined it and argued about it in the past. I believe that a positive, clear, and honest information campaign about what really happens can win support of most residents. I trust our new city council will study and decide this with an open mind and make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
You are a very impressive group of people, and I want to thank you very much for being so conscientious and being so fair. This is a very hot topic, as everyone has said, and we just need clarity. I understand both sides of the coin. I don't understand that someone says it's legal and somebody says it's not legal. There's things that need to be cleared up to give people who are not sure what they think or what to believe, because it's not clear. So I agree that it needs more consideration so that we get the real answers and not just answers that people want to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We hope to do that.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Connie Hess. I've been a 30-year full-time resident of Carmel-by-the-Sea. And it's great to see so many new faces on the council, and I can feel the positive energy. I'm speaking in favor of addresses in Carmel. I'm not a newcomer that just wants to change things. Both my husband and I have been denied store credit cards, like Kohl's, specifically because we didn't have a proper address, not because we have bad credit. All our UPS and FedEx packages have been placed at the wrong house. Sometimes there is medicine in them. As you all know, trying to explain your address is frustratingly time-consuming. More importantly, I worry that the ambulance services will not be able to find me in an emergency. The biggest argument has been it will change the character of our town. How can a tiny little number on the front of our homes destroy the character of Carmel? At the July 2024 meeting, Bobby Richards said, quote, "The character of our village is our people, our politeness, our kindness, our civility. It's talking to one another, being friendly with one another, agreeing or disagreeing, but doing it politely. It's the white sand, it's the blue ocean, it's the green trees. That is what makes our community charming," end quote. I ask all of you, if your neighbor was having an issue that they were concerned about and all you had to do was to agree to have a number assigned to your house, wouldn't you be a good neighbor and agree to that? When the powers that be set up the system location addresses, there were only 3 to 4 houses per block. Now we have a dozen. In closing, the people of Carmel who are asking for addresses aren't just bringing this up to be troublemakers. It is because we are having problems with deliveries, important paperwork, and we are concerned for our safety. I ask the council to help us solve these problems by having verifiable house numbers and addresses. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Harvey Billig, a 35-year resident of the town, and I'd like to say that this question about a new council is a very important issue. I think it's great because we need to step back. We need to look. Now, the previous council, I came before them and requested that people that are having problems be helped, and that there was actually a mechanism here where the city council directs the staff to help people that have problems, because the 98% of these problems are solved in delivery of the present situation. Now, I want to point out that we're not the only community that has a situation similar to us. If you're familiar with Sylvain, and they have a lot of people that don't want home delivery, that have mailboxes, and they have some business people stuff that want addresses. So this issue is not unique. Nobody is coming up, if somebody that is rapidly talking about having home delivery, talked to the state and said, go down and close out Carmel. They're screwing it up. We needed to help people. And there's a lot of that, and I've seen no effort, virtually very little effort by the previous council to help individuals out. So I think that should be the approach. Now, I'd like to say that saying that regular residents aren't going to be affected at all, I think that's an actually stupid way to look at things, because a lot of things could happen. Does anybody think really that the present president is going to all of a sudden not want to close the post office? Right now, the intent is to do as much control of the Postal Service as possible. And one of the things they gauge is the amount of money. Now, so we could easily, by making some of these efforts, screw up our position and end up losing our post office just by our ability to run and do something. So I think, because it's going to be rated on dollars. Mm-hmm. So
Thank
that's
you,
my comment.
Thanks for coming out tonight.
I appreciate your time.
All right.
Hello, my name is Maria Roos.
We missed you last night.
I was on the phone. As many of us have explained, if you've heard from us and with all the letters, thank you for reminding us that we sent you letters. I believe that the address issue is really a safety and health issue, and also compliance with fire code. It's very simple. So I am all for addresses. I think it's important. I love the fact that many in our community want them. So let's move forward, and really encourage that you bring it back to discussion. So let's get going and let's get the work done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Todd Muck, and I just wanted to express that my wife and I both are strong supporters of having legal street addresses, and hope that this council makes the decision to move forward and not delay action for this November or November of 2026, and put a vote on something that's illegal. So look forward to the discussion of the council. Thank you.
I've heard your name many times, and it's nice to see you in person.
Good evening, Council. Karen Ferlito, and I was the chair of the ad hoc committee. And it's nice that this wonderful presentation that Emily worked hours and hours and hours on was able to be presented tonight. Ryan also worked very hard on this, and he had an attorney in September on the line to answer questions, and we never got there. I think one of the reasons we didn't get there, it was an election year, and our former mayor did not want to deal with it. I will tell you that when we were given earlier presentations on addresses and we were told that we were not in compliance with the fire code and that we could only be more restrictive, not less, Mr. Potter looked at me and said, well, I guess that's it. So my charge when I took over as ad hoc chairman was to find out what it was going to take to implement these street addresses. You know, I did a chat GPT, Mayor, of all the things.
We all have too, many times.
all the reasons that we have it. But I'm not going to go over all those because I think you know them and you have heard them. And if you have read the letters, and I didn't mean read them out loud, I meant I hope you read the letters. But I'm going to read you just a couple of things. So in July, Chief Tomasi wrote to me and said, thank you for pushing this item forward. It takes strong leadership to challenge some of the long-standing traditions in Carmel, and you should be commended for your leadership on this item. The bottom line is, it is the law, and without a doubt, it will improve response times for our emergency responders. Glad to see it went through, and we are moving forward. This was when it was moving for implementation. Then Chief Miller said, our fire chief, I wholeheartedly agree with Chief Tomasi. Your steadfast leadership and sheer tenacity to champion this important public safety issue was most certainly commendable. Thank you. It was a pleasure to work with an entire team. I ask, since I was the chair, that you give me just one more minute, because I want to tell you,
Karen,
Demetrius Castro, who's head of CERT, and Wanda also wrote, and you didn't get one from Demetrius this time, but he talked about his years as a firefighter and how seconds count. This is a health and safety issue. It's also a convenience issue. Yes, there is no closing of the post office due to this. It might, I mean, DeJoy quit. The president can do anything he wants, but it will not happen because of this.
Thank you, Karen.
Please be brave. Do what we should have done last year.
As soon as the comments are finished, we will have a really good discussion. Thank you.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ole Petersen. I live on Torres Street, 4 southeast of 8th Avenue.
All right, your point is made.
I would say that staff presentation tonight and the legal analysis are the best arguments I have heard for implementing standardized addresses in Carmel. I wonder what kind of analysis can possibly be put up to undermine the implementation. I'll be brief. Last night I heard Police Chief Tomasi say, not everyone understands the address system. That's another good reason. I would suggest to you that aging safely in place in Carmel should be on priority list of the mayor and the city council. To get proper addresses, house numbers, on the properties in Carmel is a matter of safety, first and foremost, and I hereby request that the mayor and city council take action to get house numbers on the properties in Carmel without further hesitation, meaning this year, 2025, not sometime down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. For those of you in the audience who weren't here last night, which is most of you, I pulled the emergency responder report, which is in the consent agenda, and you should all look at. It's pretty interesting. And Chief Tomasi gave a really good overview of the challenges that we face in regards to emergency response times, just so you know.
Well,
All right.
I'm probably not going to say anything that you don't already know. My name is Betty Koulis. My husband and I have lived here 16 years. I live on Monteverde Street, 1 northeast of 3rd, or 2 northeast of 3rd, depending on who you are and how you've been taught to count street addresses. We don't count the house on the corner, which is right next to us, because it doesn't face Monteverde Street. Therefore, we use 1 northeast. I just want to share one thing with you. On 3 occasions, 911 responders from police, fire, and medical have come to my house by mistake. They all admitted they had counted wrong by including the house on the corner. We're very lucky that no one was injured. There's been no dire consequences because it took them a long time to get to the right house. I just urge you to do something about this. Because these are the people who came to my house who were specifically trained in how to use our address system, and they couldn't do it. So there's, we don't need to put this to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy's going for a three-peat.
Why not? 3rd time's a charm.
You're here.
My name is Cindy Lloyd. I live in Carmel Woods. My address is 24329 San Juan Road. That does not guarantee things get delivered to the right place. I have hand-delivered a passport to somebody's house. They live down the road from me. It got delivered to my place. I have lots of other incidences, but what I'm saying here is that I loved the tradition of Carmel. Carmel was a little town with lots of open spaces. It's not the same Carmel as the Carmel I grew up in. And I think given the changes that have happened with requirements needing addresses that have numerical as well as street addresses, as well as alphabetized addresses, it rather forces the issue. And I'm not going to take a stance for or against it because I have a lot of faith in this council to do the right thing for Carmel. Thank you.
Oh, come on, Cindy. And your flowers look beautiful on the arch, by the way, as always.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm Randall Sayat. I'm with Mogo Express. We're the city's delivery service for qualified residents. We are primarily actually a technology company, and I just want to say that there are technologies now that we ourselves have developed internally to map out most of Carmel. So although it took us about a week to find all the addresses that the city provided us with those unique addresses, we were able to do it very quickly, and we've mapped it out so we can actually suggest maybe from the law enforcement, what have you, to come reach out to us because we've got a pretty good layout on that, and maybe have a discussion with Emily and residents of how we're doing our execution until you guys have some sort of addresses set in place. So we'll go express.
So Mayor Pro Tem Delves is going to have a discussion in a second, but are you willing to donate your time?
Absolutely.
To assist? All right.
Yeah.
So are you going to stick around tonight?
Absolutely. We've
Okay.
got about 100 residents that we service during.
Okay. If you could stick around tonight, that'd be good.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Here comes Melanie. Hi there. Haven't seen you in a while.
Hi, council, staff. Good to see you all tonight. I don't envy you. I just want to say that in the 35 years plus that we've lived here, we don't have the problems, I am glad to say, that some of these people who are testifying do. We don't have problems with deliveries to the house. We don't have problems with getting other people's postage or boxes or whatever. And our insurance companies, our corporation, all of our insurance, all of these things that other people are talking about, we haven't experienced this problem. I cannot understand why we've been so lucky, but we have. But I want to tell you a story, and it might take a second longer, but I've got to tell you. So Harvey and I generally go for an evening walk. And so about a month or so ago, we were walking at about 12 o'clock to 12:30 in our neighborhood, which we consider to be very safe, and we've done this for all the years that we've lived here. And on our way home, I heard this noise. And I said to Harvey, I said, have you heard this noise? Listen, listen. And so I looked around, and I had my flashlight with me, obviously, and I tried to follow the noise. And I came upon this very elderly lady, hunched down on one leg, like, you know, like this, all the way on the ground, shaking like that, and had like what we would classify like a summer dress or a nylon nightie or something on, no shoes, and on the ground. So I whipped off my parka,
Melanie,
wrapped her up.
Get to the point.
No, I am going to get to the point. Just a second, Mayor. And so after I got her, you know, wrapped up, I asked Harvey to call the 911. And it was really interesting because our policeman, bless his heart, who is a wonderful human being besides being a policeman, he was immediately there. He knows we walk. And he immediately came.
I'm giving
and was
you Harvey's
helpful.
30 seconds that he had left. I'm going to give you Harvey's 30 seconds he had left.
Okay, good, thank you.
Go ahead.
And that was very generous. And so then, of course, the ambulance came. Now, this was all in like this. That's the kind of service we got. This cannot be unusual, because I even fouled up on part of the address that I gave him because I was so worried about this woman. I was down on the ground too, talking to her and trying to find out her name and yada. She had walked all the way, you guys, all the way from the point. Her house was on Ocean View. And she had told me, I said, well, why are you out at this hour? And she said, because I was being hurt. I had to get out of the house.
Melanie, thanks.
So you get the point.
Yeah, the point is that sometimes service is really fast.
Yes, and outstanding.
Okay, thank you. And we're lucky for that. Looks like nobody else is in line here in public, so let's go out to the Zoom world.
Shirley Moon, go ahead.
Hi, Shirley.
Hi, good evening. I had a couple of questions. Since the response time for Code 3 emergencies have been discussed to demonstrate if help is arriving fast enough, why are our responsive times being compared with Pacific Grove, where they have house numbers? Even with our delay in relaying to the county, it seems that we should understand if the current address system is really causing measurable delays. My second question is, where in the 3 codes does it say the address identification system must be street addresses or the USPS system? I do not read it that way. And I would like the council to take a breath with such an important issue. It seems like every possible solution should be explored and considered before we throw the baby out with the bathwater. A balanced committee of residents should be given every opportunity to develop a creative solution that both sides can embrace and that will be legally binding. Thank you.
As usual, a nice comment, Shirley. Okay. Carol? Sorry, Nova. Jumped ahead of you.
I agree with Shirley. I can't say it better. I believe we should keep the addresses the way they are. And we've been doing this for over 100 years. I do sympathize with some people who have had problems. I think we can work with those problems to help alleviate them. And when someone tells me, for example, they live on Casanova 3 northwest of 12th, I know exactly where they live. I know exactly what the house is. And if they live at 459 Casanova, I have no idea where that is. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Linda Marie. This is our last Zoom.
Hi. The UPS has faced financial difficulties, including a $9.5 billion net loss last year, and has been losing money for more than 15 years. In the last 12 of these 15 years, 170 post offices have closed. I cannot say that our post office would not close, and losing our post office is a big deal. I have also want to say that I have read that Carmel's emergency response is one of the best in the states. And one other point, it's been 123 years. Carmel has had no addresses, and we've done just fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda Marie. Seeing no other hands up and no one else standing in the chambers, is that correct? Last chance. All right, good. I'm going to bring it back to the council. So, Bob, do you want me to make a comment first, or do you want to? I'm going to turn this over to Bob again. He's got a plan for how to handle this. If I could start first, though, which I usually don't, but I will. I believe the current election plan unnecessarily pressures us to spend time and money on a vote that won't advance the process and will divert resources from properly analyzing our options. It's essentially an expensive survey limited to registered voters, not all affected Carmel homeowners. And as the staff report notes, the advisory vote results aren't binding. There are simpler, more cost-effective ways to survey public opinion if that's what we want to do. And I'd prefer we evaluate a better approach. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob to handle the conversation with the council members and the public. We're going to include the public in some of this, I believe. So go ahead, Bob.
If you want to reopen public comment.
Not open public comment, but involve the public in the discussion, I think.
What I suggested to my colleagues was that in our deliberation, we address 4 things, plus whatever else you want to do. I think Dale kicked it off. Do you wish to proceed with a November of 2025 vote? What more would you like to know, and what type of public process would you like to see? Are you open to an AHA-like citizen group forming and working on data collection and public process? And that there already have been some volunteers. And what time frame would you like to proceed on? And I'd be happy to kind of start just to get that going. So I want to, on the election, I think having a November 2025 election out there is sort of a gun to the head. It's just it's forcing, and we'll move fast, but I think it's unnecessarily fast. And we shouldn't rush a process. We should be thorough. And so I don't think we need a November 2025 vote. We may still end up coming back and deciding that you have a November 2026 vote. And that's an option on the table. What more would I like to know and what public process would I like to see? I appreciate what staff has already given us in terms of sort of the known knowledge that we have. Much of it relates to the post office, what I need to understand to make an informed decision is really first what address scheme would be appropriate for Carmel, because there's a lot of different things you could imagine. Example, one is, can we keep the current one? So let's list 3 or 4 of them, then what the pros and cons of each one are. Can we keep the current address system, and will that work to achieve the outcomes we're trying to achieve? Another one would be to adopt the county numbers. From Carmel Woods to Carmel Point, they have numbers in Carmel Woods, they have numbers in Carmel Point. They left a gap in between them. We could just adopt those. You could do some sort of, essentially, you start at 0 on one side of town and move up. You take advantage of the street numbers that we have to assign addresses. You could start at the ocean and have that 0 and go on up, going from west to east. And there's probably some others, right? So I would like a process that has the discussion of what are the options and talks about the pros and cons of each. I would then like to take at least one of those, dependent on the pros and cons. One may prove to be just superior to the others, and if not, you could take a different direction. But if one appears superior to the others, we have to do the exercise of essentially assigning what an address number would be to every lot in the city, and to every APN, which is your tax identifier with the county. Because I think we deserve to if we're going to vote on something up here, or you all, I think you should have that answer. What would my address be? And that also, I think, allows us to understand which of these schemes is the most Carmel-friendly scheme, and most appropriate to our unique town. I want to understand once we do that, and again, if we have a straw man, that helps us test it better. I would like to understand what is required from the USPS in terms of approval. And I know, Emily, you've already asked some of these questions and know some of the answers, but I think we have to pull the public along with us as we do so. What tasks are required, who would perform them, and at what cost to get standardized addresses into the many providers that rely on addresses? You know the list: CalAm, Green Waste, Comcast, PG&E, and others. I would like to understand what role the county plays. I have previous experience. I worked for a large developer, and we developed a subdivision in Colorado from scratch, and we had to do this whole dance with addresses in the post office, which was interesting. We actually ended up begging the post office to deliver mail to our new subdivision. Actually, they didn't. We had to actually hire a courier to bring the mail out to a centralized location where we'd built P.O. boxes for the community. But what I learned in that process there is the county plays a role. The USPS plays a role, but so does the county, because typically the county owns the taxation of real estate, and they do the linkage of a physical address to an APN number. And I don't know if that's true here, but I would like to understand, what is the county's role in the assignment of addresses. I would really like to understand if we have an opt-in option with whatever we come up with. Because it's clear some of you really want to opt into an address, and it's clear that some of you really don't. And I'd like to understand that. I have a question that more specific would be, would encroachment rules, because if you wanted to put a mailbox in front of your house, that has to go in the public right of way. And that requires an encroachment permit. And if that's a concern, do we have a tool in basically saying encroachments into the public right of way for mail delivery apparatus are forbidden? I mean, that's just code. And if do we have that tool? Is that a helpful tool in addressing concerns? And then I think we do need to, we had an interesting conversation with the police chief last night about response times. I learned something from that made me concerned, that our address, he said it, that our address scheme costs time. And that has to, again, be said, so that everyone can hear. I mean, it was last night, but it wasn't this group of people. So those are some of the things I'd like to learn more about. To answer my own question, would I be open to an AHA And again, AHA was Affordable Housing Alternatives Group. It's a group of citizens that sort of formed themselves. Hans is one of the leaders of that, and they basically, took it upon themselves to improve a city initiative, and I think taught a lot of us the power of the people in this town, and just how much intelligence and creativity there is. And I've had a couple of people, and I'm not going to name them tonight because that's not fair, but I've had at least 2 people approach me and say they would like to create such a committee, and I think I would welcome it. And it would be, if you follow the AHA model, it could include one of us or 2 of us. It would definitely include someone from staff. If we need to spend a little bit of money on some expertise, if you need a second opinion on some legal opinion, if you want to contact some developer who's developed huge subdivisions and has had to address the address issue, that we would do so, and it would be a group that would, as AHA did, work with the sanction and the authority of us, right, as an extension of us. I'm certainly open to it and would be willing to participate in it. And in terms of what time, how fast to move, someone suggested we need to do something this year. I think we need to do something this year. I'm willing to be more aggressive than that. And to be clear, if I sound like I'm ready to have an address, I'm not. I mean, during the election, people tried to get an answer out of me as to my position on addresses, and I was like, I don't really care. I have a completely open mind on the topic, but I certainly need to learn a lot more to make an informed decision. So that's where I'm at.
That's good. Jeff, are you ready to talk? Alessandra, I know you probably are.
We've got lots of notes here, so. Bob, thank you for taking this leadership role in this and the questions that you've asked for us to think about. I think that's very helpful, and I do appreciate that, and I do agree with an awful lot of what you said. Regarding the vote, for example, the cost savings, if we do it in November of 25, it's going to end up costing between $40,000 and $60,000, versus if we do it in November of 2026, which is a regularly scheduled municipal election year, it's much, much, much cheaper. It's between $8,000 to $10,000, so basically we would be saving $50,000. I would definitely be in favor, if we do want to continue to have the vote, to do it in 2026. It doesn't make sense to rush it, as you said, Bob. It's like, we're creating an artificial deadline that we're forcing ourselves to do it. So I would be in favor, if we do want to still vote, to do it in 26. If we don't want to vote at all, then that's a whole different thing, but not do it in 25. I think there's a lot more that we all need to know as a council to make an informed decision, and certainly the public has been frustrated because there are a lot of questions out there, and a lot of it involves implementation, and what is it going to look like, and can we do it so that it's something that the public will accept. I mean, I still would like to see something where we can reach a middle ground or a compromise. I don't like the idea of one side feeling they've won everything and the other side feeling that they've lost and they're not happy with the decision. So I would encourage everything we can do to explore all options and to get better informed, and to see what we can do to provide more answers for everyone, the council and for the public. And therefore, going into that, I think an AHA-like citizen group would be a fantastic idea. I think that would be very effective. We've had great results with the AHA group, and I think it's a good model for how we could do this. Just one example of something that needs to be answered is the costs of implementation, and who is going to be, if the planning department is going to do this, how does this get done? With Public Works, we have every street intersection does not have a number. So if we want to put we're deciding we're going with the numbers. So people, if you're at 8th and Monteverde, do you know that the house you're looking for is going to be between 8th and 9th, or do you need to drive 3 more blocks till you get to the number that you're looking for? I mean, you've got to put those up. That's something else that's going to cost money for Public Works to change those signs. I mean, things that need to be answered for the implementation process, I think, is very important. Furthermore, let's see. I liked what, I think it was Shirley who said, that we need a creative solution that both sides embrace. I think that should be a motto of this group and how it comes together. Once again, exhaust all options, bring everyone on board, and let's find something that works for our community. As far as the pace, I certainly hear everything from the people who are concerned that want the numbers tomorrow, but that's realistically not going to happen. So let's do this right, and let's bring everyone on board, and let's find something that works for our community. And I do support this idea of getting a smaller group together to put it.
What kind of time frame are you looking at?
Well, let's see what we can do by the end of the year. Let's have periodic also updates of the group. You know, after the group has met a couple of times, let's come back to the council and share what we've got and move forward from there.
Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea of the artificial deadline, for example, the November 25 election issue. So let's move along, but let's exhaust all options.
Okay, is that it?
I think so.
All right, thank you, very good. Hans, I guess you're next. Jeff's holding back still.
So I spent hundreds of hours this fall walking around, going door to door. I wore out a pair of my driving moccasins. So listening to your thoughts on issues.
Was that a new pair you had on yesterday?
Exactly.
All right.
Issues relating to the village. And you know, one of the topics that came up, as you might expect, most frequently was addresses. And you know, it was actually surprising because I really envisioned a community like right down the middle. And at times it felt like it was running 3 to 4 in favor of street addresses. And, you know, I would venture to say that if there was a community vote, it would probably be, you know, 2/3 in favor at least. And the reasons I heard were, you know, many of the same reasons that you might hear tonight, right? I spoke to folks with medical conditions who are concerned about the ambulance finding them. I spoke to homebound seniors who wanted to get meals delivered. I spoke to business owners who couldn't get the Secretary of State to recognize their business entity. I spoke to homeowners who got their insurance canceled. And of course, I spoke to plenty of folks who just were sick of spending an entire day on the phone with Comcast. So I think that's kind of where the community is. That's not to say that we don't have folks that want to preserve that tradition the way it is. I mean, those, you've heard it tonight. But I think there probably is a supermajority in favor of addresses. You know, when we had the candidate forum, my worst nightmare was that there was going to be one of those thumbs up or thumbs down on addresses. And so I actually brought to the candidate forum a poster, because I wanted to capture the nuance of how I feel about it. And the poster said 3 things. It said AMS compatible, and AMS is the address management system. It's the, you know, the standardized format that the USPS asked for. So my poster said AMS compatible, yes, like with a green check mark. GPS compatible, yes, with a green check mark. 123 Main Street, hopefully not. And you know, that continues to be how I think about this. I think that we need something that you can GPS, not only for convenience, but also because I think first responders need something they can punch into Google Maps and get exactly where they need to go. So that's sort of a prerequisite for me. I think that we need an address that's AMS compatible. You know, we live in a world with these online forms that are, you know, they kind of pre-populate an address. It's become kind of ubiquitous, and we need something that can work in that world. You know, at the same time, I also really value tradition. I grew up on Martha's Vineyard, and my hometown was incorporated in 1671. So I know a thing or two about tradition, and that's one of the things that I love about Carmel. Which brings me to the third part of my formulation. 123 Main Street, hopefully not. I think as long as we have a system that's GPS and AMS compatible, you know, we owe it to ourselves, and I think to the history of the village, to put forth the effort to try to work within the constraints to create a system that preserves as much of the tradition as possible. So I do think we need an AHA-like group. Honestly, that's very similar to what we've been doing with AHA, which is sort of working within the constraints of state law to find a Carmel solution. And I think that that's what we need to do here. I actually think that we could have like a community-wide competition. There are, I wish we could pull it up, you know, there are on the website, there is a single page, it's 2 pages, I guess. It's a 2-page document on the website that lists basically the rules of an AMS compatible address. You know, it's things like one side of the street has to be odd numbers, one side of the street has to be even numbers, you know, it shouldn't be longer than 15, the street name shouldn't be longer than 15 characters, you know, et cetera, et cetera. There's probably 20 different rules. And for me, I think what we want to do is have a group of really creative people, again, balance, folks that care about, you know, the tradition, and folks that are maybe gung-ho on addresses, put them in a room and say, hey, given these constraints, what can you come up with? You know, I spent the past week or so thinking about it, and I came up with a proposal that I've been shopping around to some of the staff, and I put it out to the city attorney. And so I don't know if it's workable. It seems like it's AMS compatible. I still have some questions about whether it's going to work with state law, and so that question's out to the city attorney. But the process of going through that, I'm tempted almost to show it to you. It's the kind of creativity that I think we need, and I think we need to get some people in a room with an AHA-like initiative to come up with something like that. And you know, hopefully it is you know, something that is quirky, but that also keeps us safe and that solves the problems that I mentioned. So I'm personally very much in favor of an AHA-like group that would sort of leave no stone unturned, be creative, come up with a Carmel solution to this problem. And for me, I think I don't think that we want to be rushed, but I think the end of the year would be a good deadline. You know, people have told us, let's make a decision on this thing and move on.
As usual, very good presentation. I love sitting up here listening to everybody. I don't know about you guys, but I have a good time at these meetings. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. And now it's time to hear Jeff.
So thank you for letting me go last. Perhaps my seniority gains
you can go first anytime you want.
Gains me that ability this time. I don't even know where to start. I'll start with an anecdote. I'll start with the end. Yes, I think we should do addresses post haste.
All right.
As I've said. But I'd like to.
He's through. I mean.
But I'd like to start with sort of a strange anecdote. You know, I went on a road trip for vacation, and I'm also a fan of the library, which I've said. And for the first 4 hours of our road trip, my husband and I listened to a book called Requiem for an American Dream by Noam Chomsky. If anybody knows, does anybody know who Noam Chomsky is? And Noam Chomsky talks about how basically both political parties have sort of lost contact or lost touch with the American public. And as sort of an adjunct to that, you know, Councilmember Delves stated that he doesn't care about addresses, and to be perfectly honest, I don't really care about addresses either. I'll let you know that my husband Kevin really wants his address, but I'm sort of on the fence. But Noam Chomsky spends a lot of time talking about how it's the role of government to try and accomplish things that are the good for its citizens, and how, you know, and this is, you know, political in a way that I don't mean it to be, but how the two parties don't really listen to the public. We are a local government. Like, it's not necessarily my job to care or not care about addresses. It's my job to make the life of people that live here better. That is my job, regardless of what I think about things. Like, that is what we do up here. And so, you know, we talk, I hear people saying I laugh because I hear people saying we need to go slow. Like, we've been doing this for 3 years. Like, the first date was in 2022. It was literally 3 years ago. Like, how much slower, like, in this exploration process do we need to go? Like, there's no amount of slowness that will be happy. You know, Bob, and I'm going to use you, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Bob described his sort of sequential process of what he needs. Pick a system out of many systems, so we'll spend a couple months doing that. Assign numbers, ask the USPS, cost out the providers or whatever, understand what role the county plays, understand whether people can opt in, encroachment rolls versus the mailbox, committee probably okay. Like, this is a 4-year process. And I think that the way that I differ from Bob is I believe that we should make a decision at the top, which is we are going to have addresses, and then we should figure it out as we go. Like, the process that Bob described, the way that Bob described it, not the process Bob described, is like there's a possible opt-out at every single step. Like, we can do this. If we don't like the answer, we're just going to stop. Like, we can ask the USPS if they don't like our system, and then we can just stop if we don't like the answer or whatever that may be. And that's not the way I think this should go. I think we should decide that we're going to have addresses, and then we should have a plan to have addresses. Like, that's the drive. That's the drive, you know, that Hans was talking about. That's the drive that Hans was talking about when 2/3 of the people were in favor. You know, his poll, mine was more than 2/3. I talked Hans down from 80% to 65%. You know, that's what I think we should do. You know, I think the AHA group, you know, the AHA group, the city, after, you know, a year of debate, whether you know, people may not like the outcome, but after a year of like public debate and an ad hoc committee and having a lot of meetings on housing, developed a housing element. Like, we took a step and we developed a housing element, and the AHA group popped up to say, we think we can do better. Okay, like, I'm okay with that. Like, I support that. If we have a group of citizens that think they can do better than something that we have done up here on the podium, on the dais, to make this better, great. You know, that's government. You know, that's the good side of government. But we don't have anything here. Like, there's nothing to make better. There's no system. You know, when Hans talks about an AMS compatible system, which, by the way, is my only requirement, that I don't care about anything else other than that we have an AMS compatible system, because I believe that will solve everybody's problems.
What does that mean again,
AMS means that you send the addresses to the post office, and the post office recognizes the addresses. The GPS stuff, like the Google Maps stuff, that all comes from AMS. Like, we don't have any pool with Google or anybody else that does any of these GPS things.
It's the U.S. Postal Service Address Management System, AMS.
They all figure it out. They all figure it out themselves. We're not going to have any pool with Google Maps or Apple Maps or UPS or anybody. They all go to AMS. And we just need to get our addresses. We just need to get our addresses into AMS. And so back to the ad hoc committee. You know, the ad hoc committee with what's it called? AHA. The AHA ad hoc committee, they're on their own schedule. Like, I'm not exactly sure when they're going to come back. I don't exactly know what they're doing. You know, I'm happy with where we are in terms of we have a housing element. I'm okay with that. You know, we have this plan. I'm okay with that. If the AHA group comes back with a plan that's better, I'm okay with that too. But that's not this situation. Like, we do not have an address system in place here. There's nothing to improve upon because we have nothing. And if we give this task to a group of citizens, you know, I heard someone say, maybe it was Hans, I'm sorry if it was you, to, we need a balanced group of people. I'm not interested in that. Like, I'm not interested in having people on the address committee that don't want an address. Like, I have zero interest in that, because we are going to end up back here at every step of this process that we are going through. We are going to have this debate. Well, the address committee says there's no solution. And I respect Councilmember Drummond, who wants to find a solution that's in the middle. Like, that is a good goal. But that does not, wanting this goal does not mean that it exists. There are people here that will die if they get an address, that I presumably will commit Harry in their house. And there are people that want an address that will die if the ambulance doesn't get to them. Like there's no middle ground here, and Dale talks a lot about us being put up here to make these hard decisions. And this is a hard decision. Like, I get it. I get that this is a hard decision. I get all those things. But there is, the sides are far apart, and I struggle with the idea that there's a middle ground, and I really struggle with the idea that there's an ad hoc committee that's going to somehow find this middle ground, because I don't believe it. And so I don't support it. I do not. I think that the council should say we're gonna implement an address system. We should vote on it next month or whenever it is, and we should lay out a plan. Bob laid out a good plan. But we should make this one of Chip's performance goals and one of the council's goals. And by the end of the year, we're going to have a system that is ready to send to the post office, that has been vetted by the post office and that has been vetted by the public. And we're going to take some hard votes, because we don't like 12,345 San Carlos, and so we're going to have 123 San Carlos. Like, all these questions, you hear these questions come up. Well, which address system are we going to use? Like, these are hard questions. But we just need to answer them. Like, we just need to answer the questions and move forward and stop dithering about whether this question is too hard to answer.
Okay, Jeff, can you summarize?
So
I think I know where you're heading.
No on AHA, yes on addresses. Don't care about anything else. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Once again,
I don't get a good comment.
That was great.
Thank you.
It was over the top, Jeff. It was over the top. All of your comments are good. So I like the idea of the AHA group. Bob didn't say this, but Bob and I, along with Hans, were on the original group. We were there the first day. I think you were there the first day. And it was phenomenal. It was really well managed, and it's continuing to be well managed, and Hans is a key part of it. So I'm all for that, and I know there are a couple people in the room. I know Kevin. I think, Kevin, you're interested. And we're talking people that have put a lot of hours into this already. It's not like we're just starting from a standing start. And I believe they're objective, and I know you don't like that, Jeff, but I think it's a good place to start in a town like this. I don't know if you read my column in the Pinecone last week, but I think it's important that we do this with civility and with kindness and consideration for everybody. And I've tried with Emily to come up with a way to cram our current system into AMS, and it's not going to happen. You can't have two different streets. It's complicated, but I think there's something we can do that will make not everybody happy, but everybody can live with, and I think that's what we can shoot for. But I also hear what Jeff's saying. At some point, you have to make a decision, and I like your astute comment that the AHA group probably wouldn't have been as effective if we weren't trying to get those houses off the parking lots. I mean, that was a goal, and we need to set a goal for this group that's equal to that.
But I think,
you can go.
I was going to say, part of setting goals is holding people accountable. And, I love Hans. Hans is a dear friend of mine, and I love him. But he's not really accountable to us. Like, that AHA group is not accountable.
No, but they are under tight time frames.
But they don't, I can fire Chip, or we can fire Chip. Like, I can't really fire Hans. Like, in the sense that I can kind of fire him, but I can't really fire him.
Yeah, but
the sense that accountability is like the ability to basically manage someone's time and fire them. That's what it is. So.
I disagree with you. We're out. He did a sales training class last Friday to the group that has to go out and sell two of their 4 programs. And it was excellent. I haven't felt like that since 1978 when I took my Xerox sales training class. But and I'm out making sales calls tomorrow with major initiatives that can change the city. So we're in a good way. So I think we can do this. I think that Bob has his head into this in a big way, I think, already.
Getting there.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves, I should call him.
Bob's
and
okay.
Are you willing to take this on, Bob?
Yeah, I need to address what, since Jeff kind of put it out there. I'm not suggesting we dither. I'm not. I mean, what I laid out is the plan you need to do to get to AMS. You need to decide what system you want. You need to understand if it works. You need to understand the change management and implementation tasks you need to do so that quickly the city council can make an informed decision. And that's not going to take 4 years. I mean, I'd say give this group 2 months and you'll be amazed.
Yeah, we could set that goal right now. And I think that people like Kevin, and he's got several others, he's got somebody who works for Google. I mean, we have some technology people. You know, we've got some people on our commissions now that are incredible technicians. So, and Brandon can vouch for that. So we've got some really smart people in this town, and they're willing to help. And we've got a delivery company, right? You still here? I mean, what do you want? So I think we can do an incredible job on this, and I think Bob has incredible level of skills to make this happen.
And so just to clarify.
And Hans, of course, but I think you're pretty busy.
I'm a
right
little
now.
busy. Yeah, the scope would be to come up with an AMS compatible address system that has a Carmel flair.
Yes, and I'd like to add to that. Yeah. I would strongly encourage whatever we end up doing, that everybody come up with a name for your house. I have one, because that's character no matter what we do. And we could be the only town in the world that everybody has a house name. So that's a lot of fun, and that could be a fun thing. And if you don't pick a name, we'll pick one for you in the group. That's part of addresses, by the way. I've read a lot of books on this now. It's not easy. And there are places that haven't had any addresses ever, and there's places like slums in Calcutta or wherever it's called now. And it's dynamic and changing, and I think we have a much easier problem than a lot of places. So,
Mr. Mayor, would you indulge me? I think it would be beneficial for the public. There is literally a 2-page document. It's right on the city website. Yeah. Is there any chance we could just flash that on the screen real quick, just so that people can see, you know, when people that come to a lot of these meetings are asking what's an AMS compatible address. Yes. I think there's an information gap there. I think it'd be helpful.
The AHA group, the whatever it's called group has just started. We're going to get educated. I'm going to step out for a second.
So if you go to, I think it's. Yeah.
I think that was an attachment to the original report. The original presentation.
Oh, yeah.
Which is the one, where's the item that you were accused of?
The last one.
What?
The last one. There are some benefits.
Is that right? You can be honest. Yeah, I won't rat you out.
Oh, no, it would be, yes, when we were putting it together. And you guys, well, somebody can win.
Okay. So this is the rule book for AMS compatible addresses, and it has some interesting stuff on here. So it says, I'll zoom in further. If I can find my map. So you've got to have a number, and then you've got to have a street. It says you need odd numbers on properties on one side of the street and even numbers on properties on the other side of the street. Each street should have one name We'll go to the other side.
Can I ask a question before I commit suicide here?
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. The street names need to be 15 characters or less.
You've got 30 seconds left.
Avoid primary street numbers longer than 6 characters. So the point is, like, there's a rule book, right? Like, these are the rules for creating an address. And so I still think that there's some creative ways to come up with something that has a unique Carmel flair, but it's going to take some creativity. And so when we're talking about AMS compatible addresses, this is what we're talking about.
Thank you, Hans. That was interesting. I've seen that before, but I'm sure all of you haven't. Hugo, I don't want you to have an accident over there. Do you want to make a comment?
It's driving me crazy because all these things are a way to have street addresses. You have not made the decision that we're going to have street addresses, which is the state law.
I got you. We just so you know, just so everybody knows, we cannot make a decision tonight. It's well stated in the agenda.
We haven't made the decision in 4 years, and it's going to be another.
I understand. We're a new council, and we're dedicated to taking some kind of action. So
my suggestion, Mr. Mayor, is
yes.
that you assign Mayor Pro Tem Delves to work with myself and my colleagues and members of the public as he would see fit.
Yes.
To answer the questions specific to an AMS compatible system with Carmel character that you've discussed, and come back by July 1st.
Yeah, but first, I want to add to that we come back in May and take a vote on the vote in November.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so I mean, the 4 questions that Mr. Delves had were, are we going to proceed with the 2025 vote? What questions remain on AHA Light Group, and then the time frame? And I think there was consistency that you all wanted to do something sooner rather than later.
Yes.
Working out from the bottom, AHA Light was generally accepted. I heard at least three of you, and then answering certainly a litany of questions that remain. But again, I think that that's something the AHA group can do, as well as coming up with the nomenclature for the naming machinations, and then coming back. I think you're right, Mayor, to officially take a position on an advisory vote in 2025.
Yes. And I'd like to do that as soon as possible to take that pressure off of us.
Yeah, and if there's a consensus,
we have our own pressure. We don't want that pressure.
Yeah, and if there's a consensus, we can do that at the May meeting.
Okay, good. Bob, you happy with the July timeframe?
Yeah, and if we make progress faster, we can.
Yeah, you can report back, just like AHA.
Whether we can give a monthly, just like they've done. We can give you a 5-minute monthly update.
You could even give a report back in May.
Yeah.
On how you're doing.
Sure.
All right, I think it's more than 3 people, but you can decide that. And the first assignment is to pick another acronym, please.
Yeah.
All right, that's the fun part of it. All right, so that's what I'd like to do. Are we in general agreement? I know, Jeff, you have some consternation, but why don't you wait till May and let's see what it looks like. We can't make a decision here, Jeff.
Well, we've made a decision by assigning.
Is that a decision?
We've made a decision, like we've given direction. The agenda doesn't say give direction to staff. It says no action is going to be taken, and we're sort of arbitrarily giving Chip. We're arbitrarily giving Chip direction.
That's a good point.
Like I want to see a vote. Like that's what I want to see. We can't do that, and I want to see 5 hands raised about what they think the process is to get to this. And if it's an open-ended process, I'll vote no, and you guys can vote yes, and that's all fine.
Okay.
So I will. We're not making a decision here, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to convene a meeting with the people that have already volunteered to form some sort of a working group, and we'll have a discussion this week and we'll come back in May and in public comment give you an update on where we are.
And that would be permitted?
Well, you can put it on the agenda in May, and we can have this discussion again in May.
All right, we'll have a discussion about that. Our meeting's on Tuesday. Yeah, okay. Yes. Okay, all right. That's what we're going to do tonight, and I think that wraps it up for this discussion.
Dinner.
And I really want to thank everybody for being here and for your interest. And we will stay on this. Be patient, but not too patient. And we will be reporting back in May on how we're doing. Yeah. Pardon?
There's nothing.
Go ahead. I started this whole discussion by saying we were not going to make a decision. But it's good. Keep showing up.
Do we want to have some kind of target timeline?
Well, I think what I heard very clearly, we can't make a decision, but I heard very clearly that this year.
This year.
Yeah, I didn't hear any of us say anything other than that. All right, thank you. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back for three public hearings. We're going to become the Planning Commission. Where is everybody?
Hans is just here.
Hans, are you here? Jeff? Sorry about that. Okay. Thank you for everyone who's been here so far throughout the whole meeting, being patient. Appreciate that. Here's Brian, and we just need Hans. We'll get started. This is the point of the meeting where we turn into the Planning Commission. Can I read something that he's not here? Yeah. I can get started. All right, Hans is going to be here in a second. So item number 4, we're now into public hearings part of the meeting. Item number 4 is consideration of an appeal, APP 25034, FEA, of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a Track 1 design study referral with conditions for the replacement of a wood shake roof of a 2-story single-family residence located on the northeast corner of Torres and 2nd Avenue in the single-family residential district. And we're going to start, I imagine, with a presentation from staff. Jacob, is this yours? Yes. All right, thank you. Yep. Just pause until Hans walks in. There he is. Good evening.
We're here to discuss the appeal of the FIA design study for, specifically, it was an approved design study with conditions, a special condition requiring that the proposed standing seam metal roof be changed with direction from the Planning Commission to work with staff on either using metal shingles or a different approvable roof material. It was a proposed vertical standing seam roof. It went to the Planning Commission on October 9th with direction and conditioned such that they should work with staff on a different approvable roof or go with a horizontal standing seam roof. In December 11th of 2024, Ms. Faya brought the design study back to the Commission with hopes of them reconsidering the standing seam roof. She adjusted the project to have lower seams and wider panels. Again, the Planning Commission approved the design study with conditions that the roof, that the applicant work with staff on either a metal shingle roof or a different approvable material. A timely appeal was filed January 29th, 2025. The residential design guidelines state that metal, plastic, and glass roofs are inappropriate in all neighborhoods. There are findings that are required for deviations from the design guidelines that the Planning Commission can adopt in order to approve materials or designs that don't meet the design guidelines. These are those applicable purpose and applicability that is required to have the findings met in order to deviate from the design guidelines. We looked at this last time at a similar appeal. So if we can go back to this if you want me to go over any specific item. Here we show the existing roof with the standing seam on top of it. The colorway is for champagne, which was the initially proposed standing seam roof color. And you can see the existing wood shake roof. I've pointed it out at both zoomed out and zoomed in. On the left is the champagne colorway that was initially proposed. This is a snippet from the revised plans that were seen by the Planning Commission in December. The colorway Sheffield Roof Vintage was the updated proposal. And you can see the assembly here on the right is part of the manufacturer's specs from Sheffield Metal. Lower seam more narrow panels. There was discussion from the Planning Commission at the two meetings. Both, there's concerns of SRI initially, and was concerns about the fit with the architecture. And there's a suggestion of the horizontal steam roof. At the December meeting, there were still concerns about the fit with the architecture of the standing seam roof, so they suggested going with metal shingles or a different approvable material. In general, the concerns were the proliferation of standing seam roofs in the city, the fit with the architecture, and the desire of the Planning Commission to see more creative roofing techniques, materials. The grounds for the appeal provided by the applicant is that the standing seam roofs have been approved for similar homes in the area, but not for theirs, so it seems inconsistent. Staff recommends there's no new presentation, and it's typically the council, or not typically, but usually we side with the junior body. With that, I'm recommending denial with the alternative that if the council deems it fit, they are able to approve and provide any conditions they would like, or modify the project in any way they see fit. Thank you.
What is a horizontal seam what is a horizontal seam metal roof?
I think it would be a horizontal assembly would be kind of a tiered layer, something similar to what you see on the, I believe, Frank Lloyd Wright House down by the ocean. It's not something I've seen a lot of, and I looked into it and I didn't see a lot of examples of it. It seemed to be what the commission decided upon on the October 9th meeting after much discussion about different styles of roof that they could go with.
So metal was okay. So the commission was prepared to deviate from the design guidelines in approving one kind of metal roof, but not that kind of metal roof.
Yes, I think the concerns with the vertical standing seam was the vertical stripes were kind of perpendicular to the horizontal siding of the building. And in addition, we've seen just a larger amount of feedback from residents recently about vertical standing seam roofs. And so there was concern about a proliferation and a lack of diversity in roof styles for new roofs.
So that brings up two more questions. Mm-hmm. Has there feedback from residents been about vertical standing seam metal roofs or just metal roofs?
You get a lot of people that comment specifically metal roofs. Typically, it seems that they're specifically talking about standing seam roofs, vertical standing seam roofs, and then we've had a lot of people pushing back on the vertical standing seam roof. I believe the term that I hear often is the squawification of
Carmel-by-the-Sea.
Squaw, like as in Squaw Valley ski town.
Yeah, it's not called Squaw Valley anymore.
Yeah.
Do we, you know, when they talk about like the sort of variety of metal roofs, like where are there other standing seam metal roofs in that neighborhood?
In that neighborhood, there are two other properties. One is at Taurus and First. It's not installed yet, but it was approved previously for I don't have the design study number, but the Smith residence, I believe. And that's at the northeast corner of First and Taurus. And then there's another metal roof there at Santa Fe and First at the southwest corner.
Thank you.
I've got a couple questions, thanks. I just wanted to ask a little bit more about the house. Do you know the age of the house?
I don't have the age in front of me right now. I can get that though. What? Thank you, 1951.
Okay. Is there a specific style that you would describe it as?
We did a historic evaluation as part of the design study, and I believe it was most closely associated with the ranch style.
Okay, and you said you did the historic evaluation, but it was found not historic, or what's the result?
Yeah, it was found ineligible due to modifications, or loss of integrity through additions and alterations.
Got it, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Hans?
To piggyback on a question earlier, is a horizontally oriented metal roof commercially available?
I don't know if it is. It might have to be custom made. I'm not positive, no.
Did they give a reason why they thought that was a good idea?
I think they thought it would fit with the horizontal siding more, but I don't have more insight into it besides just kind of a change of design and trying to meet in the middle with having a metal roof that would be fire resistant and durable and lightweight, so there wouldn't have to be roof structural upgrades, but not be the standing seam roof that
Have you ever seen a horizontal metal roof in Carmel-by-the-Sea?
I think the only example I can think of is the one that was provided was the Frank Lloyd Wright House.
That's a copper roof. That's a copper roof.
That's not even a standing seam roof. It's like a custom fabricated metal tile thing.
It's copper. So.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you have a question?
Go ahead.
Oh, my other question was, what's the data on the percentage of roofs, say within the last, 100 that have been an application for a standing seam metal roof?
Don't have the previous 100, but I did a brief survey from January through November of 10 either new buildings or re-roofs, and we had 3 proposed standing seam roofs. 1 was approved and 2 were approved with the condition that they choose a different roof material.
I've got another question.
Yes, go ahead.
At the Planning Commission meeting where the Johnson family didn't get their roof and then they appealed it, but there was one home that did get a metal roof approved. Can you tell me more about that house and what style? And if there was that new construction, could you just tell me more about that one that was approved?
Yeah, I wasn't the project planner for it, but I was in attendance at that meeting. It was the Smith residence that is at the northeast corner of Torres and First. I'm not positive what the architectural style of. I'm not familiar enough with the house, and I don't want to speculate, if that's okay. I'm not sure, but it is just up the street.
Okay, thanks.
I know you recently did a lot of research on different roof types, including different kinds of metal shingles and other things, and they were recommending to look at that type of option, right? Some other type of metal roof?
Yes, the first one was the horizontal seam. The second planning commission, they were directed to either go with metal shingles or a different approvable roof, which we have. There's a variety of different roof options, but the metal shingles would have been the only one that was metal that we could approve based off that condition.
Based on your research so far, what would be the cost difference in doing that type of roof versus the standing seam metal roof?
I haven't got into the cost as much for each different material. I was more looking at what roofing materials were viable Class A assemblies. So I don't have a good price breakdown, but it's something that I can definitely look into more as part of the next leg of the housing discussion, or the roofing discussion.
So do you think if we had updated guidelines that allowed metal roofs, which it's pretty obvious we're going to get to, because we have to put roofs on houses and we can't put wood roofs on houses anymore. Would this have been approved? Was it just the guidelines that threw them the planning commission off, or they're just afraid that there'll be like 4 metal roofs in a row, even though there aren't? It's a whole block away is the next one.
I think it's hard to say. I think in my review of the different roofing types for what roofs or what styles of architecture fit a standing seam roof, it seemed that the clear cut was for residential was modern and varieties of more modern homes, which doesn't necessarily mean contemporary in recent years, but can go back to middle of the century for when you started seeing the Bay Area modern style proliferate. And some of the other styles that I saw listed as appropriate just on my cursory research were post-war and ranch style. So I do think it'd be potentially approvable for this style of architecture.
Yeah, I saw that in your report. I thought that was interesting. All right. Any other questions? All right, let's go out to the public.
Applicant.
You do have one?
Don't we want to get the person who's appealing?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was just going to say the appellant can go first.
I'm really nervous.
Why are you nervous? We're really friendly.
Well, I know that.
And,
it makes it
and it's
worse.
8:30 at night. Yes.
I'm Brady Faya. Yeah. Obviously, this is my house.
How much time do you think you need?
What's that?
How much time do you think you need?
Well, I'll tell you what. After what I've just heard, and I hope that you understand that with everything that I've just heard you say, if you're willing to overturn this and allow me to put my roof on my house, the standing seam vertical,
We'll set
I won't read this
We'll set it
to
for
you.
3 minutes. Just give us 3 minutes of it.
Okay, well,
Unless you want more.
I
give you.
spent
I'll give you
hours
10 if you
coming
want.
up with 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
I'll give you 10 minutes. That's a lot.
You are very generous.
I am.
So I will read it.
You don't have to use it, but you have to.
I'm nervous, so I'll talk fast,
Yeah.
if that's okay.
Love that.
And I hope, sorry, glasses are blurry. Anyways, I'm mystified because originally at the second hearing, Brandon stood up and recommended approval. And now I see that you're not recommending approval, and I'm a little bit confused by that. But let me read this. I'll try to take my 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So I assume that most everyone here has already been made aware of my current situation. Several articles have recently appeared on the front page of the newspaper in which I have somehow unwillingly become the poster girl for the metal roof movement. As our new mayor himself remarked to me upon our first meeting, if it ends up on the front page of the Pinecone, we're doing something wrong. Mr. Mayor, I don't disagree with you. I'm appearing before you with hope and optimism, not only to appeal to the Planning Commission's decision on my metal roof application, but more importantly, to provide this new council the opportunity to correct an injustice and to show me and my fellow residents that Carmel really does care about equal justice, just, fair, non-discriminatory, non-arbitrary access to the highest standard of fire safety for all of its residents. I believe that I not only speak for myself, but for every member of this community who shares my concern about fire safety and insists on equal access to the same standard of fire protection that has been arbitrarily granted to some metal roof applicants and denied to others in the past. The danger is real here in this town that my family has called home for 5 generations now. We live in a forest that requires vigilant maintenance, defensible perimeters, and access to fireproof building materials. Most of us have been touched in some way by the California fires. Some of us, including myself, have had the traumatic experience of losing our homes to fire. I assure you that the trauma, the sights, and the smells are indelibly burnt into my memory. I stand before you willing to fight for the safety of my home and my community. And I stand with the overwhelming majority of residents who speak out in favor of metal roofing, as we heard at the special hearing on metal roofs. I do not believe my case is particularly unique. I've been dropped by my insurance due to an old wood shake roof, and for almost a year I have been forced to pay double premium for minimal California Fair Plan coverage while trying to get a roofing permit. I currently have a leaking roof causing damage to my home. It is undeniably in grave disrepair and desperate need of replacement. As my home is pre-existing and not new construction, I'm limited in the roofing materials available by the weight-bearing capacity of my existing roof structure. As such, I have 3 choices of roofing material: bitumen petroleum-based asphalt shingles, or polymerized resin-based composite plastic shingles, neither of which are fireproof, and both of which are potentially toxic to humans and our environment. I should not be forced to put either one of these toxic, non-fireproof materials on my home. This leaves the third and best option, aluminum. Aluminum metal is non-flammable, non-toxic, and is classified as a non-combustible building material. It does not burn or release smoke or emit harmful fumes. It resists corrosion and only melts at an absurdly high temperature. Aluminum is the third most abundant naturally occurring element in our Earth's crust, and as such, it should be reclassified under the building code as a natural material. Next page. As you probably already know, I previously proposed a vertical standing seam metal roof to the Planning Commission and was unfairly denied twice. I was first approved for a horizontal standing seam metal roof, which I don't have to tell you is ridiculous and impossible. I then worked in good faith with the planning staff to reach a compromise solution and receive the planning staff's recommendation for approval. I was again denied, but now told to propose some type of metal shingle or choose a different approvable material. I've since done extensive research on these shingle products, which I shared with Mayor Byrne as being either problematic, incredibly unattractive, or cost prohibitive. And frankly, I cannot afford to be an experiment. It was disturbing to me that the decision to deny my roof was based primarily on the commissioner's feelings, not facts, and subjective personal opinions, and the excuse that they had already approved too many metal roofs without appropriate guidelines, or that somehow the architecture of my house was inappropriate. I understand that the building codes and guidelines specifically preclude the use of metal roofing products. Yet several applicants have been arbitrarily approved and have installed vertical standing seam metal roofs all over town. And to my knowledge, none have been installed horizontally or in a shingle style. The code and guidelines clearly need to change. It's important to acknowledge that with every single application for a standing seam metal roof that has been approved by the Planning Commission, and at each specific point in time that the codes and guidelines were arbitrarily breached to allow it, our representatives not only had the opportunity, but the obligation to make permanent correction. This, Mr. Mayor, is precisely where we got it wrong. And I truly believe that you intend to fix it. This new administration now has the opportunity and the responsibility to make it right. I've heard this council's comments on this subject, and I am in absolute agreement with Jeff Barron, who took the issue with the arbitrary nature of past decisions. I'm also in agreement with Hans Bruder that the Planning Commission is desperately in need of appropriate codes and guidelines to allow for objective decisions and to stop arbitrary injustices in the future. I respect and support the insight presented by Bob Delves, who pointed out that on his recent trip to New Zealand, he noticed all of the houses had metal roofs for fire protection, and yet regardless of architectural design, they all maintain their unique individual style. In the time since being turned down for my vertical standing seam metal roof, 2 applications have been approved. One is exactly 1 block up the street and is a wood-sided white house very similar to mine. The other was Missy Jensen's house last month. I watched her presentation. I admire her temperance. I agree with her arguments, and I commend this council's decision. I stand solidly in my conviction that every member of this community deserves the same rights of fair, just, and equal access to the highest standard of fire safety. I'm cautiously optimistic that these things seem to be moving in a positive direction, and the change is imminent. Please overturn the Planning Commission's unjust decision and prove me right.
Thank you. You didn't seem nervous at all. Thank you.
I'm going to throw up now. I also have Matt Little, my insurance agent, and a family friend who originally recommended a standing seam metal roof for my home. He's here to represent the Wild Turkey Investment Club's support of my appeal, and of course to answer any insurance-related questions and clarify current fire protection guidelines for you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Do any of you want to hear from Matt? I think
Only if he wants to.
Yeah. Matt, do you want to say something for a minute or two?
No, good.
Okay. Any other public comments?
I don't understand what's going on here. Don't we have better things to do with our time? We've approved other metal roofs. Why haven't we approved this one? Let's just get it over with. And you know, the comments about all these metal roofs, I can't believe people don't have better things to do than walk around this town and count how many metal roofs there are, how many color white houses there are, how many shutters there are. I mean, people buy a piece of property, and as long as it's within certain rules and regulations, they should be able to do with it whatever they want. Please, let's stop this kind of stuff and handle the bigger fish in the sea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Bruce. When we bought our house in Carmel and decided to remodel, we reviewed the fire risk map, which is pretty scary. And it shows we are in a very high fire hazard severity zone, according to GPS. So we decided to go with either tile or metal for our roof because we like terracotta color, and we thought it would be really nice to use some of the colors that we prefer. Well, when we talked to the structural engineer, he explained that if we went with tile, it would be too heavy for our house and we'll have to reinforce significantly. So we decided to use a terracotta color for a standing seam metal roof. I think we're the only one in Carmel, by the way. And we are very, very happy with our decision. Also, during the rainy days, there is nothing more beautiful than sitting, watching the rain, and listening to the rain on your metal roof. I invite anybody of you to come to my house. It's amazing. So, as a neighbor and a metal roof owner, I request that you allow my neighbor or I mean, if I can call it Brandy, to put her metal roof if that's what she desires to do for her home. Thank you.
Thank you. I like this smile this late at night.
Kevin Roos. I live on the opposite corner of the same city block as the applicant. This part of town is identified as a high fire risk area. If you look at the GIS, it's that red line across the top. So this past January, I received a notice from my homeowner's insurance company that it was time to renew. Amid various stories from immediate neighbors and other residents of Carmel, I was expecting the worst, either a huge rate increase or an outright denial triggering a hunt for new insurance or settling for the insurer of last resort fare, itself facing insolvency in the aftermath of the Los Angeles fires. Here's what happened. I logged into our insurance account and completed the form. Then I proceeded to the payment screen and paid the premium for the year. The increase from last year was 0.17%, less than $6. We're fortunate to have a house that is naturally fire hardened. It's stucco and has a standing seam metal roof. Please take the story at face value. A fire hardened structure is less likely to suffer a loss from external fire risk and will cost less to insure. The standing seam metal roof is a very old traditional style. I don't know why the Planning Commission doesn't like this. It's a very American style, and here we are. We're an American town. Thomas Jefferson's Monticello in Virginia has a tin metal roof installed in the late 1700s. Christ Church in Philadelphia had a lead roof installed in the early 1700s. It was the only public building in Philadelphia to survive the Great Fire. So we're fortunate to enjoy, even celebrate, a wide variety of architectural and design traditions in Carmel. Standing seam metal roofs honor both the diversity and tradition important to the Carmel cityscape and are valuable for fire hardening homes in our urban forest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. I see nobody else. Is that it?
There's a hand raised on Zoom.
There is.
Nathan, go ahead. Nathan, go ahead and unmute yourself.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Nope.
I got the unmute on now. Hopefully you can hear me. Sorry you can't see me, but I am smiling. Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Nathan Smith, and I am a homeowner of the structure in Block 6 on Lot 8, or 0NE Taurus and 1, or the northeast corner of Taurus and First Avenue if you prefer. But Mr. Mayor, I know it simply as Sabbatical, spelled SEABBATICAL. Anyway, some of you here may remember that in January of this year, the Planning Commission voted 3-1 to finally approve my project of replacing a failing wood shake roof with a vertical standing seam metal one, as long as I put on one of their 2 approved colors with an arbitrary solar reflective index of less than 25. I was and continue to be eternally grateful and absolutely thrilled for this decision. And as soon as the weather clears, I'm going to finish the project. However, I was and continue to be very concerned with all of the denials that this same council, same commission, have made for almost identical projects in my neighborhood and throughout town. One being my neighbor to the south, who was denied the same request just 1 month earlier. Our roofs are almost in identical disrepair, failing wood. Our homes have similar architecture. Our roof lines and street views nearly mirror one another. Our homes are even painted the same color on the same street. Why was one project denied and the other approved? Is it simply a matter of timing? Me, as a professional firefighter, requesting a non-combustible fire-safe roof during the worst fire in California's history? Was this the only reason I was approved and a permit issued? If this is the case, I am ashamed. If this is true, this is a case of discrimination from my point of view. Every person in this village should be allowed to put a non-combustible roof on their home if they choose. In fact, every homeowner should be incentivized to do this sort of fire-safe construction. Please help your constituents make this village a safe place to live. Do not hinder it. Please allow my neighbor in Block 14, Lot 20, to put a metal roof on their home. It only makes our neighborhood and our town a safer place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more comments online or in the chambers, I'm going to bring it back for discussion. Anybody want to start?
Nathan, can you put up the conditions again? The 7 conditions? Thank you. Sorry, Jake. That was
yeah. We just need to switch screens, I believe.
Absolutely.
Is this Nathan's house?
I believe so. Is that the northeast corner of Taurus and First? Yeah. Then that's it. Yeah. Did you want the
7 conditions?
Oh yeah. Wait, there we go.
6. I mean, Jeff gave us the roadmap to this last time, and this is the roadmap. As background, I was actually on the Planning Commission the first time this was heard. The horizontal request actually came from Chair LePage. When I heard it, I was like, oh, well, that's interesting. But I subsequently, the next day went home and realized that I don't know what we just agreed to, and I did a lot of research on horizontal metal roofs. I found one, but that was hard. Of course, there's no horizontal standing seam because they wouldn't drain. And then I was not on the Planning Commission for the subsequent thing, but I think we know what has been happening is that I think due to a lack of updated guidelines, I think it has become somewhat arbitrary. And especially in a meeting when you end up with, I think they ended up with 3 or 4 of them all in a row. So anyway, I think we just got to move forward. And so I think that we should allow Ms. Faya to have the roof that she wants, that in the color, perhaps the darker color that is approved. So I think we have to just find these findings. Maintains the city's intimate and human scale and complements rather than overrides natural constraints. I believe this roof meets that finding. Ensure that it is of the new home residential additions exterior that preserve the traditional characteristics of scale, good site design, and sensitivity to neighboring properties. I don't see any issue there. This is not changing the scale. It's just that home has pedestrian scale. It sits up on a hill a little bit, but that's just topography. And that probably is good site design. I don't see how it would be objectionable to the neighbors. So encourage construction of residences that are diverse and innovative in design, yet compatible with the city's forest setting as well as the site design and materials using surrounding structures. Again, it works. Promote a residential design that respects the privacy, solar access, and private views of neighboring properties. No issue there. Maintain a traditional architectural diversity that enhances the character of the commercial district and adds a lively sense of history to Carmel's village ambience by promoting, so that's a commercial, this isn't a commercial structure. Encourage originality and invention so long as the results encompass the unifying values of human scale and the use of natural materials and the role in preserving village character, and avoid out of scale or bizarre building forms or incompatible designs. That's probably the most important one that, I was a planning commissioner, we were really focused on pedestrian scale, and just, which means not too big, not monumental, not massive doors, not massive windows, and we're always very focused on quality and the use of natural materials. And I think she makes an excellent point that aluminum should be viewed as a natural material. So I'm prepared to override the Planning Commission's denial. Or decision, I guess it is, in this case, and I think that is supported by all 6 of these needed findings.
So you would grant the appeal, and we would bring back findings for adoption next hearing if we get a second and the motion passes.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes.
So I take that as a motion?
No, I think you need to hear others.
Okay. I mean, it is a motion. after we have discussion?
We actually prepared two resolutions, one
Yeah.
for denial of the appeal and one for approval of the appeal with all the findings outlined. And I can make sure to adjust as need be per the findings you just made, if you guys choose to approve.
So sure, and thank you. In the interest of time, I'll make that as a motion.
Okay. Anybody else have a comment? I have a comment to Brandon after we're finished with this.
My suggestion is you get a second and then comment on the motion,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
I have a question. Did Brandy have to pay to make this appeal?
Yes.
I know the last time that she didn't have to pay, I think, in the Jensen's case.
Yes, she had to pay for the appeal. She paid
did?
for the first planning commission meeting, not for the second, and yes for the appeal.
Okay, so she did. So she had to pay for this?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
We have a motion, we just don't have a second yet, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, but I want to make sure everybody's had their say first.
Well, I'd like to hear what everybody has to say before, we could just let Bob's motion die and then Bob can make the motion again
That's
after
fine.
we
That's
chat.
fine.
Right, I'm sure Bob doesn't care.
Okay.
So
All right, so
the motion, the whole
let's
thing was
just- let's just-
suggested by staff.
Let's do a
so-
restart and just do comments. He's withdrawn his, you can withdraw.
Okay, you want to go? Okay, so here we are again. I have a couple of comments. Once again, maybe I've given myself away sort of by first wanting to pull this up and then asking what a horizontal metal standing seam roof is. And I think that goes to, the comment that's in this presentation, which is the Planning Commission wants to see something that's creative. And I have to say that I don't particularly like that word doesn't ring true to me. Like I built my house, we had an architect, I designed my house, and it's not at all creative. But it's a nice house. Like I like it, and I think my neighbors like it. And I'm not sure, is the word creative in the design guidelines anywhere? Is that a thing? Or it is?
Sure.
Innovative, creative, it kind of sticks in me a little bit. And then I asked the question about metal roofs and, metal roofs being a block away, and I'm reminded that right now we have three sort of standard roofing materials. We have asphalt, we have wood, and we have tiles, Spanish tiles, and they're everywhere. There are lots of places in town where we have four asphalt roofs next to one another, or four shingle metal roofs next to one another. And here we have sort of a decision, the Planning Commission said that they were okay with metal, just not that metal. And we have this, it's weird. And I pulled up a picture, since I wasn't smart enough to ask this question when we were on the tour, I pulled up a picture to Ms. Faya's comments and Nathan calling in of Nathan's house on the northeast corner first. And it looks exactly like Brandy's house. It's pretty much of a match, for anybody that can't see. It's this two-story white house with, I'll note that it has horizontal siding on it, and where he's going to install a vertical standing seam metal roof. And I did a Google search while I've been sitting up here of horizontal metal roofs, and there really aren't any, because as Bob pointed out, they don't drain. Or you found one.
Not standing. No.
And so it seems like the denial is sort of a reaction to. It seems like the denial is sort of a reaction to the whole idea of metal roofs, of people coming forward and saying they don't like metal roofs. And to Bob's comment about, which I agree with, about these design guidelines, there's one more. There's a residential design guidelines 9.8, and we had this exact conversation last time, findings required for approval of deviations from design guidelines. So we have this thing in our design guidelines that talk about what to do if we want to approve something that doesn't meet our design guidelines. And it says, there's a line in here that says, show how the proposed deviation from the design guidelines achieves all of the applicable design objectives as well as or better than would be achieved by adherence to the adopted design guidelines. So the test isn't that it has to be better. The test is outlined in our residential design guidelines isn't that it has to be more creative or better. The test is that it has to be as good as. And I think, our design guidelines are sort of, this bar, this, sort of subjective bar, and we don't have to surpass the design guidelines according to the design guidelines. We just have to show that it's as good as. And here we have a design down the street that's basically the same, not down the street, like it's literally a block away. It's closer to the roof. I'm surprised because it's closer to Kevin and Maria's house. Like it didn't seem to matter that there was a metal roof like literally across the street when they approved, when Nathan's house was approved, and yet this one is down the block and is subjected to sort of a different standard.
Jeff, if you could summarize, because we're going to lose. We're going to lose one of us.
I'm with Bob, and I would grant the appeal.
Okay. Anybody else? If we could keep this moving, because we're going to lose you at 9:30.
Right. Should I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. I'll keep it short as well. Bob, I definitely agree with your comments. I think the key here is the questions I was asking about the architectural styles. Like we just heard, the mid-century modern and post-war and ranch style are known to have metal roofs. So this is something that is compatible. So it's not something that's odd or bizarre as that description. And the fact that the Nathan Smith house is just a street away and a very similar design. It just does not seem fair. It just seems arbitrary or random to allow one and not allow the other one. So I would be in favor of granting the appeal.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I think everyone probably agrees. Like we need a policy. Yeah, we could probably save ourselves a lot of time.
That's how I was going to have Brandon.
If we could create a policy. And this kind of stuff, it just can't feel arbitrary. I think especially in this new world that we're living in, people are in a high fire hazard severity zone, and, somebody down the street with a white house with horizontal siding gets a metal roof, and then you don't, and somebody's telling you to put a horizontal metal roof on your house, which it turns out is like not a thing. It's like not commercially available. Yeah, it's a simple roof line. It's a subdued color. But I mean, for all the reasons that have been discussed, I would grant the appeal as well.
Yeah, I'll add, in addition to that, I thought it was interesting that we had to get walked to a particular place on the lot so we could see the standing seam metal roof that was sampled. So obviously, it's not in your face. And, the roof line is pretty shallow. So. I'm in favor as well. So I think it's time to somebody to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the appeal. Is that the right word?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah,
second.
So the resolution, that's actually the first attachment to the agenda report, is granting the appeal. And it's got all the conditions and findings you could ever want. So thank you.
Do we have a second?
I think we have a second, Mr. Booter.
Okay.
Mr. Booter.
All right, take roll call, please.
Councilmember Barron?
Wait, hold on a second. I might want to add something to this.
So it's resolution 2025-034. It's the second one that's listed in the report, and all the findings are here.
Well,
do you want to make an
attachment
amendment?
number one is the.
I'm looking at the printed package. So
I'm sorry.
I can't.
Okay.
I'd like to.
Okay. Attachment number 2.
I'd like to add something to this, and I haven't been a planning commission before. Bob has, so maybe he can give me some advice. I mean, this appellant has gone through a lot to get here. I mean, a lot of stress. It hasn't been a good experience, and I think we all know that. And to have to pay $2,500 to get to this point seems somewhat unfair to me. So I don't know if it's common to say
that's a topic for next month.
Refund the money, but I think she has to pay it and then get a refund. But I don't know if this is a case where that might be appropriate, but I just want to at least surface it.
I would support that. I think she's been through a lot. She's been a poster child on the front of the paper a couple of times.
Maybe that would tell the planning commission or planning department, whoever is going to do it, to get the guidelines going, because there will never be a wood roof installed in this town again unless something changes.
Yeah.
I know I've got a wood roof and I'm waiting for that letter to come.
Well, and I think she rightly feels that the city has kind of really given her a hard time about this, and I think it's the least we could do to kind of make some amends.
Yeah, I don't know.
You said on the agenda, my suggestion is we bring it back next month,
Yeah,
and you know, if there's a mechanism by which you in the future feel that people have been unjustly charged a fee, then we build something in for a refund process, please.
So go ahead and pass this,
Yes, sir.
and you're going to figure out how to do that.
When we come back with the fees that you reviewed this afternoon.
It sounds like we have some support for it. So, okay, thank you. Let's just go ahead and take roll call on the motions that are currently standing.
Okay. Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
Councilmember Jeremoff?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, one down. One down. You can applaud now if you like.
I promise to spend the $2,500 on a roof warming party for all of us.
Okay. We haven't done that yet. Brandon, could I make a comment to you real quick? I think you already know what I'm going to say, but can we, because you can't put a wood roof on your house and our guidelines say you have to put a wood roof on your house, basically, is there a way we could, can we help you do something as a council?
Our guidelines, just to be clear, don't say you have to put a wood roof on your house.
Sort of, though.
They just don't say that.
But it's encouraged.
It's one of the materials. It's an approved material, but
one of them keeps getting turned down.
Yeah, I mean, so I will say that, you know, Anna and Jake are working really hard with the Planning Commission. They've had a couple of really good meetings. They're working on quickly to develop a policy to sort of short circuit this problem that seems to be happening. So my suggestion would be to let that play out. I think you're going to see something in very short term.
Like a month, 2 months? Because we keep getting
yeah, sure.
And we don't want to do these.
What do you guys think is a reasonable time council might see a policy from the workshop?
So that we don't keep getting these referred to us because of this.
Right now, we don't have anything as a future agenda item. However, we can, I can discuss with the chair of the Planning Commission to see if we could
Does it have
add
to
something
start with the
May.
Planning Commission? Could we do something here? I'm just asking. I'm new to this.
Let me take this one. Yeah.
I mean, okay. Let me just say this as the mayor. I would strongly encourage you to do what you can so that this doesn't keep happening. We're here at 9 o'clock at night doing work.
And just so the council knows what we'll do at the Planning Commission next week, we often and always, I mean, Commissioner Delves, Councilmember Delves, I'm back in Planning Commission days. Councilmember Delves knows this. We do updates and we do report back on what happens at the council based on stuff that has come from Planning Commission. So we will report this out at the Planning Commission for those that maybe didn't see this.
Okay.
So they know what happened.
You have what you need now.
Yeah.
You can go.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I think I'm recused from the next one. Do you want me to kick it off and then leave?
You can just pass it to Mr. Delves, and he can run it.
So he'll need to say why you need to recuse, Mayor.
I'm recused because I apparently live within 500 feet of this project. That's it.
All right, appeal of the design study DS 24164 variance, VA 24263 associated coastal development permit. Evan, give us the staff report, please.
Thank you. I will make this as brief as I can. I understand that both the appellant and the project applicant also have presentations to make, so this will be the abridged version of the presentation. So the project site is 5,700 square feet and change. It's in the R1 zoning district, as well as in the beach riparian overlay, as well as the park overlay. The project consists of no floor area addition or increase in height. However, it does qualify as a substantial alteration. Therefore, it was processed as a Track 2 application. Additional project components included site coverage, as well as a variance, and then landscaping improvements throughout the site. The project was approved by the Planning Commission in July of this year, and then following that approval, the project was appealed by the neighbor to the south, citing privacy impacts, as well as an argument that the variance findings were not made. The appellant cited that they felt the new deck would allow for residents to look into their kitchen or in the sitting room area, and that the variance findings were inadequate. The core of the argument is for the variance approval was that the variance findings failed to adequately address the proposed deck and patio. However, the variance specifically allows for maximum site coverage regulations to be modified. However, there is no code, finding, or other standard which requires modification to be tied to or associated with a specific site feature, such as a deck or patio. The approval of the variance allows for an increase of the maximum allowable site coverage from 756 square feet to 1,017 square feet. So what the variance did was it authorized an additional 261 square feet of coverage. The applicant also, or the appellant also contested that finding A of the variance was not met. That finding again was outlined in the staff report. The variance approval authorized an additional 261 square feet of site coverage that was again not specifically tied to the deck, but coverage for the entire site. Site coverage includes everything outside of the building footprint. That's things such as gravel, space decking, exterior stairs, pavers, walkways, asphalt, concrete, everything outside of the actual building footprint. And the way that number 261 was resolved was the area of the walkway on the southern pathway. So that's that staircase you see on the right side. Finding B relates to a grant of special privilege. The appellant argues that their client was denied a similar deck expansion. However, the appellant's deck was not denied, so there is no grant of special privilege. The appellant was approved the deck around 2005, as illustrated in the figure on the screen. And then finding F relates to consistency with the general plan and zoning objectives. The appellant cites that the residential design guidelines, residential design guideline finding 5.1 is not met, which speaks to preserving privacy for adjacent neighbors. However, this was a discretionary decision by the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission concluded that reasonable privacy was preserved. The project applicant, not the appellant, has proposed a design alternative, which is a privacy screen. This has not been formally reviewed by staff. However, staff is just noting it for the record. The project applicant can speak to this in more detail. It is a trellis-like screen with some transparent or opaque glass that would be located on the southern elevation of the deck. So with that, there are one recommendation, two alternatives. The first recommendation is to deny the appeal, and that would effectively, the project would be approved consistent with the Planning Commission's direction or decision. Alternative one is to grant the appeal. And if you choose to grant the appeal, the council should make the necessary findings and continue the hearing with direction to staff to return with a revised resolution for adoption. And then the second alternative would be to adopt new findings and conditions of approval. So you may be inclined to not grant the appeal, but you may want to amend the decision of the Planning Commission one way or another. So you can basically use the Planning Commission conditions of approval and findings as sort of a template and modify those conditions or findings. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
I have a couple of questions. One is for the attorney or for staff. Is this a de novo hearing?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Second question is, Evan, you and I had a conversation about lot coverage before. If there was no deck, on the house at all, so I understand that I understand that the option is to take out the lot coverage and then reapply the lot coverage. And you and I had a conversation about coming into conformance with the city's lot coverage, the city's coverage standards. So if there was no deck, I'm not suggesting that this is or is not what I think, but if there was no deck, would the applicant still be able to do all of the other work without the variance?
Yes.
So all the other ground cover work. So in this picture, there's a deck, there's a parking pad, not a parking pad, there's a deck next to the car in the bottom on the left side. There are parking strips. It's the bottom picture. Yeah. So there's a parking pad next to the car. There are car strips, and there's a giant walkway, not giant, but a long walkway that goes from the street to the back. So if there was no variance, the applicant would be able to install all that lot coverage, given that they've pulled out, given that they sort of started over.
So I don't know about the size of the patio on the bottom left, because we aren't double counting the deck above and the patio below. That's only counted as one feature. But in some arrangement, it could also be proposed. It is likely, the patio below might need to be slightly reduced.
Okay.
But more or less, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you confirm that the screen that was in your second to the last slide was not seen by the Planning Commission?
That was not seen by, that's new information.
Thank you.
Were there story poles, though, for the Planning Commission?
The story poles were up for the Planning Commission, but not for the screen.
Not for the screen. Did they get into the living room of the neighbor?
They did not. They toured. All of the members of the Planning Commission did walk up onto the side of the walkway and stood where that red box is and looked across the view, basically as shown in that image.
Was the neighbor given the option to?
The neighbor sent in a letter prior to the hearing, but they did not request a site visit.
Evan, there was another picture in here. I'm trying to get the best picture possible of the area for the variance. And my question is, that's sort of a bird's eye. My question is, in calculating the 200 some odd square feet of the variance, why not just calculate the area for the stairs, as opposed to, why are we also calculating the part that's sort of relatively flat toward that variance?
So the 261 square feet was the figure that the applicant proposed, and that was the figure that the Planning Commission accepted. If you wanted to make the determination that it's limited to the staircase only, that's something that you can certainly consider.
I mean, I guess what would be the typical practice here? The argument is basically you need a variance because the topography of the site dictates that you need an impermeable material. And I guess my question is, logically, the only part that really needs an impermeable material is the stairs, the part where you're actually addressing the topography. But then when you get to the part that's flat, why is that included as well? I guess, to put a finer point on it, what would the typical practice here be? When you see these variances, would it typically also include?
I don't know that there is a typical practice. Variances are one-offs. We don't process them that regularly. I might actually defer to the architect as to why that is or not needed. It is certainly an excellent point. But it's not typical. That's why it's a variance.
Okay.
To Hans's point, to Hans's question, when you and I talked about about site coverage, there's no difference between permeable and non-permeable, right? You made this, you made the statement to me that gravel counts the same as asphalt.
Correct.
Right?
It's all counted the same.
It's not permeability, it's coverage. Is that?
No, that's fair. Okay. But still, the part of the part that actually requires true site coverage is the stairs, right?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, you need a solid surface to be able to get up the slope. You aren't you can't walk up that slope in gravel.
And the driveway.
And yeah, I mean, so site coverage is broken down into 3 categories. You have permeable, semi-permeable, and impermeable. Permeable are things like gravel. Semi-permeable are sand set pavers, and then impermeable are mortared set pavers or asphalt. Right. The way it breaks down is permeable and semi-permeable are considered as the same thing, and then impermeable is another. And then depending on how much of your site is either permeable or semi-permeable versus impermeable dictates how much coverage you get.
And let me just ask another way. That section of the walkway that's flat, what kind of materials could that be to have it not count towards site coverage?
If it's something that physically covers the ground, it will be site coverage, whether it's gravel, pavers, asphalt. The only thing that won't count is basically mulch or landscaping.
Any other questions? Thank you. So direction, because we want to hear from the appellant, but we also probably need to hear from the property owner. And what's the sequence?
The appellant first.
Appellant first.
Just one point, Mr. Bruder. Mayor Byrne keeps talking about, why we count gravel, especially, in this day and age of urban wildland fire interface areas. And so again, that is something that's being considered by the Design Traditions. Well, Mr. Martin just came in, but the Design Traditions Project Committee. So again, you may be seeing different standards for how we define coverage in the future.
Council members, excuse me. My name is Krista Ostojic, and I represent the appellant and the neighbor of the applicant, Dorothy Jernstedt. It's been a long evening, so I'm going to try to keep this as short as possible. I submitted an extensive letter that I imagine you've all read. I just wanted to hit a couple points. As Evan made clear, there's 2 issues on appeal. One is the variance and whether the findings are legally supported, and the second is the privacy issue having to do with the residential guidelines. As I believe you all know, a variance is an exception to the zoning ordinance. So by granting a variance, you're saying that there are special circumstances that are only applicable to this particular property that warrants the granting of the variance. It's only allowed when all 5 of the legal findings are met and substantiated. Courts have said that a variance findings bridge the analytical gap between the raw evidence and the ultimate decision, and they minimize the likelihood that an agency will jump from evidence to conclusion. Here, city staff, what they have said in their staff report on page 3 is that the deck is simply not part of the variance request. The evidence seems to show differently. I have a couple slides here. The first one delineates what the proposed site coverage is for. You'll see some of it's impervious, some of it is pervious. It doesn't matter, it all totals up to one number, which on this particular lot is 1,017 feet of site coverage. That is what is approved. As Evan established, that's 261 feet above what is allowed in this particular zoning district. Now, as you'll look under the pervious section, the way this is broken down is 461 of those 1,017 square feet are for the second level deck. So I believe you're all familiar with the project, but just to kind of clarify, there is a patio under a portion of this deck, so that wouldn't be double counted. It's lot coverage, the second story patio, and it covers anything below it. But there's also a portion of the property around the driveway and where you have just pretty narrow driveway, cement, strip driveway, I guess is what you call it. And in between the strips, you have landscaping. So if the deck was not above that area, the only site coverage that would be counted is within the concrete strip. So you can see a little better what I'm talking about in this illustration, that there's greenery under the deck. Now, in the city's presentation of this project to the Planning Commission, there were some slides and some analysis on this exact issue that was put together. And this is the city's slide number 8. And what it says is circulation elements have been reduced to the greatest extent possible. If the deck and patio below are removed entirely with all else remaining the same, the site coverage would be 617 square feet. So that is below the limitations and no variance would be required. So just to repeat, without the deck and the porch below it, no variance would be required. All of the circulation elements, all of the driveway, the stairway, the pathway, everything you need to address on this particular long and narrow parcel, none of that requires a variance. If you go to the next slide that the city prepared and analyzed as part of the Planning Commission hearing, there's an illustration, and it says if the deck and patio below are reduced to an amount which would comply with the site coverage limits, the deck would project approximately 4 feet and 8 inches west of the structure. So without a variance, a deck and a patio would be allowed under the zoning ordinance, but it's not going to be a 15-foot patio. This patio extends 15 feet from the structure. It extends from the south side of the structure to the north side of the structure. So the city's own analysis states and presented to the Planning Commission that, the variance is not for the circulation elements. The variance is for this extra amount for the view deck. Now, I understand that in this particular project, the applicant has done a really great job in lessening the site coverage. I believe there's over 2,000 square feet of lot coverage currently on the project. And the new project's going to be significantly less. I think it cuts it down in half. But that's not relevant to the findings when you're making variance findings. It really has nothing to do with the current site coverage or what it's going to be. The variance findings are all based on why this particular project, why the topography, why the layout, why the elements specific to this particular project require a variance. And as you can see from the variance findings, not one single finding even mentioned the deck or the patio below. It's almost like they don't exist. But as we can see from the city's own analysis, from the applicant's own numbers as to lot coverage, the second-story deck is a big reason why a variance was necessary. Now, I believe I heard Evan say that the variance was for the staircase on the right side of the building. As I just went through, you don't need a variance to get a staircase on the right side of the building. You could have all of the exact same circulation elements in place if you simply draw back the deck. Now, finally, if this variance is allowed to stand, it sets a precedent that you can pick and choose what portion of site coverage is part of the variance request. Case law is very clear that there are only certain circumstances where a variance is allowed. And quite frankly, you have to look at the totality of the circumstances. And as shown here in the applicant's own data and the city's own analysis, without the deck and patio, or with a reduced deck and patio, there is no need for a variance. As such, the variance findings that were approved by the Planning Commission are not legally sufficient. Now, there's a secondary issue regarding privacy, and I greatly appreciate you all coming out to tour the site and looking at the patio from my client's kitchen. As you saw, she has a beautiful kitchen, there's great windows, she spends a lot of time there. The patio extends, the 15-foot patio extends all the way to the end of her first window. So if that patio is built, people will be there and will be able to look right into her home. Now, in discussions with the appellant's representative, there has been this idea of shared views, and the idea that my client has very nice views and needs to share those views with their neighbors. And I don't dispute that at all. Nobody should be able to hog the views, but the view is not going to be any different from 10 feet closer to the water. The house, my client's house on the south, still completely blocks the view south, and the view from the north is still the view from the north. And so this is not about shared views. This is about privacy. Now, we greatly appreciate the applicant putting the screening up. It's a little difficult to understand what that's actually going to look like from where it was placed. But either way, my client has a beautiful window that looks out on the beach, and that will now be replaced by some sort of wall or screen. The residential design guidelines are very clear that applicants should locate windows and balconies such that they avoid overlooking active indoor and outdoor use of adjacent properties. Concept finding number 5 also requires a finding that the project is consistent with the city's objectives for public and private views, and through placement, location, and size of windows, doors, and balconies, the design respects the right to reasonable privacy on adjoining sites. Again, this is a 15-foot balcony that extends all the way to my client's window. It could be trimmed back, and they would still be allowed to enjoy their property and respect my client's privacy. Thank you all for your time, and I'm available for any questions anybody may have.
Do we have questions? Thank you. And I guess we call, oh yeah.
I'll pop up. Nice to see you. Dorothy Jernstead, owner of the home, and I do appreciate very much that you came and looked at what the proposed deck area looks like from my house. And I thank you for taking the time to do that. And I also thank you for doing this job. This is hard. You spend a lot of time on these issues, and I appreciate your time. That's all. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the applicant.
Evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Anthony Lombardo. Krista did give you an accurate explanation of what we're here for tonight. One, yes. First is variance was granted by the Planning Commission. Mr. Miller is here with me tonight, as well as the applicant, and he's going to talk about the statistics about the variance. One thing we have to keep in mind is there's a real important reason for a variance. In fact, the most important reason for a variance is because there's something about your property or your situation that denies you the benefits that other property owners have. And the purpose of a variance is to level the playing field, no pun intended, in terms of what rights you enjoy and what rights your neighbors enjoy. And in the case of the city of Carmel, one of those rights is a right to share view. That's not true in many jurisdictions, not true in the county of Monterey, for example, but it is true in Carmel. And so parsing the explanation for the variance, trying to pick on, if you will, the deck as the reason for the variance when it is not the reason for the variance alone. The variance, as Mr. Miller will describe, has to do with the fact that we have a house with a front door that's actually a side door, and topographic change of over 10 feet in elevation, which is thoroughly described in the letter that was provided to the Planning Commission, and because the neighbors both to the north and the south, and I assume it's this one, of the north and the south of my client's property have effectively precluded my client from having much of any view of the ocean north and south because of their construction of their homes and their construction of a physical landscaping barricade. So tonight the council has to determine does this application that was approved by the Planning Commission comply with the findings for a variance? And it clearly does. And does the deck have a privacy impact on the neighbor, which it clearly does not. In fact, and could be remedied by the neighbor themselves quite easily without affecting their view of the ocean or the beach whatsoever, as you saw yesterday. So the variance findings you have to make is that it doesn't take away any rights another property owner has. It's not a special privilege that's not enjoyed by others in the area. It's not detrimental to the adjacent property owner or the public health and safety. It's not an issue that will come up over and over, so that could be handled by some other type of code compliant or code modification, and it doesn't conflict with the general plan. Those are the findings you need to make, and as the staff said, they can be made here. So we look at the code section regarding privacy, light, and air. The objectives are to maintain privacy, to locate buildings that they will not block views enjoyed by others, which is the case for this application, not the case for the neighbors of my clients, and to maintain views of natural features when possible, when feasible, not absolute, but when feasible. So does this deck create a privacy issue for the next door neighbor? It does not. The code says you're supposed to maintain reasonable privacy, which doesn't mean nobody can see you anywhere at any time. And in fact, it speaks to screening views from outdoor space to neighboring property. So the code also includes a requirement that you achieve an equitable balance, not that someone gets all and someone gets none. And I would posit to the council as you saw, if my client's required to build it used to be called a Romeo and Juliet balcony, a very narrow protrusion out of their house, what the neighbors to the north and south have done will preclude them from having the view that the neighbors all enjoy otherwise. So here is a photo. You can see my client's house is set far, far back away from the street and is basically created a tunnel by the neighboring house to the south, which is the appellant, and their large landscaping, and the neighbor to the north, which you'll see in a minute, and their landscaping. You can see the bushes on the left side of my client's home. There's no question that the neighbor enjoys unimpeded and panoramic views, although you can see the home on the right, his view is blocked to the north by the appellant's home. The appellant's view to the south is completely unimpeded. They look again at the house to the south. This is the area where we're talking about adding the deck, and the walkway, which you can see is far, far back away from the street and the neighbors' homes, in the front of the neighbors' homes. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh, that's what happened. Wait. Do I need to point this somewhere I'm not pointing it? There we go. Okay. Next. So here's the reality of the situation. This is the view from the appellant's home. It is unimpeded from Pebble Beach, Carmel Beach, and the entire length of Carmel Beach. The area which the screen that you saw on the field trip yesterday would impede does not impede the view of anything other than the cars parked on Scenic Avenue. It does not impede whatsoever the view of the beach. So this is the deck as proposed. As you can see, without full-length screening, you can see the edge of the deck comes up to the edge of the parking and does not cover the beach whatsoever. The screening would limit the view over the deck, but not to the beach or to the ocean or to Pebble Beach. That screening could be achieved in a couple of ways. One is either the neighbor could grow their hedge, which is currently, you can see it above the height of my client's house, going towards the most easterly window in the appellant's home, a few feet further out, or by the screening that my client and their architect have suggested. As you can see from the pictures on the left-hand screen, this is the house to the north of my client's
Anthony,
house, and
are
they
you-
too have a solid hedge
Are you getting
covering.
close?
Almost done.
Please.
They also have a solid hedge blocking my client's view to the north. Looking at each other's property is not something unique on Scenic. As you can see, both the appellant's home and its home, next door home, the homes down the street, the homes all clearly look at each other. So with that, I turn it over to Mr. Miller to explain the issue of the screen and the variance request, and respectfully request that you uphold the Planning Commission's approval and deny the appeal, and either approve it with screening, either natural or the one that's been proposed by Mr. Miller, or make a finding that, looking, as you recall, that window sits over the kitchen sink cabinet of the Jernstedt house. It's not a sitting area, it's not a private area. In fact, unless you're laying on the counter, I don't know how you look out of that window. Thank you.
So that took a lot of time. So Eric, brevity, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lombardo. My name's Eric Miller. I'm the architect on the project. The lot itself is very challenging. It's 37 by 134 feet, so it's a very narrow lot. And as Mr. Lombardo stated, it's down in kind of a pit or a hole. And the only option for that lot is a reverse floor plan. There's a delta between the street level and the level of the existing floor plan that's 10 feet. So the only way to get back there safely is to have a variance for the stair. I also want to point out that pushing a deck back to 4 feet, it's the only exterior space they have with a view. So it's quite reasonable to have a deeper deck. I mean, you might want to put a chair out there and at least have somewhere you can, get outside the house, because the lower level just spills out onto the driveway. So, I really feel that, it's I think the Planning Commission made the right decision. We spent a lot of time talking about this, and I think staff did a great job analyzing it, and I concur with what Mr. Lombardo said.
So do we have questions for either Eric or Mr. Lombardo?
What did you say the square footage of the lot was?
Well, the size is 37 by 134, so it's a very narrow, deep lot.
Well, the data plan that I have in the packet says the lot is 5,762 square feet.
Yeah, multiply 37 by 134. It's just a narrow lot, narrow and deep.
It's 37 by 134.
That's probably about 50-something.
Yeah, if you look at the plan, those are the dimensions. And there's a delta of 10 feet from the front to the back.
Question, I guess just the three of us.
Yeah, I'm not. 37 by 134 is not 5,700.
So the only question I have is, so the owners, the client, were you owners of this house when the homes on either side of you? No. Okay. So you came to this condition.
I have another question.
Yep.
For the attorney. How many, since the mayor isn't here and Ms. Dramoff left, how many votes does it take to do anything? Does it take a majority of the original size of the body, or does it take a majority of the people that are left? So
Well, I know that when there's a conflict, that person is not counted in the quorum. So you still have a quorum, you have 3. And so it would take a majority of the quorum to...
Quorum is 4 because Ms. Dramoff left, but she's not conflicted out.
Well, she did, but she's not here to vote now.
Right.
So you're down to 3.
So it takes 2 votes to do anything, or does
No, you need to take 2 votes to change the Planning Commission decision. If you don't get 2 votes, then the decision by the Planning Commission would
But
remain.
it only takes 2 votes?
It would take 2 of the 3.
I'm checking. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, thanks. Any public? Yes, 1 minute.
I just wanted to briefly state that it appears that Mr. Lombardo also concedes that the view and the deck, for the purpose of the view, is part of the variance, and that is why he started discussing the legal findings necessary that discuss the view. That is essentially our argument, that the findings don't mention anything about the deck or patio. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, public comment. Yes?
Thank you, guys. Steve Brown, I'm the property owner. I can't speak specific to the lot coverage, and I mean, it seems pervious versus impervious. Everything seems to be counted one way or the other. So my concern is the same concern as Dottie has. Privacy, I think we've addressed that. We've made a good faith effort to try to address that by taking the size of that deck back closer to the home. You actually lose privacy because now her vantage point goes from here to here. She's worried about us seeing her, and when you take that wall and you move it back, now I can see more of her, and she can see more of us as well. So I think we've made a good faith effort. Unfortunately, we tried to address that before we got to this point, and we couldn't get a return phone call. Eric Miller tried on 2 different occasions to address it beforehand, and with no avail. The difference between a balcony and a deck, I mean, what good is a balcony? I mean, you can stand out there and basically stand out there and look outside. You can do that from inside the house. I mean, you really need a deck to enjoy everything that Carmel has to offer. So to try to dial this thing back to a balcony is ludicrous. And that's all I have, I guess, at this point. Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to a diminished city council. Still mighty, still mighty.
Still mighty. I have some comments, but I do not have a conclusion. So don't infer anything from my comments, please, the 2 of you. So the appeal's on 2 grounds. One is view and privacy, and the other is sort of the variance that's here or there. And while I'm talking, Evan, Mr. Lombardo or someone on their team stated that the lot was 37 by 134, which is 4,958 square feet. And the project data sheet says that it's 5,762 square feet.
Working on it.
What? You're working on it? Yeah. Okay, because I think that's important to make sure that we're on the, I think that's important to make sure we're on the same page. So I find, personally, my opinion is that the view issue is insignificant. The privacy issue is insignificant, and the view issue is insignificant. So I don't find any grounds. I don't find any grounds on that. The variance to me, as I sort of hinted at before, is a little bit troubling, and part of the reason that I'm going down this road is I'm looking at the design guidelines, and the design guidelines, the finished design guidelines 9.3 say building details should be used to provide interest and not exaggerate the scale of a building. And architectural details, it says architectural details should appear to be authentic, integral elements of the overall building design concept. And when I look at the picture of the project that's in the packet, when I'm driving down Scenic now, I'm not even going to see a house. I'm going to see a deck. And so to me, the streetscape has changed from a streetscape of houses to a streetscape of houses. And then in the middle, instead of a swimming pool covered by, shaded by trees, it's a big metal deck with a big I-beam in front of it. And so I have trouble making this finding that this design, with the deck part of this design, meets the design guidelines, which are, that things are human scale. Like, it seems out of scale to me. And I'm troubled by that. And so that caused me to sort of go on this exploration with Evan about the variance. And you heard me ask the question before about whether the lot coverage without the deck the lot coverage without the deck could be created without a variance at all. So including the patio underneath the deck, the driveway, and the walkway up. And the answer, barring something unforeseen happening here, seems to be sort of yes. So my conclusion is that it's the variance that allows the deck to be built. And so, I'm troubled by granting a variance. I'm troubled by granting a variance that allows a deck. And I think, and I may get myself in a little trouble here, but the house is what the house is when the house was built. And the decision was made to sort of keep the house and not move the house to be more forward on the lot like the rest of the houses are. And I think just, my opinion, my view is that the house is what the house is. And so I'm of a mixed mind. I'm of a really mixed mind about the variance, and it's the way that it allows this I-beam to be placed in front of the house and sort of destroy the view of the house, which I think is important for the streetscapes of Carmel.
Thank you, Jeff. Hans, you want to have fun with this?
Yeah. So I don't find the privacy concerns particularly compelling. The language is overlooking the living area of the appellant's house, and I don't find that's the that wasn't the sense I got from this when I actually got on site in the living area in the appellant's house. I actually almost felt like the deck was sited slightly lower, and folks can correct me, but that was just the sense I had. When you're standing at the sink, you barely see anything, and then when you're in the sitting area, it's still pretty minimal, and there's a hedge there that I think could be grown. So I don't find that part particularly compelling. I still have some questions, and I'm sort of looking at who's left in the room on the variance. And my question is basically, I understand that the definition of a variance is that it's special. But if you could help me, maybe Chip, like how common would this type of variance be for topography?
For topography? I mean, I think that I would answer you, sir, that the...
Because there's a ton of properties in Carmel that have topography, and my question is, do they all get a variance?
No, sir. No.
For site coverage?
For site coverage, because again, traditionally, we didn't count coverage, we didn't regulate coverage. So you had a lot of properties that are fully hardscaped, or in the way that Mr. Court defined them, they had a series of permeable, semi-permeable, and non-permeable surfaces.
So if I refine my question to just look at the newer, the renovation plans that come through, the new construction plans that come through, certainly probably half of those have some level of
that would be my supposition, and that's why the planners work on a regular basis when someone is making alterations to work on reducing the coverage. And that's why, of course, Mr. Miller designed this with, I call it a Hollywood driveway, right? So it's right now it's a traditional driveway entirely paved, but he's created these two driving strips. Why? To try to reduce the amount of coverage on the site, some of which is being made up for with the deck extension. But again, as Mr. Court described, we wouldn't count it double. So underneath that deck would be counted as coverage anyway.
My question though is, say like over the past 3 or 4 years, if I go and look at sites that have topography,
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to have these types of variances for site coverage?
I mean, to get to the backyard, our entire village is on a 13 to 15% slope. So, you know, yeah.
But I
don't know the percentage.
Are they getting variances?
No, sir. No, they're definitely not. It's very, very rare. And as Mr. Court described, it's a very high bar. It's a high threshold.
Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, so I've been here 6 years. I can't tell you how many applications I've processed, but I have 4, not including this project, I can think of 4 variances that I've processed. Those 4 have been for the hardship associated with the variance has been for topography, all 4. 2 of those 4 have been variances for site coverage. The other 2 are for height-related issues.
And Evan, this was your...
This is me personally.
This was your project?
This was my project, yes.
Can you just speak to, I guess, in 6 years, why this would be one of the 4?
I mean, it's the circumstances of the site. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. You know, we do our best to bring the sites into compliance.
Good question. Sure.
But it's really, to Hans's line of questioning, I mean, this isn't a variance. Like the reason that this is problematic here that Hans is talking about is not the topography. It's the fact that the front door is in the back of the lot, right? It has nothing to do with the slope of the lot. Like the lot is not, like when you counted the lot coverage based like the stairs, you just counted like from a drone sitting above. Like you didn't count the flat part and then the rise or the diagonal line of the variance. You still counted it from above like you're looking at a map. So the problem isn't that the lot is like this. The problem is that the back door is at the back of a 130-foot lot, or 100 feet back. It's not the topography. It's the length.
It's an interesting point, and then the question is, you know, was that just a design decision, and should we be providing a variance for that? I mean, it was their decision to retain the door back there, right?
The architect would have to speak to the decision to retain the door in that location. In terms of how we measure site coverage, it's always from plan view. You know, we always look at the top down.
So they changed to Hans's point, they changed the front of the house when they went from a double door garage to a single door garage, right? Mm-hmm. So they remodeled sort of the front part of the house, but they chose to keep the front door. Like, is the front door where it was?
The front door has not moved.
Okay.
What did you say?
The front door has not moved.
And it is topographically higher than where you enter the property at the ground level. So there are risers that go up to the front door because of the topography.
So in terms of views, solar access, privacy, I mean, there's no solar access being deprived. I don't believe a view is being affected. I think there is some privacy, but it's minimal. And you know, I know what the Planning Commission does when they're trying to assess any of those factors, including privacy. And often, you know, if they're not invited in or allowed into a neighbor's home to assess the privacy thing, they're guessing. I suspect, as Evan said, they climbed up the hill and viewed the orange netting from the north and tried to see, is it, you know, is it in the front of those windows, and they decided that there was not a privacy consideration. So I don't have enough to overturn that decision based on privacy. I am more troubled that, again, it's this idea that the deck has driven the variance.
or that if you had a 10-foot deck, the variance would be less. But that you've essentially taken advantage of the variance to build a deck, and as Jeff has said, it is sort of a monumental deck. It is the house now. It's what you're looking at. Those are rare. Big decks like that, especially in the air, in Carmel-by-the-Sea, are not at all common. There's more of them in the county, in those parts of scenic, but even they're just not common. Balconies are, and you can decide what's a deck and what's a balcony. So.
Can I?
You can do anything you want.
Thank you.
Please.
Can I touch on that point about the variance, or the deck driving the variance? I do find staff's logic compelling there from a standpoint of you either get a variance or you don't. And you get the variance based on the topography questions and the questions we were just talking about. And once you get the variance, you can do whatever you want with the site coverage you have, right? And so that's the way that the logic flows for me. So the other way of looking at it doesn't seem to make sense to me, but the outstanding issues seem to be, one is the lot size overstated. If the lot size is overstated, then the amount of allowable site coverage is presumably also overstated. So that's an outstanding kind of factual question. And then the other one is just like, is this variance required? And then I guess the last one is, how do we feel about this? How do we feel about this deck, right? And the way that it
works,
fronts with the street, etc. So I don't know which one of you guys do you want to tackle first on that.
Do we have an answer?
Do we have an answer on the factual question? Do we have an answer on do we have an answer on the lot size question?
Yes. So we do have a survey, and it confirms the lot size represented in the plans.
Okay.
5,700 feet.
57 and change.
Okay.
Great.
What about the variance? Is the variance? Do we think the variance is required? Jeff, what were your thoughts on whether the variance is required here?
I think you start getting, like, when I look at it, I think, and Chip's going to laugh, I mean, you see, like, this is one of those things, right? They have an old house, like, this is basically an old house with a new skin, and they elected to keep the old house because it's big, rather than building a new house that would be smaller in the middle of the lot, which would have avoided the site coverage questions, right? Because they could have put the front door in the front of the house, which would have just been like what is more typical of houses in Carmel, or they could have moved the front door up to the side. Like if they had moved the front door up to the side of the big part of the house, I'm looking at this. I mean, if they had moved the front door up to the front of the bulb of the house rather than leaving it at the back, that would have knocked out, 6 feet times 50 feet. That would have knocked out 300 feet of site coverage that they could have used for the deck. And so, they reconfigured the front of the house by putting in the garage door. I don't see why we couldn't have reconfigured the front of the house by putting in the front door in the bottom. Like, those are decisions that I'm not privy to. So, I'm kind of loath to just, like, I don't understand the variance. I don't understand the variance, and I have to draw the conclusion that the variance drove the deck. So if we ixnay the variance, then the deck would be reduced in size, right? And I asked Evan this question before, and there's some, like, the deck isn't going to disappear, but it's going to, like, recede back into the house. And even if it's the same, even if it has the same I-beam in the front of it, pushing it back to the house is going to bring the house out more and cause the deck to sort of recede into the house. It's going to become a house again. Like, these things, like, part of me wants to just deny the variance and give them the option of going back to the planning commission and designing the house, figuring out what to do without the variance. And maybe they'll keep the lot coverage. I don't know. I think that would be a disaster. That's the other thing, is that they decide to keep the lot coverage. That's, they're doing the city a favor by getting rid of all this lot coverage, and that water isn't just flowing into the street and then into the ocean.
All right.
I could use some.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this too. So, no, it's a proposal. Just a minute, Anthony. If the deck became a 10-foot deck from your home instead of 15, meaning taking 5 feet back, I'm looking at the neighbor, I think that that's going to be acceptable to the appellant, and you're going to still have a deck and not a balcony. Because otherwise, I think there might be some direction here that's going to take you completely backwards and into a do-over. And I don't think you want a do-over.
I get my comments on that are, I feel like I need to see something less than an I-beam in the front. Something that has that calls less attention to itself, like what our design guidelines say.
Yeah, I just don't know that that's really,
right,
that's not part of the appeal. So,
well, I asked at the beginning if this was a de novo hearing. That's sort of,
If it weren't the I-beam, you'd see the rim joists.
It can't be.
The mass can be there one way or the other.
Thanks. It's 10 o'clock. I got that one idea.
I'm sort of inclined to just take to focus on the variance question and say, hey, maybe we don't think that a variance is justified here. The problem is it's kind of a tweener. It's there's a lot of work going on. It was a track 2 design study, but it's basically a renovation of the existing floor plan. So I think that's what I'm struggling with. If this was a new house, or if it was if they were really changing around the floor plan inside the house, then I think it would really be a no-brainer, because you walk off of Scenic, and at grade, you can just walk into your house, right? It's really a question of, the question, to put a finer point on it, is should we grant a variance to be able to get to the existing door, right? If this was just a landscape redo of a house that you weren't changing anything on the house, I think the answer would be yes, right? Yeah, we'll give you a variance because that's where your door is, right? And the only thing that makes it kind of questionable for me is the fact that it's kind of a tweener situation where there is a lot that's changing with the property. To your point, there's a garage door, et cetera, so does that create the opportunity to move that door and not need the variance? So that, to me, it comes down to that. And then, if they don't get the variance, you've got that much less square footage, and build whatever you need to build within that square footage. Now, where do I stand on that question? Basically, is it a existing structure that's just getting renovated, or is it a more intensive remodel? I don't know the answer.
So are you proposing to grant the appeal to deny the variance?
Say yes, I'll support it. You want me to say it?
Yeah, I think there's enough going on with this house I don't know. They're not adding net new square footage to the house. Like they're not moving. It doesn't seem like they're not moving walls inside or changing the interior floor plan.
Well, they changed the garage.
And on the interior, yes, no exterior walls are moving. Window and door openings are changing, but the actual walls are staying in the same spot.
Because they're grossly non-conforming because they encroach on setbacks.
Yeah,
So again, if you grant the appeal.
Hold up. The interior walls are or are not changing?
Think of it as an interior remodel, and then some window locations are changing, but the actual exterior structural walls are staying in place.
So the answer is yes, the interior walls.
So I think if interior walls are moving, if a garage door is, Evan, a garage door is being added,
It's being, I believe it's a 2-car garage right now, and it's being reduced down to a single door. No, it's still.
It's going to be tandem parking on the south side of the building, and then the north side that used to be a separate garage is going to be like a living. It's like they call it a playroom or something.
So it's a fuzzy boundary to me. I feel like when I'm hearing that, windows, a garage is going from a 2 to a 1, walls are moving inside. Feels like maybe we're getting into the point where enough is changing that they could have given some consideration to, hey, we're gonna, move our front door to accommodate the lot coverage requirement.
So if you grant the appeal and deny the variance, they have to remove 261 square feet of coverage, additional, above what they've already removed in coverage. And I wouldn't suggest that you dictate how they do that, Councilmember.
Right.
But that would be their choice.
Yeah, like I'm less inclined to try to dictate, hey, remove 5 feet of the deck. I feel like the focus should be like, is this variance justified or not? And I don't, based on what I'm hearing, I don't think that it is based on the facts that were just presented by Evan, but it's a very close call.
So I think that you may see, just a minute, please, where this direction may be going. I'm going to give you 30 seconds, Anthony, to.
Why are you laughing?
I've never heard Anthony take 30 seconds.
I will take less than 30 seconds. We appreciate the discussion. Mr. Miller and his client would like to consider the various options that have been given to them as a way to address the issue by either reducing the width of the deck or changing. I don't believe the interior remodel is as extensive as you may think it may be, but so that's all. Maybe if we we can't do it tonight, obviously, but I was thinking.
I don't want to continue this. I mean, if you want to have a conversation with the appellant and make the appeal go away.
Well, I think let Eric speak. I'm not the architect.
Yeah, so my client's willing to just not demo any of the existing lot coverage, so we won't need the variance. We'll just leave all the old concrete pathways there. And I think if you ask Mr. Court, that's allowed. So we'll just leave the excessive lot coverage there. We were trying to reduce it by half. We were trying to get it more in compliance with the city. But if it's a huge problem for us to make better lot coverage, make a better plan, make a better design, we'll just leave the old concrete.
And then the deck will stay.
I'm sorry?
And then the deck
would stay because we don't need a variance. And also I would disagree with you. The deck is actually quite beautiful. We're making a more modern statement. Mm-hmm. The glass door, this very elegant proportional I-beam, and the building is so far back from the road, you won't even see it. When the gates close, you can't even see the building. The deck from coming down scenic, you won't even see the deck. The only time you'll see it is at the gates open and you're looking straight at the house. But Planning Commission agrees with me. It's a great design. They never had a problem with that at all. So we're asking to remove the variance. It's a sad thing though, because you guys are gonna force us to keep more lot coverage. Like right now, the lot coverage is half, but we're gonna keep it all for no good reason. But we'll do it.
Evan, this scope of renovation work wouldn't trigger coming into compliance with lot coverage?
No, it's less than 50% by far. So what?
I don't believe so. Just if
what's the trigger?
the trigger for coming into compliance with lot coverage. So any removal of existing lot coverage or reorganization would require compliance, bringing the site into compliance with lot coverage or site coverage, excuse me, or additions to the floor area, trigger some reductions or compliance.
Well, this is
I'd
fun.
like to make one comment.
Yeah, please, quickly.
It's my understanding that the design review was approved based on the lot coverage that we have all seen in these plans.
I don't, yeah.
Thank you.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
There was sort of a quid pro quo going on there.
Yeah, there's definitely some quid pro quo going on, like, yeah.
So how does that play out?
Well, I guess we need to ask. I mean, I guess the confirmation would be from Brian or from Chip or from one of our senior planning staff members. Like if we deny the variance, Mr. Miller has threatened to leave all of the lot coverage there.
Mm-hmm.
But does that affect the approval of the plans? Like the planning commission approved the plans based on the removal of the lot coverage. So if Mr. Miller, if the project decides to leave the lot coverage there, does that throw into question the validity of the plans?
I don't think it does, because the
okay, I don't like that answer. So
I know Mr. Delves said that he wasn't inclined to continue it, but it might be worthwhile, because I think we should be promoting
removal of lot coverage.
Can we deny the variance and send it back to the planning commission?
You could remand it, but on what you'd have to provide direction to them.
Could we provide direction to say, hey, we don't think the variance is justified based on the scope of work that's happening with the structure, and remand it to the planning commission, and they can take into consideration this question of, what was the quid pro quo on the lot coverage?
Yeah, you can do that, sir. I don't think that I would advise you, because the planning commission approved it in its current form.
But they approved it with the variance and the reduction.
And that's why I'm suggesting that maybe a better course of action would be to continue the item to the May agenda with direction to the applicant to bring it back to you with a reduction in site coverage so you can review it, rather than remanding it to the planning commission. And maybe the variance is half of 261 or a third of 261. They've heard your comments. The challenge will be, Ms. Dramoff will probably be here, so she may have some input as well, if it comes back to council.
That's okay. I'm okay with another voice would be good.
I'm kind of inclined to just send it back to the planning commission, because it seems to me that the key question here was, is the variance justified? It came up to the city council. We made a determination on the privacy question. We made a determination on the variance question. It seems like the group that is best positioned to opine on the discussions that they had with the applicant is the planning commission. And if we provide that direction, to me, it gets it off our plate, and they're the ones who are best situated to answer those questions.
What do you think, boss?
I just felt like I wanted to talk, because everyone's got to talk.
But you don't work for us.
I work for him, but he works for you. So just one thing to offer as a consideration: if it was remanded back to the planning commission and the applicant showed up and said, we're going to leave all the site coverage as is, we essentially just want to put a deck on the front of our house. That's all the planning commission would be considering at that point is, does the deck meet the standards of the design guidelines?
Because it came in as an appeal of
Well, to be fair, I mean, the plan, like, if we send it back, it's not just the deck, it's the whole skin of the house too.
That's true. Thank you.
Like
It's just a design review. Thank you.
It's the design review.
That's really what I meant to say. Is it would just turn into a simple design review, because it wouldn't be touching any of the site coverage. No variance is required. The planning commission would just be looking at it as a design review, period. So they wouldn't weigh in on, we got some site coverage removed before, now you're not giving us any site coverage, so we're not going to approve your design review. They don't get to do that. They would have to take on the merits of the design at that point. Just to add that clarity.
We could just, we could shorten so we could either do that, or we could just, shorten some feet off the front of the deck and just be done with it and ask the take 5 feet off the front of the deck and move the I-beam back closer to the house.
How wide's the deck, Mr. Court, from the face of the building toward the ocean? Yeah, I know it's 15, it extends the entire width of the house, correct?
That's correct. I believe it's 15 feet.
It's 15 by 15?
I lost the plans. I'm hearing 15 feet.
15 by what?
Are we getting out of ourselves? Are we in agreement on the variance question, or where do you stand on the variance question?
30 feet 9 inches.
So it's a 450-foot deck.
I want to get his answer. Because you asked the question.
Yeah, I asked the question of how big the deck was. So 30 feet 9 inches, or whatever it was you said, by 15 feet.
I just happen to be lucky enough to be the one with it up on my iPad. It's 15 feet 2 inches from the front of the house.
It's a 461 square foot deck.
And 30 feet 9 inches across the face of the house.
I think the options are make the deck smaller or send it back to the planning commission.
Which one do you want?
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, I want the deck smaller.
Let's just make the deck smaller. Let's deny the appeal with the condition that the deck be made 10 feet instead of 15 feet.
I would let them modify it any way they want, so just reduce it by 261 square feet.
Oh, that's different from what they're saying.
No, but actually that's better.
I agree with you.
Chip is better. Chip's answer is better.
How did it become your answer?
I made the motion. No, I'm joking.
Okay. Okay.
So we would make a motion to grant part of the appeal on the condition that the deck is made smaller by 150 square feet.
It's 261 square feet is over, but if you can pick any number.
I mean, at that point, the deck becomes 200 square feet.
Oh, we're hearing from the attorney.
Well, I just noticed that the architect seems to be very anxious over there, so I'm not sure if you want to have his input or not. I mean, there's been others, but I didn't know if you saw he wanted to speak.
Sure.
Yeah, we're happy to make the deck smaller, but we think pulling it back to 12 feet is reasonable. And that gives us, less lot coverage and the deck pulled back to 12 feet. So we'd be fine with 12 feet.
What is it now, 15?
That pulls it back behind the hedge, actually.
So the council, that's 3 by 30, so it's 90 square feet.
Yep. I want to give the appellant one last shot at this.
You don't like it?
Eric,
12 feet's fine.
She wants to talk. Oh, sorry.
The appellant.
We appreciate the applicant being willing to take back the deck. The appellant would be fine taking it back 5 feet. So 5 times 30 is about 150 square feet. It would still be above the allowed lot coverage, but it would bring the deck back so that there's no privacy concerns, and we would like to see 5 feet.
Can I ask one question for either Brandon or the city attorney? Is there any precedent that gets created here by granting this type of variance?
Do you want my answer?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
We have an 11. We have a 10.
You have a 3 and a 5, so you can settle on 4.
Settle on 4.
Yep, there you go. Evan.
Sorry, I just have a question about the potential direction. I do have a question just regarding the potential direction. You're discussing pulling the deck back. Is this also adjusting the variance, the figure in the variance, or is the variance staying the same?
What I would say, without having talked to these two, would be make the variance fit the deck that's being pulled back 4 feet. Like, do that calculation, back in the back tomorrow morning. And I would say, like the motion would say, make the variance just accommodate the deck that is 4 feet less
Understood.
away, 4 feet less wide from the house. I don't know what that's width.
I follow.
I'd call that
Length.
long, but from the house.
Thank you.
Okay. You guys want to make a motion?
So I would make a motion to partially grant the appeal, and partially grant the appeal, and require that the deck be made, the total area of the deck be reduced by 4 feet times the width of the deck. So you can take the feet however you want, however they want, assuming that the appellant is okay, and adjust the variance to just accommodate the reduced size deck. And there's a special condition in the application, as you pointed out, that the variance doesn't run with the land, but runs with the existence of the house. And that should stay in. That specifically should stay in the approval.
Is there a second?
Oh, I don't know. I was like, that's not up to me.
It's up to you.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Roll call.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Buder?
No.
Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Delves?
Yes.
So the motion is approved to 1.
To 0.
To 0.
So under the rules of procedure, I voted in the affirmative on that. So can I make a request to recall it right now? Like, I want to be sure, like, you're an important part of this team, and I think the motion should reflect the 3 of us, not the 2 of us. And if there's work that we should do, I would like to do it. If your alternative is to send it back to the Planning Commission, then I'm probably not on board with that. But if there's a middle ground, like, I think we should, like, I'll make a motion to reconsider, and we can vote on that right now, and then we can just reopen the hearing.
Can you do that?
Yes.
So I'll do that. If there's a middle ground that would get you on board, like,
Yeah, no, I
you're a valuable member of this team.
I appreciate that. No, the
Yeah.
thing I'm struggling with is ostensibly it's reasonable, and it's nice when you split the baby and etc. But
which is what we're doing, right?
Right.
Okay.
But it feels like the underlying question is like, is the variance justified? And what we did was we gave them like part of the variance. I
Yeah.
understand the logic behind it.
You want me to answer?
Sure.
My answer would be that I'm worried that if we send it back to the Planning Commission, the project gets approved with the current lot coverage. And I think that the applicant has made a concession by significantly reducing the lot coverage. And I don't want them to make good on the threat to just leave the lot coverage the way it is. Does that make sense? Like, there's a lot of asphalt that went away and is being replaced by grass, and I think that is very good. And I don't want to see that all that get undone and then have the same project approved with the
hardscape
with the current project.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to recall it to get your yes vote, but I want to recall it.
Is there any capacity for us to get a bite at that apple?
What was your question?
Is there any capacity for us as a council to get a bite at the apple of the bargain made on the reduction in the lot square footage in the site coverage?
You want to consider reconsidering it?
Well, procedurally where you are is that Councilmember Barron has the right, as the voting in the affirmative, to request reconsideration.
No, that's not really my question. My question is,
so why don't I make a motion to reconsider, and Bob, you'll say yes, and we'll have a conversation about reconsidering it, and then
my question
then
was
we'll
more,
decide whether we should reconsider it.
We don't
I
have
think
to
you
do
guys should just move forward with
I
it.
think we should just.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
I
you're
appreciate that. I appreciate it. But that's my reasoning why. It feels like I don't understand where we get to 120 square feet or whatever it was when the question is, it seems to me the question is the 261 square feet of variance justified or not? Right.
So you're withdrawing your motion to reconsider then, Councilmember Barron?
Never made it.
It didn't get a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get the mayor.
No, I just didn't want to.
Thank you all for your consideration. I really appreciate it. Thank you all.
That's what I really like.
Yes, you can. I mean, we can continue it.
Everybody's here.
Mr. Delves has to recuse himself for this next item because of propinquity.
Hold on, we need to stop this conversation. Go ahead.
Mr. Delves, excuse me, audience in the gallery, Mr. Delves has to recuse himself from this next item due to propinquity, his proximity to the applicant's property.
All right. Now we'll be taking the last public hearing item number 6, APP 25038, consideration of an appeal. APP 25038, Lim by Hastings Construction on behalf of Leung Lim for the denial of a Track 2 design study and associated coastal developer permit for the demolition of an existing 1,053 square foot, one-story single-family residence, inclusive of a 205 square foot detached garage and the construction of a 1,793 square foot, two-story single-family residence, inclusive of a 288 square foot attached garage located at Casanova Street 2 southeast of Palu Avenue in the single-family residential district archaeological significance overlay and beach riparian overlay. And we'll have a presentation from Evan. Thank you for sticking this out.
Of course. So the subject site is a 4,000 square foot lot. It's currently developed with a 1,079 square foot, one-story residence with a detached garage. The applicant is proposing to demolish all improvements on the site and construct a 1,793 square foot, two-story residence with an attached garage. The project was considered by the Planning Commission at the July 12th, 2023 meeting and continued with direction to make changes, and then reviewed again at the August 14th, 2024 Planning Commission meeting, again with direction to make changes, and then again at the December 11th, 2024 meeting with direction to make changes. Following that hearing, the applicant contacted staff and requested a denial of the application in an effort to pursue an appeal of the project. And then at the January 15th meeting of this year, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution for denial. The issues surrounding that project review impacts associated with the neighbor to the north. And the appellant is attesting that they have met the design guidelines and direction of the Planning Commission throughout the review process. So it's requested that staff show the previous designs and iterations of the project. So the figures on the left are just aerial overviews of the building footprint. So we have the floor plan, or the bottom floor overlaid with the top floor, just basic outlines showing how the design has changed from the initial submittal to the first revised design to the second revised design, which is the most recent current proposal for the project. That's the one on the farthest right. So this is the design change between the first submittal and the second submittal, and then down in the bottom, overlaid between gray and orange. The gray is the first submittal overlaid with the revised design, and then the revised design overlaid with the second revised design, or the most recent. And then we have the first design with the most recent submittal. So that is this figure here is the change from submittal number 1 to the most recent submittal. So in comparing the two figures, the building has got slightly shorter, but most noticeably, the building massing has shifted farther away from the neighbor to the north. So the Planning Commission adopted a finding that the project does not meet concept finding number 5, which relates to protection of private views. And in adopting that finding, they also found that the project did not meet finding number 6, which relates to consistency with the goals, objectives, and policies related to residential design in the general plan. And because finding number 5 and finding number 6 could not be made, they also could not find that the project is consistent with the findings necessary for issuance of a coastal development permit. So in considering the appeal, we're really asking two questions. Is the subject view being considered a significant view? And is the project consistent with the residential design guidelines? So in terms of the grounds for appeal for the applicant, this is just a summary of the applicant's appeal. They believe that the project is compliant with the city's applicable regulations, the nature of the view, that it's not a significant view, and they also make a few points about property rights and fairness. So in respect to compliance with regulations, they contest that the project adheres to all applicable city ordinances, zoning regulations, codes, and design guidelines. So staff does concur that the project complies with the objective standards like the zoning code. However, the commission found that the project is inconsistent with the design guidelines pertaining to view impacts. In terms of the nature of the view, the Planning Commission denial focused on view impacts to the northern neighbor. However, the view in question, this is the applicant's perspective. The view in question is primarily a forest and tree canopy, which the applicant argues is not a significant view or important view as defined in the residential design guidelines. However, the Planning Commission did consider this to be a significant view. Interestingly, all of our city documents does not define significant view anywhere. We do have a general plan policy which defines significant coastal view, which is the view of Point Lobos from Vista Lobos. But that's the only reference. And then our residential design guidelines define what a important view is, but we don't have the term significant view expressly defined. So the Planning Commission or the City Council does have the discretion to determine what constitutes a significant view in determining consistency with our findings for approval. And then their last point is property rights and fairness. The appellant contends that denying the project unreasonably infringes on the property owner's rights to develop their property. And then the Planning Commission's direction was an attempt to achieve balance and design consistent with the city's design objectives, policies, and design guidelines. Direction was provided to the applicant to make changes to the project, and no denial was made until requested by the applicant/appellant. So with that, staff's recommendation is to deny the appeal, which is included as attachment 1. Denying the appeal would be consistent with the Planning Commission's decision. Alternative number 1 is to grant the appeal. That's a resolution included as attachment 2. And that would be to overturn the Planning Commission's decision and approve the project consistent with the resolution that was presented at the December 11th, 2024 Planning Commission hearing, or as a second alternative, you can either grant the appeal and amend any conditions of approval or modify the project as appropriate, or deny the appeal and modify the findings for denial. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Are you the planner?
I am.
Have you ever suggested they build a one-story house? That's what they have.
I'm sorry, did you ask, did I suggest?
I mean, did that discussion ever take place when all this started happening?
I believe the Planning Commission did suggest, they said you might need to build a one-story house, but the direction was never directly, you need to do this.
Have you ever, as a planner, have you ever looked at it and tried to see if they did an ADU or something so you could get more lot coverage that they could be, because as soon as you go up, having done houses, as soon as you go 2 stories, you lose square footage with stairs. I mean, it ends up becoming a lot more complicated.
Yeah, so in my experience, the city has never demanded or required someone to do a one-story house.
I'm not saying you should demand it, but it's a solution, obviously, because...
Sure, and I think the designer can speak more to the design choice and intent.
Do you think there's any way that given that you've been living with this, how long have you been doing this house?
Oh, this house since 2022.
Okay, so it's 3 years.
Yeah.
Or thereabouts. Having lived through this, do you think there's any way that a 2-story house could be built on this lot and not have the neighbor coming back and saying that they're losing their view? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't know if
you've tried.
I don't know if it's appropriate for me to.
Okay, I'm trying. All right, I'll stop for a second. Go ahead.
I think I would be uncomfortable. I think I would be uncomfortable with the notion of telling someone, hey, you can only build a 1-story house.
And I am too, but I just wanted to know if it's been looked at.
I mean, is there an option to, what's the setback in the rear again? Is there an option to pull it back toward the...
Yeah, the rear setback varies depending on the height of the building. So it's either 3 feet if you're less than 15 feet tall, or 15 feet if the building's more than 15 feet tall.
And this obviously is more than 15 feet tall.
Yeah, so it's right at the 15
It's right at the setback.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Go ahead, Jeff. We can. There's only 3 of us. We could just be open.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Can you go back to the 3rd slide? Just go back.
Slide number 3.
Yeah, well, actually go back to the schedule. Go back 1 more slide first. So how many planning commissions, they had 3 planning commissions hearings, July 12th, August 14th, and December 11th. Were they all 3 full hearings?
Yes.
Okay, so on the next slide, why does it, so maybe I need to write like so the initial design that was presented at the
July 12th.
Okay, so the initial design was July 12th. And then on the next slide, there's revised 1 design.
Mm-hmm.
What's the date of that?
August 14th.
August 14th. And then go back to and then there's a revised 2 design proposed. Like, what does that mean?
So that was December 11th. So that is the final plan that the applicant has proposed. So that is the plan that, should you grant the appeal, that is the project that would be approved.
Okay, go back. So thank you. Go back to, so when I look at,
that's also what's reflected in the rendering.
Okay, so when I look, so what I see is, a house is in the middle of the lot with a 2-story addition that's in the middle of the house. Like that's pretty consistent from initial design, revised 2 design. was there direction given by the planning commission to try something else?
Yeah, the general direction was to redesign.
Okay, so they said redesign after July 12th, and then again after August 14th, and then it's July 12th of 2023.
Yeah,
I'll be the August 14th one was 13 months later.
Yeah, I'll be a little more specific.
No, that's okay.
It was, there are view impacts. We feel this is a significant.
Yeah, we saw the house.
Yeah, it's a significant view. You have not done enough to address the impact. Redesign. It wasn't a explicit do X, Y, and Z. It was basically a try again and come back.
Shouldn't they have known?
Okay, I think we should.
Shouldn't they have known that this wasn't going to be good enough instead of spending all this money? I mean, they want to see the view of the things that are on the other side of that structure, and they just kept moving the structure over. You know, it was always going to be tall enough to block the light and the trees that are on the other side of the house. So it just seems like we were just chasing our tail for no good reason. But what you're really saying by turning this down is you have to build a one-story house. You're doing exactly what you said we shouldn't do. Because there's no good solution. As Jeff said, they just keep moving the same thing around to the middle, to the side. They moved the house a little bit away, which didn't really help the problem that the neighbors are complaining about, from what I see. They're going to complain no matter where you move that second story. So we either say that they have property rights and they can build the house, or you have to build a one-story house. And if the architect wants to come up and talk, I'm happy to hear their view of that, but that's what I'm hearing with this. I'm a very practical guy. It sounds like we're telling them, if you don't build a one-story house, we're going to keep turning this down, because they did it 3 times now, right?
Well, let's wait.
And after a while, you get tired of doing that. So let's hear could we hear from the architect? Or Tony, that's fine.
So the appellant,
you hear what I'm saying?
The architect is part of the appellant's team, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that's fine.
I didn't just hang around because I had so much fun tonight.
No, and you're getting paid.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Actually, we have 2 design professionals here tonight.
Yeah.
The designer, Angie Ferris, and architect, Adam Jeselnik, who's done sort of a third-party review of the design to answer the questions that were posed.
I'm happy to be here, by the way. This is the first time we've had a chance to work together.
Welcome to the job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I think I started when Clint Eastwood was the mayor, but I would.
Good
Dale looks a lot like Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, that's you have a lot of similarities. Good evening. That's fine. Yeah. Thank you. An answer to the mayor's question and the question on everyone's mind is that, and they'll explain why technically, no, a single-story house doesn't work here because there's significant trees and vegetative problems or issues on the site that doesn't allow you to build a house. So you'd be building a house that's about half the size, or a large percentage less, which implicates legal issues like, is that legal to say to one homeowner, you can't build a house the same size as everybody else so your neighbor won't see it. So this is also, in my 40-something years of doing this, a rather unique experience, because honestly, I've never been in a position where an applicant doesn't typically say, please deny my project so that I can get to a different hearing body. But the reason that I think the applicant, and I wasn't involved at the time, Dr. Lim felt that way and her team felt that way is because, as you pointed out, they were through 3 or 4 different design iterations. And as I'll show you in a moment, the direction they were given in August that they followed to the T resulted in the staff report saying this was going to be the final approval of this design because the applicant had done what the Planning Commission requested. And for reasons which I can't explain, the Planning Commission effectively changed their mind and then said they were going to have to redesign it again, and that's when they felt we can't get to the goal post from here. They keep resigning. So what the issue tonight is, do you comply with the design guidelines? And specifically, does the project, and here's the code word, substantially eliminate a significant existing view? So it's not, does it have any impact on the view? Does it eliminate some view? Does it substantially eliminate an existing significant view? And I think the answer to that is no, as you'll see in a moment. The applicant met with the neighbor from the very beginning. Following the Planning Commission's design, they redesigned the house 3 times, and all 3 times they received staff support for the revised design as being consistent. The site is flat, so there's no opportunity to create a split level. The topography is what you have. Dr. Lim is not as old as I am, but she's not very young, and so she's looking for a design that has the primary living space and the primary bedroom on a single floor. The neighbors, of course, have a desire to maximize or eliminate any view of the house. Now, here's where it gets interesting. So July of 23, over a year and a half ago, is when they first applied for this. So the staff report concluded the project complies with the residential design guidelines for mass, bulk, privacy, and views. It does not obstruct any public view. It meets the design objectives pertaining to solar access, and they recommend approval. Planning Commission doesn't agree. They want to shift the upper level, and here's the important thing, as far southeast as possible. And as Councilmember Booter asked, the house is currently as far southeast. The upper level is as far southeast as possible. It is up to the setback. And reduce the impact of the neighbor to privacy's views and light, and impact to trees. The redesign did all that. Eliminate the metal roof, what the design did, and the copper gutters. So a year later, roughly, the house was completely redesigned. It moved the second-story bedrooms in the bath to the south and to the east, away from the neighbor's house and away from the middle of the house, as you can see from the 2 illustrations. It reduced the size of the second story, and all of the second story windows were eliminated that faced the neighbor's house. The metal roof was replaced by asphalt shingles, and the gutters went from copper to painted aluminum. So staff report for this revised design says the staff has not identified any public view impacts, privacy is not a concern, reasonable solar access appears like the initial concept design, staff is recommending acceptance. Planning Commission considers it in August, continues the matter again with the following. The general feeling is that the alternative stairwell relocation was favorable. Go back and, now this is the Commission's direction, prepare a formal submittal with these plans, not change something again, with these plans, update the story poles, and reduce the plate heights when you come back. So, between August and December, the stairwell on the north side was reduced by 3 foot 4 inches. The ridge height was decreased by almost 2 feet. The entry-level plate height was reduced by another foot, and the upper-level plate heights were reduced by another 1.75 feet. Now the house is only 2 feet higher than is allowed for a single-story house. A single-story house can be up to 18 feet tall. This house is now 20 feet tall as a 2-story house. So it's certainly not taking advantage of any great height to impact the neighbors. So both the applicant and the staff felt that this was going to be the final approval in December. Staff report for December says the applicant has responded to the issues addressed in the previous hearings, which is why the item is being recommended for combined approval. And for those of you who didn't have the fun of being on the Planning Commission, that means we have the preliminary and the final action approving it at the same time. It complies with the design guidelines, and the applicant has addressed the direction of the commission. The staff recommending approval of the project. So here, I don't know if it's any clearer or less clear than the staff, what the staff showed you, but you can see the outline of the house, how as it changed, as it shrunk, and as it lowered. You can also see where the house moved, the second floor moved away from the neighbor's house on the left to the south. There's the solar shading study that was conducted for throughout the year, and only on the shortest day of the year does shading occur on the house that was of the portion of the house that was formerly a garage that was converted to a bedroom. By the way, that study, obviously, as you can see, doesn't take into account the fact that the neighbor's house is completely shrouded in vegetation. So that at no condition ever would this occur, but the applicant went the extra mile to show that the second story on the house doesn't cast a shadow any greater than what you see at the shortest day of the year. And the rest of the year, it doesn't create any shadow on the house. The trees, in fact, do that completely. So we're down to, is the private view significant, and is it substantially eliminated? So as you saw on your field trip to the property, here is the netting showing the height. You can see the existing roof where it is below the netting. The netting doesn't come up very much. Above it, you can see the house behind and the landscaping of this property and the house behind, which is all that's blocked. The horizon isn't blocked. The forest isn't blocked beyond. This is in the area of the house at the nook, which you may recall was the far eastern portion of the house, where the second story is located. As you move forward, the house through the kitchen into the primary living area of the house, you can see that the new house recedes into the forest, is basically screened completely by the vegetation on the neighbor's lot, and is well below the forest height, and you can see the sky in the background. Similarly, from the nook kitchen area, you can see the forest in the background and the trees shrouding the house, second story on either side. Here are the residential guidelines. It says maintain views through a property to natural features when feasible, and I think you have to consider the fact that someone would want a normal-sized Carmel home of 1,700 square feet to be what is feasible. Locate major building masses to maintain some views, not all views.
Are you just about through?
I'm almost done.
Okay.
And then the guidelines show what is desirable in terms of siting of homes to protect views. Here is what the revised design does to protect the views. You can see it's dramatically similar to what the guidelines show. We can't help the fact that the applicant's or the next door neighbor's house is designed and covered in vegetation the way it is. And we believe that the residential design guidelines are consistent with this proposal. As you can see, preserve reasonable privacy, adjacent building, maintain view opportunities, and maintain views through the property, which it does in the main. And as if you look, in closing, if you look at the neighborhood, as you can see, there are huge two-story houses all around the neighborhood. In fact, this is the backyard of the applicant's, Dr. Lim's property. You can see she's surrounded by two-story houses, with the exception of the house directly on the south. So with that, as I said, the designer is here. Dr. Lim is here. She'd like to address you briefly. And Adam Jeselnik, who is a well-respected Carmel architect who has reviewed the design and would like to comment on its consistency. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I don't need that.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm just a little bit nervous. My name is Leon Lim, and I currently live in Palo Alto. And I purchased my property in 2013 with the hope of remodeling the house someday so my family can come here and live full-time. And the current house was built more than 80 years ago, and single wall, no insulation at all, And it's really hot in the summer, and it's really cold in the winter. I have to use space heater in the bedroom so I could sleep. You didn't go inside my house. The bedroom is really small. It's less than 12 square feet. It's almost unusable. I could not put a queen-size bed in each bedroom, and I would be able to walk around. No, I have to push my bed to the wall so I could walk around it. And the furnace doesn't even work. And if I'm cooking in the kitchen, if the sprinkler system is on, nobody could take a shower because the water pressure is so low.
Mrs. Lim, if I could, it's 5 to 11.
Okay.
I don't think that's the issue that we're looking at here. If you
So
could
I
summarize.
I need to remodel the house. I have a son, he's 10 years old. And I sold my medical practice, and I want to move here full-time with him so I can raise him here. So I need a place to live.
Okay.
And we worked really, really hard for the last 3 years to meet the guideline of the zoning and the planning commission. So my lot is flat. I cannot do split level. And just like the presentation, everybody around me has 2-story. And I hope that I'm just asking for a typical house in Carmel. I'm not asking anything fancy. I hope that you will grant my appeal and allow me to proceed with the remodeling of my home. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping that brief.
Thank you, Dr. Lim. Thank you, Tony. I'm Adam Jesselnick, Mayor, members of the council. I know it's getting late, so I'll keep my comments very brief. I did submit a letter, which I believe you all received.
We did.
That summarizes some of the issues that Tony went into even greater detail. I do want to just address 2 questions. I do want to go back, if I could here, to the site diagram. I think this is most useful. The question was asked, is a 1-story house feasible on this lot? And as a local architect who's been working here for many years, that was one of the things that the team asked me to consider. So I took a look at this property. I took a look at the existing significant trees, the setbacks, the neighboring houses, all the typical site constraints. And the answer to the question is no. An 1,800 square foot house on this lot, it doesn't work. So that's one thing that I think that you should be considering. And then the second question that you heard extensively from Tony is this project consistent with the design guidelines, and does it meet the zoning code? And I think that on every occasion that the Planning Commission heard this project, the staff's report and their careful analysis of the project was that yes, this project is consistent with the design guidelines, and it does meet the city zoning code. So with that said, I was happy to answer the call of my colleagues to take a look at this project. It is important to me that the process that we have in place is followed. I've been in the position of where Hastings Construction and the design team is in this project many times, and I do believe that they have followed the process as it's designed to work. And I'm unclear why the process broke down at the Planning Commission level, but I do urge you as the City Council to take action to grant the appeal and support the design of the house as proposed for Dr. Lim. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I have a question. Why did they take the metal roof off and put on the
we could just rewind the tape from tonight and the last City Council meeting. I think that you have the answer to that question. They didn't wish to have anything else that might be questionable in a final details level by the Planning Commission. So they removed the metal roof because it was voiced as a point of possible concern.
They just saw what was going on and decided to forestall it. Okay. And it's really a shame because the house is really a nice old Carmel house, but I get it. It's not historic, so we want a new house. If you could go back some slides, there was something on the very first slide, one of the first slides that caught my eye. Should have stopped him. More. Some more. Keep going. It's a lot. I don't even know if I'll remember where it was at this point. Go further.
That's the beginning.
No, keep one or two more.
This is the first slide.
Yeah, keep going. Later.
Okay.
Stop.
Is a graphic in particular?
Yeah, it's late, I don't know. They went through a lot. Does anybody in the room know why this happened? Because they were told to do something, they did it. They said that it was good multiple times, and then they turned it down.
Yeah, it's a question for staff, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm asking anybody. Yes. Just trying to get to the point here.
Yes, I'm Angie Ferris. I'm the designer on this property. I do know the reason why this has got kicked back so many times. One, I don't think anything other than a single story would satisfy the northern neighbors. That's really been the really big point of contention here. I've changed the house every single time I've changed it is to the respect of the neighbors to the north. And I've done what the Planning Commission has asked me to do each time. The house is low, it meets all design guidelines. I'm kind of out of options here as what to do next. I think anywhere we put the second story on the property, I think where it's positioned now, it has the least effect to the northern neighbors.
But it seemed that staff even said there wasn't a significant view early on.
No, there was no significant views until, I would say, probably the last Planning Commission, and really the contention there was the proximity of the stairwell to the nook of the northern neighbor. So I had presented this reduced stairwell to try and alleviate that issue, and it just didn't take. I'm not sure why, to be absolutely honest with you.
I guess the only thing you could really do is to dig down and put some of the house subterranean, but that's expensive, and
it's expensive,
waterproofing,
and actually the planning, they wouldn't allow that because it doesn't go with the guidelines. It goes against what the site is meant for. It's a very flat site. The slope of it is only, I can't remember what it is. It's like 4% or something.
All right. Jeff, thank you. Jeff, do you have a question?
No. We'll wait
Okay.
for the
Okay. Oh yeah. All right. Do you have any other public comments? The neighbor. Two neighbors.
Hey guys, my name is Mike McCall. Saw you yesterday at my house just north of Mrs. Lim. It's good to see Mrs. Lim. I've never seen her face before. You know, I hope we can not oversimplify this since you all were there yesterday. I understand the frustrations. The builder and everyone on that side of this continues to forget about my kids. I've got two girls and their rooms are downstairs, and you guys were both all down there yesterday and saw. So I don't really know what you would say if it was your home qualifies as a view, but what you saw yesterday is what it is. It means a lack of light, privacy, and view of anything other than a wall, since the windows were taken away. So now it's not a privacy thing from a window standpoint. We're just staring at a wall. It's a lot. I mean, like, I don't feel like I'm being unreasonable, and I think that the Planning Commission, whether they hemmed and hawed about it or whatever, were inconsistent. Ultimately, they denied it because they put themselves in our shoes, and I just don't get it. I mean, I know that it's very challenging. The three designs, as I think Jeff was pointing out earlier, I should say, Councilman Barron, that they don't look that different. As I mentioned yesterday in my kitchen, if you're standing there, those three designs or four, however many were, you can't tell when you're standing in our home because you're moving a large mass a few feet here or there. So I still, I'm trying to work with people. I have to work with my therapist to be a bigger dick because I'm that nice of a guy. I hate conflict. I really want this to work for our neighbor, even though we've never had the privilege. We invited her early on to come over and take a look at it. She's never seen it from our perspective. I find that really frustrating. So anyway, I recognize that the builder and the attorneys, that they don't care about us. They're not going to put themselves in our shoes. They don't live in Carmel. And I feel like you guys should, try to look at it from our perspective and try to get creative. Angie's not an architect. There's never been an architect look at this until the visiting architect tonight. So I really think there are other possibilities that are out there. The builder talks about on his website how he has connections with state and local government and how, quote, important that is in successfully quoting planning and building homes for our clients. We don't have any connections. We just moved here from LA after 25 years in 2020 and bought that house, moved out for 6 months and remodeled it, came home to the remodel, and a month later there were story poles that we never even heard anything about. No one told us anything. And I just don't think that anyone could argue. No reasonable person that's looked at this has walked into our home and been like, oh, no, that's not a problem. I mean, it is a major problem. And I really feel like any human being that walks in that house would feel that way unless they were getting paid. And the builder and the architect are, and the attorney too. So it's a lasting decision. You guys know that, way beyond our time on planet Earth. So we are asking about consideration. Our house is, Casanova is like this. You guys all parked on Casanova yesterday, had to walk up it. I don't really buy that you couldn't go subterranean here. We have a ground floor, or our girls' bedrooms are downstairs because it's subterranean. And Carmel-by-the-Sea is different than other communities where the builder designs homes. I mean, the other ones, because of what we have, the guidelines are there. There's a booklet of guidelines that are like stick figures. They're really easy to read and understand. And if you look at the ones that pertain to this build, it's just like painfully obvious, as I've said in the Planning Commission hearings, that it was a case study on how not to design a home in Carmel-by-the-Sea. It's canyon effect and light and privacy and view, however you want to. We don't have an ocean view. Mrs. Lim's not going to have an ocean view. I don't know how in the world she'd possibly come up with that with the second story. And I don't know how the attorney took that picture from our breakfast nook, but you guys were all in that room, and I said, it looks like from here that we have to look up to see the top of that roof line.
Could you wrap it up?
That's it. I really appreciate you guys, the time. I think you deserve like a Navy SEAL bell in here that you can ring when you want to get out. I really appreciate your time, and I just hope that you will support and uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the project, and hope that we can work with our neighbors and to get something that works for everybody.
Well, glad you said that. Do you think there's a two-story house that could be built that you would be happy with?
I certainly would love to talk about that.
Well, you've been doing this for 3 years.
I haven't talked about it they haven't talked to us, man. They've accused us of being hostile, and we've never talked. I've never talked to any of them. You've
been to 3 planning commission meetings and been living through this. Given that, do you think there's a two-story plan that could make you happy? I'm not trying to be smart aleck about it.
No. I mean, don't hold me to it, but I would say absolutely.
For 3 years, I would have been hiring an architect to help me figure it out. But
for them?
For you.
Well, if I felt like they would look at my ideas or talk to me at all, I would have been happy to pay for a design. We had an architect on our first team at the Planning Commission. When they first shot it down, they suggested they maybe talk to us because we had some good ideas.
I'm asking, do you have any good ideas?
I'm not an architect.
Okay, so, all right, thank you.
So I don't, but I'm open to talking about anything that's not what you guys saw yesterday when you came to my house.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I would just like to say that I am the contractor at Hastings Construction, and I did meet with them initially to try to satisfy their needs. So we did go to the house together, me and our designer, and met with Ms. McCall just to understand their deals. And we made modifications at that point prior to the submittal to the initial planning commission.
Were they? Did the neighbors play an active role in what you were going to do and have any say in it?
They just showed us the concern that they had. There was some tree impacts and some other things. And ultimately at that point, we then made some modification before we submitted the initial plans to the 2023. So that was in 2022 we met with them.
Okay, so there were some discussions going back and forth.
Hi, I'm Peter Blattman, and my wife and I actually live on the property to the south of Dr. Lim's property. I don't know. Let me just preface this by saying that we've lived in our place since 2002, and just for historical context, both our cottage and Dr. Lim's cottage were actually barracks that were four-doored back in the 40s or early 50s that were actually lifted off and transported and dropped where they are now. So that's kind of, they're all, single wall batten board construction, kind of very classic looking Carmel cottages. They were in fact barracks that were four-doored. We moved into ours in 2002. And we've had better luck with water pressure and whatever than Dr. Lim has had. And we actually had the opportunity to put in forced hot air heating because we actually had a trapdoor that goes down to a cellar, so we were able to do that fairly simply. And I don't think she has that option, so I'm very sympathetic to, you know, some of the issues that she's faced in trying to look at the remodel. That being said, in I think addition to what the McCalls are dealing with in terms of the blocking of their views, our concern is that our lot sits slightly below Dr. Lim's, and we share a common fence and a property line. Our issue is that we're concerned about the fact that there would be significant blockage of sunlight coming in from that second story. That's going to make the back house of ours somewhat dark and basically shade our yard, which we wouldn't like. And as much as we would like to accommodate Dr. Lim's desire for more square footage, not at the expense of losing, you know, solar access, as I guess the term is. That being said, I've spoken with the McCalls, and I don't know if we've talked about, are there options to build more square footage? Because I think what Dr. Lim is really after is more square footage and a bit of a living space, which we totally understand and would support. So the question is this. One, there's an existing freestanding garage that's there. And while I'm not an architect and I'm not totally familiar with, you know, the rules and regs of setbacks and offsets, et cetera, it would seem to me that if that's there, you could actually extend the house out significantly there and still have a double parking pad there. There's a deck on the other side that perhaps could be greenhouse to create more space. But the one option I was going to suggest, but again, this has to subject to rules and regulations and perhaps a variance, is that neither the McCalls nor my wife and I would object whatsoever to their building out the square footage of a single story house right to the property line. And that, you know, I understand that normally offsets are mandated, you know, for the preservation of privacy or whatever for neighbors. We would have no issue with them building right up to the property line, which would significantly expand the square footage of a single story house. So if it came to that and there were variants available to be able to let them do that and change the guidelines, or, you know, a variance to the guidelines that would let them build closer to property lines, we would be all in favor of that, to allow her to build a house with greater square footage that would be single level, not create the problem for their views, not to create the problem for our solar access. So that being said, I would think the other thing that I thought, and let me just ask this, one of the issues when we spoke, you know, I spoke to their designer for the first time, and we don't live here full time, so we haven't been quite right in the middle of this quite as much as the McCalls have. We're here full time. Is that one of the issues that there are trees that are protected there? If in fact, again, if the forester had a variance which allowed them to move or remove one of the trees and could expand the square footage, it seems to me that there's got to be some options available, either through variances or change in the, you know, approval from the forester to make changes to significantly expand the square footage of a single family house, of a single level house, I should say. Thank you.
Have you ever given that speech at a planning commission meeting?
No, I have not.
Even though there were 3 of them?
You know, we are not here that often.
Okay,
we live in
right.
San Francisco,
okay.
And we haven't been there that often. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I would just like to point out a solar study which showed that there would be no impact on the sun. The sun is south of him, he is south of Lim. So as the sun comes up, his house would be the impact on her house, never the other way.
Have you shown that to both the neighbors and had a discussion about that?
This was the first time we had a chance to present the solar study.
That was pretty interesting.
So it's on the slide.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Gwen McCall, and I know it's late. I thank you for your time. I just wanted to point out one thing, which is that at the very first Planning Commission meeting, it was not suggested that they make modifications. It was suggested that they go back to the drawing board, which they never did. They just tweaked what they had, and they did a lot of tweaking, and I appreciate the fact that they tried to accommodate. But had they done what the Planning Commission initially suggested back in 2023, which was a redesign, I don't think we would be in this situation, because we suggested pushing the top story to the back where the deck is. You know, we haven't had any conversation with Mrs. Lim. We've had limited conversation with Justin and Angie. But we did hire an architect, Victoria Beach, who came in and made suggestions. And again, the Planning Commission at that time said, you know, there are some options here that you're not really looking at. So that was the first Planning Commission meeting. And as subsequent meetings, there were modifications, but ultimately the Planning Commission and we felt that they were not substantial enough to fix the problems that we were feeling. So I just wanted to clarify that, and again, say thank you. I do hope that you will uphold the Planning Commission decision and that they will come up with a design that makes Mrs. Lim happy and also keeps Peter and his wife happy and allows us to have our views and our light that we had when we bought the house.
Did I hear you just say that Victoria or some other architect gave you ideas that you think you would be happy with a two-story house? Because I haven't
Yes,
heard
I
that.
mean, we went through the guidelines with her. We did extensive work with her to look at options. And again, after the very first Planning Commission meeting, when they continued it, they said redesign, not tweak. So
you have ideas on how to build a two-story house that you would be happy with?
we had some suggestions about moving it to the back of the property, yes.
Have you told Mrs.
Yeah,
Lim that?
we've been told by them that that can't happen for some reason, so.
Okay, that's interesting. All right. All right, I'm getting tired.
Thank
Somebody
you,
else.
I know.
Thanks. Somebody else. Oh, we got another public comment. All right. I like to listen to Ian.
Well, then you're in luck, sir. Thank you, everybody. There's a reason why the Planning Commission, ultimately denied this project, because the Planning Commission knows full good and well, and I speak as a former Planning Commissioner myself, there's no easy lot in Carmel-by-the-Sea. We've got 4,000 square foot lots. People are building cheek to jowl on top of each other, and yet we have a lot of really ingenious people in town who come up with ingenious solutions how to use their lots and respect their neighbors. So when the Planning Commission kept saying nope, 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 the Planning Commission knows full good and well that this is actually, as far as Carmel lots go, not all that challenging. And there is, in fact, a solution here that can satisfy Dr. Lim. She can build every single square foot coming to her under the law, and it can be done in such a way that also respects the McCall's enjoyment of their home. Victoria Beach, who's an architect, presented possible directions early on. I'm sure there's directions here that can satisfy all parties concerned. Everybody gets to win here, right? The McCalls can continue to enjoy their home as it is with the views that they enjoy. Dr. Lim can build a house that she can be extremely pleased with and love it. And recently, just as an example, we saw Eric Dyer in the north part of town radically redesign one of the houses he proposed to satisfy his neighbors, which were also happened to be the north. He completely redesigned that entire thing, right? And you know what? Those neighbors came out and supported him at the Planning Commission level. So there are a lot of things that can happen here to satisfy all parties concerned. But yeah, it's going to require a new design. And I think it could be 2 stories, but it's going to require a little more thinking and a lot more design than we've seen so far. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you get one more shot.
You just mentioned we never got any designs from Victoria Beach or any suggestions on how to make any other modifications.
She presented the first Planning Commission meeting.
No, she just did design guidelines and how they were.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's sit down. We do this in an orderly way, please. Okay, we've got one more.
Greg Meissner, Casanova 2, northeast of Paloux. I'm a neighbor of both the Blattmans and McCalls, and this whole area, they're showing 2-story houses. Those are all on sloped lots, or they've got a 1-story level in the back or in the front, and then it's a 2-story on the other level. And in fact, this lot that we're talking about tonight has retaining walls all around it, or at least on 2 sides of it, that make the lot level. So, I mean, there are other options here. And I think the Planning Commission was correct in their decision to deny this project. And I hope you support their decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to close public comment. Hans, Jeff, questions, comments?
Yeah, I have some questions for staff. I'm reluctant to get rid of this.
I've always wanted to do that.
Yeah, would you like to sit here?
Someday. Not tonight.
So it's a lot of fun sitting here. When I looked, so I asked you questions yesterday about the work, and you had in your presentation sort of outlines of the first and second stories. And when I looked at them, they all looked like this. Like the first floor was in the same spot, and the second floor was kind of in the same spot. Like it seemed like it had the same view impacts, and same impact, view or not, on the house. And so at the beginning of the presentation, Mr. Lombardo stated that the Planning Commission told him to go away, and then they went away and they redesigned, and then when they came back for the third bite at the apple, staff recommended that they were going to be approved, and that the project team had done what the Planning Commission asked them to do in the second hearing. Mm-hmm. So when they came to the third hearing, they thought they were going to get approved, and the Planning Commission said no.
Yes.
So what happened? Like what changed between the second hearing and the third hearing? And that while you answer that question, Ms. McCall stated that the applicant and appellant went from the first design to the second design and didn't really do what the Planning Commission said, and they were told to proceed to the third design anyway. And so they went to the third hearing because I guess they got good feedback at the second hearing, even though they didn't do what the Planning Commission asked them to do at the first hearing.
Yes.
So I did not watch, I'll admit, I did not watch 5 hours of Planning Commission hearings for this. So is that correct? That's all, that seems pretty weird.
You're actually on the right track with your line of questioning. That's almost exactly what happened in the way you asked the question. So at this, between the second and third hearing.
Well, what about between the, okay.
Yeah. No, you'll be surprised how correct you were with your question.
He's always right.
That's not really what I was hoping to hear.
So at the second hearing, the applicant had presented a alternative design that was not presented to the Planning Commission. So they came up to the dais and said, here is a alternative that we are hoping that you can support, which was the stairway relocation. The commission seemed supportive of that design, and they said, yes,
So the project changed during the second hearing. The project, so they had a second hearing submittal, which the Planning Commission didn't like because they didn't do what they were asked the first time, and then they drew something out on a napkin and
no, it was prepared ahead of time and then presented to.
But it wasn't the submittal.
It wasn't addressed in the staff report, but it was presented at the hearing. It would be like if the applicant came up
with, here's an alternative.
Kind of like what happened with the
They were
previous
negotiating in the session.
Yeah, exactly. And then the direction was bring that back as a formal submittal at the next hearing.
And they did, and they got
and they did. However, at the third hearing, the testimony through the public hearing wasn't the direction to redesign the entire project. From the first hearing, between the first and the second hearing, and the commission agreed that yes, the direction was to redesign the project, not make these little incremental tweaks.
Okay.
So do you see this often?
So
go ahead. I'm sorry.
So it's roughly, so my assessment that the general outline of the building, so in this drawing, my assessment that the general outline of the building is like a first floor and a second floor, like they're roughly in the same spot. They've roughly been in the same spot through the whole process.
The ground, roughly, yeah. In terms of laterally, yes, and then the building massing on the second floor has shifted basically substantially south. I would say 50% of the massing has been shifted south away from the north.
But the massing isn't now maybe, but the massing isn't what's important to the McCalls. Like the McCalls don't care what's on the other side of the wall. Like the McCalls only care about the wall. Like I care about the massing because I look at the house from all the way around, but the McCalls really only look at it from the north.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't care how the massing is arranged south of the wall. They only care about like where the northern end of the wall is, right? Of the second floor and maybe the first floor. I don't know, but
Yeah, I mean, let me see if I can pull up a.
you can bring up your presentation. Like that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at this line here. As the building massing gets moved farther south, just one example is this.
Well, south is down.
South is
right?
down.
South
correct.
is not to the left.
Correct, but I'm just following this arrow right here.
So so in this drawing, like the building mass is between the third red arrow and the fourth red arrow, and the building mass could slide up closer to the McCall's house, like up between the arrows,
Mm-hmm.
and it would get closer to their house at one level. It would get, and I'm not suggesting these are alternatives. It could slide closer up to the house, up the red arrows, and it could get closer to their house, or it could slide west, right, towards what looks like a pond, but is really something else, because I'm sure it's not a pond. And they could get, no, not to the tree. There's a little dotted arrow thing. Yeah, whatever that
drainage
thing.
system. Yeah.
So it could slide over that way. But those options were never explored. Like a substantial shift in the second floor was never explored.
Correct.
Like closer to the house or away.
The second floor has always shifted south and east. The general massing has always moved south and then east. And I can show that in my presentation.
Can I see it in your presentation?
Yeah. So the orientation is different. So north would be to the left.
Right. Okay.
And
I think what would be helpful for me is if the neighbors, you know, if you could just take one more stab at what exactly are you asking them to do? You know, what would satisfy you here? You know, something concrete would be helpful for me.
Thanks for that question. What we'd love to have is a one-story house next to us, because that's what was there when we bought our house. So I understand that I might not be that fortunate, you know, and I might be the loser on this deal ultimately. But I'm open to any alternative. We basically just went straight to trusted friends in the area that grew up here, and then the guidelines of the Planning Commission when we saw the story polls initially. And because there's not been, again, any significant shift for us from our vantage point, we haven't really been able to look at anything else. I mean, again, I think, Mayor, I appreciate your question about the architect on our side, but they weren't interested in here. This instruction was from the Planning Commission. You guys might want to think about reaching out to the McCall's team, including Victoria, because they have some really good ideas. That was after the first Planning Commission meeting. Believe me, they can say whatever they want. There's been zero interest in our input on this deal. I would love to collaborate with Mrs. Lem, and I understand she's a very nice person. I know Peter has known her for years and has said so as much, you know, even though she didn't let us know about the project going on to begin with. I don't know what it is, but it's not what's there now, and I don't know if that's too vague for you. But again, if you look at it from our perspective on both floors of our home, I just would like to talk about alternative plans for the first time. Angie invited us to do that after the second Planning Commission meeting outside. It's probably on CCTV if you want to look at it. And Gwen and I both were like, oh my God, we'd love to talk about it. She said she'd contact us after the holiday because it was right before the holiday, Christmas holiday. And then we never heard anything. The next thing we heard was that they wanted to come and ask for a denial. And I just don't get the circumventing of a body that's there to do what you guys are now tasked with doing. But I'm sorry I can't be more specific, but I love architecture, but I'm not a visionary on that level. I just know what myself and every other person to a man and woman has said when they've walked in and just like, wow, this is a game changer. It's over. Thanks.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
To some extent, I mean,
from our perspective, we'd very much like to have Dr. Lim get a house that's livable for her and meets her needs. Very much like to have that happen. That being said, we like a design that doesn't end up, the McCalls have, registered, what they're concerned about. Our real concern is that when we look out the windows, even if there's a wall there, it's not really going to bother us because we're not going to really see very much higher. So something higher would be fine as long as the building, the mass of any second story, if it is a second story, doesn't impede light coming to the back of our house because we have skylights that would be totally dark and we have a garden that would, the light would be blocked. So we'd like to have her do, get a design that meets her needs, but simply not block light and, light and, we don't have views per se to speak of, so we're not concerned about that. That being said, I believe that there have to be options for making better use of the lot that they have now to give her more square footage that might eliminate the need for a second story and eliminate those issues altogether. And I think I'd like to see if there's some exploration that can be done to see if either variances so they can expand the square footage on the lot, or perhaps do something about moving the trees and get permission to do that so they can expand it. There is, as I mentioned, there is a standalone garage that's right there. I don't know, again, given the regulations, why in fact they couldn't simply tear down that garage, expand the house all the way out and make it more like a ranch house and still have parking in there too. I think those options should be explored. Those would be our preferences. Thanks.
I'm ready to make some comments if you're...
Go ahead.
Okay. So I have some comments, and I'll kind of go down my comments just in order. I have a piece of paper, and I apologize for the late hour and that they're not really organized. And they're not in order of importance or anything like that. Tony, it's good to see you today. You mentioned that legal issues regarding the maximum size of the house. Our code states that 1,800 square foot is a maximum. It does not state that you're allowed to build 1,800 square feet. So I do believe that there's, my guess is there's an 1,800 foot solution, but I want to disabuse, I think we need to do a better job. We, the council and the planning commission, need to do a better job of disabusing the notion, disabusing people of the idea that they have a right to 1,800 square feet. That is not the case on a 4,000 square foot lot. And I can point out that we had a case at the Forest and Beach Commission, probably 10 years ago, where there was actually a house. There are provisions in our code for what to do if you can't build 1,800 square feet. So the code acknowledges this. There are provisions that have to do with significant trees and taking out significant trees and all that stuff. And I haven't seen that stuff really used a lot, but it happened to me, when I was on the Forest and Beach Commission all these years ago. So I'm sure that the code addresses this 1,800 square foot as a right, and that is not the case. So we need to sort of adjust. We, the whole community, should probably adjust our thinking on that. There's a lot of, Tony also mentioned, Mr. Lombardo also mentioned what constitutes a significant view and what constitutes a sharing of views. And, I agree that this is a muddy area, but that's the planning commission. The planning commission made a decision, and I don't really see a case here to alter that or not in this particular case. Mike talked about the first floor bedrooms and the mayor talked about subterranean and second floor, and I'll just give you my opinions. People should not be required to build their houses underground. We should not as a body be making people build underground. And I think that we also, to this notion that the mayor brings up and that other people bring up, but that I don't agree with, I just got done talking about 1,800 feet, but people have a little bit of a right to build a second floor. Like the McCalls have acknowledged that, they have a right, their neighbors have a right to build a second floor. I've been through this. I fought my neighbors for the right to build a second floor a lot of years ago. And one of the things that you lose when you make people build one floor houses is you lose ground. Like if you build an 1,800 square foot house on a 4,000 square foot lot, and you put you build it right smack in the middle, and then you have your setbacks, you have almost no yard. And I don't think that that's a legitimate, I think that people are allowed, by and large, to build a second floor. And whether this second floor in this house, which is 480 square feet or whatever the number is, that seems a little large to me. But, that again, if I was doing this, maybe I would make the second floor be a little smaller, but that's not my purview. And Dr. Blattman, who talked about solar access, which I don't really buy, but he did say that he'd like to see some exploration, and I think that's the thing. To me, that's the thing that's missing here. I think that the McCalls, there was an application made at the Planning Commission, and in 2023, and then 13 months later, there were probably different Planning Commission members. 13 months later, the limbs went back to the Planning Commission with what looks to me like substantially the same or same set of plans. I was talking about, when I look at this diagram, these plans are substantially the same to me. They look, when you think about how they relate to the McCall's house, they're sort of substantially the same. Like the house doesn't shift position on the lot. The second floor moves around a little bit, but it's still kind of the same. Like there wasn't exploration made, and I'm looking at these plans, and it's hard for me. There wasn't exploration made to shift the house to the northeast section. There wasn't any exploration made to move the house to the upper left part in this diagram, or to slide the house down. And I don't think that, as I sit here and look at these plans, and like Mr. McCall, I'm not an architect, but if I sit here and look at these plans, I don't know what the McCalls would say about whether they would like the new house, or whether they would like the more or less than what's presented here. But the fact is that because of the sort of screw up at the second Planning Commission meeting, where they submitted a set of plans, like basically on the back of an envelope. Like it's not legitimate. It's not legitimate for the Planning Commission to accept a second set of plans at the Planning Commission that haven't been vetted by the neighbors. Like the problem here is that, the problem as I see it, is that the second Planning Commission hearing didn't go so well because the limbs basically came back with the same set of plans, and they said, oh, we have a different set of plans, and they pulled another set of plans out of their pocket. And the Planning Commission kind of looked at it and said, these are great, come back in 6 months. And the McCalls came back in 6 months. And the plans weren't so great. Sorry, the limbs came back in 6 months. And it turns out the plans weren't so great because those plans that the limbs pulled out of their back pocket hadn't been vetted. Like they hadn't been vetted by the public. Like the McCalls didn't have a chance to react to the third set of plans, the plans that appeared at the third meeting, because they weren't really available at the second meeting. And so the third meeting is kind of bogus to me, and I get that the Planning Commission said they would approve them and then didn't approve them. Like I get all that, and I get that staff, to me, and you will forgive me, staff. I get that staff is a little bit confused because it seems like the Planning Commission, staff wrote the staff report. Yes, take these plans and approve them. But the fact is that those plans that the Planning Commission said will approve these plans that came out of the limbs envelope, came out of the limbs back pocket at the third meeting, at the second meeting, those plans hadn't been vetted by the public. Like that's the thing that's missing. The second set of plans had not been vetted by the public. And the limbs got this sort of backdoor approval to bring this set of plans in, and they did, and then their world fell apart at the third Planning Commission meeting because the McCalls showed up like the McCalls did at the second Planning Commission meeting with basically the same complaints, now that the plans were sort of exposed to the air and breathed in some life. And those complaints were legitimate, and the Planning Commission found itself stuck because they had given the impression that they would approve these plans at the third planning commission meeting, when in fact they shouldn't have given that impression. Like, that impression was a mistake, because those plans that came out of the LIMS pocket at the second meeting had not been vetted. They hadn't been vetted by staff, and they hadn't been vetted by the public.
Okay, wrap it up, Jeff.
Okay, so I think that, and as I get the LIMS frustration at not having, not getting an answer, and I understand that they wanted the answer, and I understand that they asked for the denial, and that seems legitimate. So what I think we should do is just send this back for rework, and ask the LIMS to work with the McCalls and work on another set of plans and have that be vetted at the Planning Commission. And my warning to the McCalls is that as I said, I do think that the LIMS are entitled to some sort of a second floor. And I don't know if this is the right solution or the wrong solution. Like, I don't know what it is. And like everyone else, like some of us here, I'm not an architect, and I don't want to say that when these masses start moving around, weird things happen. And you'll see when you talk to them that weird things happen. But I think we should send it back to the Planning Commission and have them and give it a real go. Have them talk to the LIMS, and have the LIMS talk to the McCalls, and give it a go, and come up with something different, and see if that's the right thing.
Yeah.
So that's what I think.
Yeah. Well, it seems like we've all decided here that we can't force the LIMS to build a one-story house. So we're going to have to figure out what kind of two-story houses the McCalls can live with, or we vote on this or something similar.
But I think that's the Planning Commission's job.
I mean, are either one of you willing to vote for this?
No.
I mean, we need 2 votes.
Are you?
I ask you.
That's really not fair.
Okay.
I'll defend Hans. Like, that's not fair.
I could.
Okay.
Because I think that there's just been a lot of dysfunction here. I've seen this before with the planning department and the planning and building department and the planning commission. And I've had several comments to Brandon over the last 5 years. One of them was the original pit project. Exactly, it happened, and it's been painful to recover from it. And I don't know how you make a better connection so that the planning department doesn't say this is really good, and then it gets to the planning commission, it's 5-0. And that happens. It happens too much, and it happened here.
Well, I think, as I said, that I think there's just a misunderstanding at the second plan, at the end.
No, but this happens. It's not just this. It happens. And I don't know how we can fix it, but we've had some discussions about it, and we need to do something better, because it's a lot of work to get to this point for the LIMS. And I just feel badly that and they were told that this was really good. This is really good. There's no great view here. This looks good. And
but in the McCall's defense, the LIMS did not make the changes at the second planning commission meeting that they were asked.
That's a whole different issue. The whole different issue is how this started at the very beginning. And we need to figure out how we can keep that from happening, because I'm not happy about being here, and we're here because of that dysfunction. We've got other things to do. So I don't disagree with your synopsis, Jeff, your proposal. I think it's a wise proposal. Basically, if the McCalls really think they can help the LIMS come up with a better option that they can live with, because it appears we're not going to tell them to build a one-story house. So we either figure out a better 2-story house, or we approve this or something slightly similar. And they're going to have to live with it. So I guess the challenge you put out, Jeff, is get in a room together, guys, with a good architect and figure this out. And I love that idea. It could be fun. You could end up being really good friends. You're going to be neighbors. You're going to be neighbors whether you like it or not. So are you willing to go with that? I'd like all 3 of us to agree on this. Or let's come up with something slightly different.
My question is, if you deny the appeal, the LIMS would have to reapply,
Yeah,
pay another fee versus remanding it to the planning commission with direction to the applicants.
I don't want to, like, you know, there's sort of badness that goes around, and I don't want, you know, it's not my intent to make the limbs sort of start over. Like, I think we should just wind, I think we should, my preference would be to just wind the clocks back 1 or 2 hearings and send them back to the planning commission like these intervene, like all of this was just kind of a bad dream. Yes. And that's unfortunate, but that's where we are.
Yes, and it is.
Yeah.
It is a bad dream if you're the limbs. Mm-hmm. For even the cause, it's a bad dream for everybody.
Bad dream for everybody.
You know, it's painful. And we need to figure out how to keep this from happening. So, go ahead, you have a shot.
No, I was just going to say, well, you know, to the point about making it a single story home, you know, like you said, you lose something, right? You lose your yard, you know, so I do think that they should have the capacity to have, you know, a second story on their home. You know, absent the procedural point that Jeff makes, which is a good point, right? Like, they were told to redesign, do a full redo, and it was never that. And so that's the part that that calls everything into question. But you know, I feel for the McCalls, right? I mean, they have this really cool treehouse kind of feel to their home, and they've got 2 girls downstairs who it's like quasi-subterranean, and you know, they're going to be impacted.
They'll still have the trees.
Yeah, so I feel for them on that level. But like, their house does sit up, you know, higher on the hill. You know, there's still some view out of what appears to be like kind of, I guess they're using it as more of an office space, but you know, from their living room area. You know, and I've always had this reaction. I certainly understand that, you know, we need to have a process where we respect people's views and the neighbors, et cetera. But at some point there is a limit, and my limit would be like, I don't think we can tell them you have to have a single story home. Yeah. But the procedural point that Jeff makes, I think, is a good one. Like, it was a broken process. You know, they were told to come back with a full-on redesign, and that's not what happened. So, you know, I think both things are true. I'm not prepared to say, hey, you have to build a single-story home, and there has to be some level of property rights here. And it's frustrating. You know, it's sad. I'm sure it would be heartbreaking. Like, you buy a home, you really love everything about it, but you also have to go into it knowing that single-story home that's all rickety next door, like, could be developed at some point into something else. So yeah, I support having them go back, and now they seem to be in conversation a little bit more. Can they go back, have that conversation, and try to do a redesign? You know, but again, there is a certain limit to, I think how much we can impose upon them. So,
Evan, what do you think? Are we going down the wrong path here?
About going back to the planning commission, redesigning?
Getting them to work together to come up with a 2-story house that the McCalls can live with, or we approve a 2-story house.
Oh, we can certainly get them to work together.
You can. All right.
I mean, if that's what they want, you know, staff can facilitate that conversation.
I don't know if this is legal, but are you guys willing to do this?
Absolutely.
Mrs. Lim?
Yes.
You are? Okay. And you're willing to work with them to make this happen?
Yeah.
All right. I like that.
I think, Mayor, that not granting the appeal sends a message to the applicants and the neighbors that this is not going to be a body where you can come and, you know, the council always wears the white hat and approves everything. Yes. So, yeah, I think it's a good, like, a mandate to ask everyone to try to work together one more time.
Yeah. And let's hope it works out and that we don't have to see this again.
Yeah, let's hope.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion that we remand, I'm sorry, it turned off.
It's on.
No, my screen turned off. That we remand APP 2538, which is DS 22057, back to the Planning Commission for rework, as we've described. Is it good enough?
You might want to be a little more explicit about, directing the applicant to work with the neighbors.
Directing the applicant to work with staff and the neighbors to find at least one more two-story option that might be better.
Mitigates impacts, fits into the village character,
all that.
Forest, whatever. Okay.
All that.
Thank you.
Sounds good. I'll second it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Booter?
Yes.
Mayor Byrne?
Yes.
Motion carries
All right.
3011.
Thank you, everybody, for sticking it out. And hopefully, we don't have to do this too many more times. With no further business, this regular meeting of the Carmel City Council is adjourned at...
Future agenda items.
Oh, are we going to do that?
Is this our time for future agenda items?
We didn't add that to, we're going to, the mayor and I are going to bring that back to you.
I already brought up one earlier, the vote.
Is it on the agenda
Yeah,
that we have future agenda items?
It's over now.